Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to interrupt the Benny Goodman. Sing, Sing, Sing's a great one, yeah. Thanks to everyone for being here in our wonderful U.S. Freedom Pavilion for a continuation of the National World War II Museum's 80th anniversary of D-Day commemoration. And for those of you watching us online, thanks for joining us virtually. I'm Pete Crane, the Vice President of Education and Access here at the National World War II Museum, and it's my pleasure to serve as your MC for today's symposium, Beyond the Beaches, D+1 and the Battle for Normandy, put together by our team in the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. I know we don't have any World War II veterans with us, but what I'd like to do is recognize our World War II veterans, home front workers, and Holocaust survivors. Let's let them know that they're being thought of. Now, this one I know we do have. So, do we have any veterans from any other era or their immediate family members? If you ever wore the uniform of our nation, please either stand or wave your hand to be recognized. Thank you so much. You know, as many of you saw yesterday with our D-Day commemoration and programming, the museum, like much of the world, focuses heavily on June 6th, and rightfully so. For the museum, it was our birthday. For the rest of the world, it was the largest amphibious landing in the history of mankind. But when putting this program together, we realized that we had a wonderful opportunity to dive a little deeper, to explore the heavy fighting that took place beyond the beaches after the bloody and heroic landings of D-Day itself. So today's program will take us through the Normandy campaign, discussing the battles and issues that many are aware of, but don't know nearly as well as the planning and execution of the landings themselves. So I'm particularly excited by the composition of today's panels. We've got many familiar faces, old friends in the crowd on the program, but we've also taken the opportunity to bring in many noted scholars that we have not yet had the opportunity to bring to New Orleans so that they can share their time and talent with us. So to begin the day, we're going to start our first panel, chaired by Rick Atkinson, who gave a marvelous talk last night about D-Day and the nature and the horrific nature of the global war. Rick is a best-selling author and Pulitzer Prize winner. His Liberation trilogy, consisting of An Army at Dawn, The Day of Battle, and Guns at Last Light, is a must for any serious student or scholar of World War II. He's also a valued member of our Presidential Counselors Advisory Board, a dear friend of the museum. So much so that the museum bestowed its highest honor, the American Spirit Award, on him in 2022. So to chair our first panel and introduce this session's speakers, it's my pleasure to turn things over to Rick Atkinson.
Thank you, Pete. Good morning. Welcome to the first panel in today's symposium. The invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944 had a distinct operational purpose: to sustain an invading army in France, first of thousands of Allied troops and eventually of millions, required ports. And the first sizable port the Overlord planners had in mind was Cherbourg, at the tip of the Cotentin Peninsula, not far from the invasion beaches. Eisenhower's planners called Cherbourg the most important port in the world. Those same planners, I mentioned this last night, had hoped to capture Cherbourg from German defenders on D+7, a week after the invasion began, and to reopen that port 3 days later. As a U.S. Army study later conceded, things did not go according to plan. Not least because, as one colonel put it, the defenders conducted, quote, the best planned demolition in history. Well, to help us sort out this critical phase of the Normandy campaign, we're lucky this morning to have two first-rate scholars who know it well. Stephen Burke is Professor Emeritus at the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth. His career has included 20 years of enlisted and commissioned service in the Army, from which he retired in 1992. With a PhD from Georgia State University, he has taught at several colleges, including Cal State Northridge and the Army School of Advanced Military Studies. His most recent book is a biography titled Tubby, who, as many of you likely know, was more formally known as General Raymond O. Barton, who commanded the 4th Infantry Division at Normandy and beyond, and among other things was friendly with Ernest Hemingway. Steve is currently working on another book about the 4th Division in the Hurtgen Forest Battle. Our other panelist, on my immediate right, has long been a fixture and good friend at this museum. Rob Citino is a Cleveland native who attended The Ohio State University before earning his master's and PhD degrees from Indiana University. He joined the museum staff in 2016 and served as the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian here. He's also taught for a year at West Point and for 2 years at the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Rob has published 10 well-regarded books, including The Wehrmacht Retreats, Fighting a Lost War, 1943, and The German Way of War, From the 30 Years' War to the Third Reich. Each of our panelists will talk for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up to your questions in hopes of having a conversation. Steve, you're up.
Stand up so people. Yeah, a couple. See if this thing works. It's working? Go ahead. All right. Thanks, Rick. Thank you to the National World War II Museum and the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, especially Peter Kren, Jeremy Collins, and Connie Gentry for setting this up and helping with the logistics details. Being on this platform with two of my favorite authors who've taken much of my money is a real treat, I must say. Capturing Cherbourg was Omar Bradley's most important Neptune objectives. So operations at Cotentin Peninsula were the focus of American activities in Normandy for the first 3 weeks of the invasion. So for the next few minutes, I'd like to remind the sophisticated audience of the myriad events taking place in the days following the Allied landings in this one little piece of Europe, about the size of Connecticut. I'll briefly discuss in order the Navy, the Air Force, and then the U.S. Army. And I'll be short on details, hoping to get some good discussion and questions later on. Navy. I'm convinced the U.S. Navy does not particularly care about D-Day or the events that followed. If you check Amazon, you'll find the offerings that focus on Rear Admiral Alan G. Kirk and his Western Task Force are essentially non-existent. That's a shame, since the Navy played a big part in the operation's success. By any measure, Admiral Moon's Force U, which supported operations against the German defenders in Utah Beach, was an essential part of the ground force's success. Mine clearing. Off the coast, the American and Royal Navies waged an intense battle against German naval mines. The cost of not winning this fight could have been disastrous. In some cases, the Germans got through. For example, on June 8th, the USS Rich, a destroyer escort, hit a mine near the St. Marcouf Islands. It sunk almost immediately, and 150 sailors, more than 70% of the total, were killed, wounded, or reported as missing in action. In another instance, LST-523, which hit a mine on June 19th, lost 40 crewmen almost immediately. We really don't know how many people are on that LST because they would just load folks on for the return trip, German POWs as well as wounded. We really don't know how many died on that. Naval anti-mine operations did not cease through the remainder of the fight to Cherbourg. By June 7th, the minesweeping group had cleared 3 broad channels to the invasion beaches, each about 2 miles wide. Nevertheless, by the end of June, mines claimed at least 10 ships, including 3 destroyers, 2 minesweepers, and 3 LSTs. Logistics. Navy planners developed a complex system of moving supplies from ships to shore. Of course, as in most cases where military plans are not practiced during realistic training, the system broke down. Under extreme pressure from the Corps commanders, the Navy began running LSTs directly on the shore, called the drying out system, this large ship approached the beach during rising tide and waited for the water to recede. Once the tide lowered, the bow opened up and the vehicles, supplies, and troops marched ashore. Once emptied, the wounded and POW boarded. When the tide was up, the ships reversed and returned to England. Unlike berths at a harbor, there were few limitations on how many of these large transports could be serviced at any one time. Utah Beach was exceptionally favorable for this system, unloading 7,500 tons of supplies in just the first 4 days. A second aspect of naval logistics that we mentioned yesterday was the support and creation of the Mulberry harbors. The Navy began constructing the American Mulberry A at St. Laurent-sur-Mer off Omaha Beach on June 7th. A week later, it had 2 piers operational and supplies began flowing. However, the success abruptly stopped when a massive storm hit the Normandy coast. For 3 days, intense gale force winds pounded the 2 fragile harbors and prevented unloading from taking place anywhere, throwing dozens of landing craft and other vessels to the shore. Mulberry A was unrepairable, and for the remainder of June, the Navy struggled to keep supplies coming ashore. Fire support. The primary mission of Admiral Morton L. Deo's bombardment group, was part of Force U, was to destroy various naval batteries along the coast. The engagements continued for several days as the guns from the Aysville battery engaged Allied vessels in the landing zone. The USS Nevada, the veteran of the Pearl Harbor attack, finally silenced this battery on June 8th. The force's secondary mission was to support ground troops along the coast. The Navy's big guns provided much of the 4th Division's fire support for the first 3 days until the division and 7th Corps artillery arrived. To adjust fire, each infantry battalion in the 4th Division had a shore control fire party. Additionally, Force U dispatched single-seat spotting aircraft to acquire targets and request naval fire. By all accounts, the results of fire were effective, and the task force continued to support the 7th Corps advance until it reached Cherbourg. You can only imagine what the Germans, used to these fairly small artillery rounds, thought when naval guns came up shooting the size of a mini, over the top and hitting them. It's pretty massive. Admiral Deo's most dramatic contribution to the 7th Corps advance was his group's bombardment of the Cherbourg defenses on June 25th. It was quite a duel, and German batteries hit the USS Texas, destroying its conning tower, damaging 4 other ships. By the time the engagement was over, the defenders had killed 13 American and British sailors and wounded another 86. The Navy did not put any of the batteries out of action, but Collins wrote to Deo soon after, quote, "The results were excellent. It did much to engage the enemy fire while our troops stormed into Cherbourg from the rear." Air operations. Since the distinguished panel of my good friends are going to be presenting this afternoon after lunch, I will limit my comments here to just a few points that may or may not come up this afternoon. Mallory, Trafford, Lehigh, Mallory. My first is that we may want to consider performance of the AEF commander, Mallory. Comments by many contemporary Allied flag officers and later historians have forever tarnished his reputation and character. Indeed, Spatz and Harris despised him, as did many others in all services, including Montgomery. Of course, he perished in an air accident in November 1944 and never had the chance to defend himself. However, I think we need to take a broader look at his approach and realize that any serious understanding of the Normandy invasion and the aftermath must recognize his managerial competence. A single description of aviation activities on June 7th leaves one impressed by the scope of what is taking place. Between sundown on June 6th and sunrise on June 8th, Mallory coordinated the operations of more than 10,000 sorties. In flying over such a small area, it is incredible that there were not many more air-to-air collisions. Remember, this is an age of analog. This is the age of manual stuff. There are no computers to do this. Is all people doing it with stubby pencils. Pretty impressive. Airfields. A second point I'd like to concern, the Air Force's construction units. Building airfields for fighters, artillery observers, and transports had begun almost immediately after the infantry was ashore. In the Cotentin sector, the 819th Engineer Aviation Battalion began arriving on the morning of June 6th and moved to crossroads northeast of Saint-Mary-Grise. By the afternoon of June 9th, the first Allied aircraft, a flight of 3 Spitfires, were able to land. No longer needing to cross the English Channel, the pace and intensity of air support gradually increased. By the end of June, the 9th Air Force had 11,000 men, almost all construction and ground support on the 2 American beaches, and construction would continue across France. And again, it's a story that's often missed. The engineers made the continuous air support of ground forces possible. Bombing. Finally, since I spent a decade researching and writing on the topic, I must mention the bombardment of small French cities and towns. My perspective as a ground soldier is that the RAF Bomber Command and the 8th Air Force's primary mission in June was not strategic bombing, but to provide Eisenhower operational fires supporting the ground troops. As many of you know, this was anathema to those who led these organizations. And as serious, they had no doctrine on how to provide heavy bomber support over friendly occupied nation. On May 10th, Montgomery's headquarters submitted a list of 26 towns they wanted destroyed on D-Day and D+1. The purpose was to rubble the towns, creating roadblocks and choke points to hinder the German troops from passing through to the battle line. The air commanders wanted nothing to do with it, for several reasons we can talk later. However, Montgomery and Eisenhower wanted it to happen, and so under protest, the air commanders complied. Over the next several days, more than a dozen towns well beyond the invasion beaches and generally not occupied by German troops felt the effects of bombardment from heavy and medium bombers. Across Normandy, the civilian carnage and property destruction was significant. Into Cotentin, on just June 7th, Allied aircraft bombed the towns of Avranches, Valognes, Saint-Lô, Lessay, and Coutances. According to French historians, these attacks alone killed at least 731 civilians, probably wounded 2 or 3 times as many, and destroyed many irreplaceable historic and cultural treasures. Americans may not like this perspective, but we should acknowledge that this is part of the French national narrative and draws an increasing audience in France and Belgium today. Land operations. Eisenhower and Bradley assigned J. Lawton Collins to 7th Corps after Marshall personally transferred him from the Pacific in February 1944. We can talk about Joe later on if you like. Collins' Neptune tasks, and again, people sometimes say, when does Neptune end? For Joe Collins, it ends with the capture of Cherbourg. That's what his operation plan says. His tasks were to secure the bridgehead, linking the 5th Corps coming off of Omaha Beach, and then capturing the port of Cherbourg. However, because of German resistance along the Meredith River, Collins found this fight much more complicated, as Rick pointed out, than he had predicted. He was conducting operations in 3 directions at once, not something emphasized at Leavenworth or in FM 100-5. Carentan, again, for orientation, you see Carentan's down there between where Omaha Beach is on the right and then Utah Beach is up there in the north. It's kind of the link pin. Bradley wanted him to take Carentan immediately, but it would take a few days. By June 10th, Bradley was becoming frustrated and told Collins to seize the town, quote, just as quickly as possible. If it becomes necessary to save time, put 500 or even 1,000 tons of air on Carentan and take the city apart. Then rush in, and you'll get it. Bradley assumed you could substitute bombing tonnage for good tactics. Not always the best solution. Meanwhile, Collins, an interesting character, focused not on Bradley's #1 priority, but more on Barton's attack to the north and Ridgway's paratroopers fighting west of St. Mary-Église, and did little support the attack. He admits in Lightning Joe that he was confident that Max Taylor and his paratroopers would soon close the gap between 5th and 7th Corps, but it would take much longer. And Taylor's 101st Airborne could not call the city secure until Combat Command A from the 2nd Armored Division, 5th Corps, stopped the last German counterattack around noon on June 13th. Kriesbeck and Aysville. So again, on the way, just on the right side up there, just a little way past Carentan, there are these 2 massive naval fortresses, Kriesbeck and Aysville. Barton had his hands filled with these fortresses. With mutually supporting fires, if you haven't been there, these are not just guns. These are entire complexes of regular artillery, naval artillery, anti-aircraft artillery, machine guns, mines, barbed wire. They're little fortresses. With mutually supporting fires and well-manned defended positions, they put up a determined resistance. For 5 days, these two detachments stopped the 4th Division cold, with it capturing Aysville only on June 10th. Collins ordered Barton to bypass Kriesbeck and keep moving north. He gave him an extra regiment from the 9th Division to cover the fortress and keep it from doing harm. On the night of 11-12 June, the German detachment withdrew and infiltrated north. They made it all the way to Cherbourg. Meanwhile, Collins had more severe problems and ordered Barton to hold place just south of the Montsburg-Quinville line. And again, that's about halfway up that little stretch there of Cotentin. Just hold in place. The 7th Corps' big fight was on the west, along the Meredith River near the village of La Fere. Until June 9th, the battle was in the hands of Ridgway's paratroopers. The fighting was intense, and not only were the Germans able to reinforce the defenders, but they were moving troops up the west side of the Cotentin to reinforce Cherbourg. Therefore, on June 9th, Bradley told Collins to change the original plan. Rather than sending a recently arrived 90th Division north on Barton's right flank, Collins intended to pass it through Ridgway's exhausted division and head west. Once it reached the coast, then cutting off German reinforcements, it would head north toward Cherbourg. However, the 90th's commander, J. McKelvey, had been in command for only a few months. On June 10th, his division attacked through the paratroopers and went almost nowhere. Collins, who was sort of hyperactive, is driving all along the back, seeing everything, watching everything take place, and he keeps coming across troops walking around, not knowing where they're going, can't find any leadership, and could find only one battalion commander who couldn't locate the other regimental commanders. He'd seen enough. On June 19th, he called Bradley and received permission to replace McKelvey with his deputy, Gene Landrum. The 90th Division was an internal disaster and going nowhere for a while. Adjusting the situation, Bradley told Collins to hold on to the 82nd, which he was going to give up, and use it to drive west. Replacing the 90th Division was Mantoness Eddy's recently revived and veteran 9th Division. It entered the fight on June 16th and joined the 82nd Division drive west. By the night of June 19th, Eddy's division was on the coast, cutting off the German reinforcements and preparing to head north. Troy H. Middleton's newly operational 8th Corps took over the operations oriented to the south as Eddy then headed on west. By the evening of June, it had to march north. By the evening of June 18th, the 7th Corps was now ready to continue its primary mission to capture Cherbourg. Unlike the confusion of the previous 2 weeks, this was a relatively simple movement to contact, referred to in 1944 as preliminary operations, followed by an attack of an organized position. Collin organized his attack with Barton's 4th Division on the right, Ira White's 79th Infantry Division in the center, and Eddy's 9th on the left. The 24th Reconnaissance Squadron from the 4th Cavalry Group secured the right flank, while the rest of the group took the space between the 9th and the 79th divisions. The attack kicked off on June 19th, at the same time as the worst storm in 40 years hit the coast. Nevertheless, the attack went well. Across the front, with only the 4th Division encountering serious opposition at Montsburg by June 21st. The Corps was arrayed outside of Cherbourg and prepared to attack. Collins told the defending commander, General Karl William von Schlieben, who I'm sure we'll hear about later on, that he had the following day to surrender. On June 26th, it began with a heavy attack by Typhoons, Mustangs, Thunderbolts, and Lightnings from the 9th Air Force and the RAF's 2nd Tactical Air Force. Collins watched the air attack from White's division command post, along with Pete Casada, commanding the 9th Tactical Air Command, and Brigadier General Richard Nugent, the 9th Air Force's G3. As usual, these grand attacks were not especially accurate, with many bombs hitting forward lines of the 47th, 60th, and 22nd Regiments. Collins, who had taken cover, was glad he had the 2 Air Force generals to experience the plight of the frontline infantrymen under friendly attack. The details of the assault are beyond the scope of our discussion today, but to summarize what happened, von Schlieben and his mixed command defended the city from dozens of small defensive positions and reinforced strongpoints. It took several days of tough fighting for the 7th Corps to penetrate the city's defenses and root out the defenders. Significantly, the 79th Division captured a dominating position at Fort Roual on June 25th, again, well after the date they wanted the place captured. And the Navy attacked the main forts on the city's eastern side. That afternoon, von Schlieben surrendered, but the fighting continued into June 27th. Still took a few days to mop up isolated pockets of resistance. Meanwhile, Brigadier General Ted Roosevelt, Barton's extra general officer, became the de facto mayor of the city and coordinating American military operations. That's the essential gist of the operation, and we could talk about the details and questions and issues later on. But in conclusion, it's appropriate for us to remember the American battle between Utah Beach and Cherbourg. It began with Collins fighting his corps in 3 directions with limited supplies and often untested troops. Although the troops knew about the bocage terrain, just visit Devon in southwest England, and you'll see a mirror image of what you find in Normandy. Where they had trained in the English version, they had not practiced tactics against a veteran enemy who knew how to make attackers pay for every inch of ground. According to one set of figures in June, the 6 divisions assigned to 7 corps lost 21,833 soldiers killed, wounded, and missing. The 4th Division alone lost almost a quarter of that number, 5,451. In addition, during the month, that 1 month, one of Barton's regimental commanders was seriously wounded and evacuated, along with 4 of his battalion commanders killed and another evacuated from the battlefield. At his first meeting of his commanders and principal staff members, he lamented, "We no longer have the division we came ashore." Hopefully this will start us off and we have a little conversation later on. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, I've been told that this is going to work. Oh! Wow. I must be living right. I remember when I was a young boy, and I said to myself, someday I want to grow up and be a fixture somewhere. So I want to thank my friend Rick Atkinson for saying I'm a fixture here at the National WWII Museum. I came in 2016, and it was a lot smaller than it is now, and I bet a few more years from now it's going to be even bigger since it just never stops. I want to thank my friend Steve Burke. Those are very, very interesting comments, and I think our 2 approaches are going to go pretty well together. I analyze war for a living. So does Rick, and so does Steve, and so do many of you in the room, historians and buffs alike. We think about World War II all the time, and the longer I study it, I come to the uncomfortable conclusion that I perhaps war, and maybe World War II above all, kind of eludes rational analysis. It's a messy, unpredictable business, war is. It's a blend of disparate and even incompatible components. It's a rational act. Hopefully you go to war for some reason. It's not a bar brawl. But it also does include something of the bar brawl, the fiery, irrational passions. And then there's, good old-fashioned luck, which plays a role more often than not in modern battle and campaign. And that's precisely how Steve and Rick both know where I'm going with this. That's precisely how the great 19th century Prussian philosopher of war, Karl von Clausewitz, defined war. He said it was an amazing trinity of those 3 elements, the rational, the passionate, and the random. And all 3 have to be taken into account. It may sound like heresy for a military historian to say this, but I'm not sure Trinity covers it. I mean, what about elements like misperception, self-delusion, physical, mental fatigue, even ego? I call to mind the words of another great modern strategist and graduate of the Ohio State University, basketball coach Bob Knight of Indiana. He once told his Hoosiers at halftime that they had a problem. They were focusing too hard on the other team. One of the bravest players in the room, whoever it was, spoke up and said, "Coach, what the hell are you talking about? What are we supposed to be doing?" And he said, "They're not the enemy. The real enemy is basketball. The nature of the game, the rules, the environment in which you're forced to operate." I mean, if all 5 players could link hands and run down the field and knock over their opponent without dribbling, it would be a very, very different game. But there's a certain operational environment that constrains everything you're trying to do. I think that's true of the men and armies, largely men in World War II still, who make war. A lot of things are happening at once. Some of them are guaranteed to make you look bad. And at some point, and this is the point I really want to emphasize today, you wind up doing things you don't really want to do. You have a number of options, and they're all bad, and you have to choose the least worst option. It's a very, very different picture, I think, than much of military history, which anoints some generals as geniuses and other generals as dunces, and the geniuses always do the right thing, and for some inexplicable reason, the dunces always turn left when they should turn right. That's a parody of much of the military history I was reading as a young boy, and I've come to the conclusion that we really still have to battle against that. So with all that being said, let's take a brief tour, a walk through the Cherbourg campaign. There's occupied France in 1944. It strikes me that we're not always completely oriented as to where the various beaches are and where the various landings took place. On June 6th, U.S. forces landed at Utah Beach in Normandy. And there's Normandy circled with 3 arrows signifying the approach from southeastern Britain, from Kent, and then the drive to the coast. And there's Normandy, roughly the 50-mile stretch where Allied forces landed on June 6th. This little map here, I think, shows the real German defensive problem. The Allies knew where they were going to land, but the Allies certainly, the Germans certainly didn't. They had to defend more or less the entire French coast. So the Allies can pick their 25 or 30 miles where they're really going to concentrate their effort, and the Germans are responsible for stretching out limited divisions over 800 or 1,000 miles of beach, depending on how you count it. Even in the Mediterranean, it wasn't out of the question that the Allies might land in the Mediterranean, and that had to be covered as well. So there's that's just an orientation as to where Normandy is. So U.S. forces, in this case, the ones we're concerned with today, landed at Utah Beach. German defenses at Utah were relatively weak, but to be fair, Utah Beach was a long way from Germany, and the Germans had to make some tough choices about where to deploy their limited strength. As you've heard from Steve, U.S. 7th Corps under General Joseph Collins got ashore with relatively light casualties, and there's J. Lawton Collins, Lightning Joe, as I think Steve mentioned it, and you'll hear it a few more times. You said hyperactive Joe. I think that was a slightly different take on the Blessed Joe. That's good. But there's General Collins. They got ashore with relatively light casualties. There's the same map we were looking at, the Cotentin Peninsula with Cherbourg, and I'll give you some more indicators on that too. The biggest problem here for the Allies was flooding behind the beaches. U.S. forces had to negotiate causeways to get into the interior, and that's always a tricky kind of tap dance. If you're sort of limited to one approach, if there's a lot of enemy fire or a lot of strong enemy defenses in the area, you can be like ducks in a gallery, marching on an elevated road while you're being shot at, but relatively light casualties due to relatively weak German strength. U.S. airborne forces did have to fight hard for bridges over the numerous inland rivers. Lafayette Bridge is the most famous. We talk about that one a lot here at the museum. Well, they did all that, and this orients us to where we are now. They did all that, and within a week, Collins had not only secured his bridgehead, but he began to press inland, driving across the peninsula. So there's a look at Utah Beach in the southeastern, that little circle or oblong shape I drew around it. That's where Utah is, and there's the operational objective of Cherbourg. Steve was talking about these same things. Within a week, Collins was pressing inland, driving across the peninsula, taking the market town and relatively halfway point of Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte on June 16th, so it's 10 days into the operation, and reaching the sea at the west coast of the peninsula near Barneville in the next few days. I'm always fascinated to hear that you do 2 years of planning on Operation Overlord and Neptune, and then day 3 of the operation, people say, this just isn't working. We have to come up with something. And often it's the plan B you come up with in 48 hours that works better than the plan that you worked out over the course of two full years. Matter of fact, that should be ensconced as a rule of warfare. It seems to happen all the time. So, General Collins, Leighton, and Joe now launched a smart drive to the north with his 3 infantry divisions abreast, the 9th, the 79th, and the 4th, moving west to east, military parlance from left to right. 9th, 79th, and 4th, ID, or standing for Infantry Division. This is, in many ways, the U.S. Army as it liked to see itself, well-supplied, fuel tanks topped off, supported by an unbelievable, at least to the Germans, array of air power. Collins kicked it into gear. His main problem in this phase of the campaign came not from the Germans, I'm convinced, but from the terrain, the difficult, and now I might even say infamous hedgerow country. Nevertheless, Collins pushed and pushed, and his battle array reached the outskirts of Cherbourg on June 20th. Not bad. You can do the count. The men had only been in Normandy for 2 weeks. They landed on June 6th, and this is 2 weeks later. We're outside Cherbourg. So let's leave Collins and 7th Corps. But by the way, Steve mentioned this is a snappy little campaign. He's moving north, west, east, and south, kind of simultaneously, moving in all directions at once. Also having to put a corps, 8th Corps lands, and it faces south. It's south of 7th Corps and facing south, so you have U.S. forces facing in 2 directions at once. It's a smart little campaign. What about the Germans now? Let's leave Collins and his men there for a moment outside of Cherbourg. You know, we often forget, I study the Germans for a living, and I'm always struck at the sort of blank spots in the standard U.S. narrative of the fighting in Normandy. You know, we sometimes forget that hedgerows cut both ways. The Germans were having just as much difficulty maneuvering around in the hedgerows as the Americans were. You might say more so. They have far less general mobility. I mean, if it's just a speed race on a flat plain, the Americans would have won it hands down. They have far more vehicles, and they're far more mechanized than the Germans were at this stage. But the real German problem was not mobility or the hedgerows here. It was troop quality. They had elements of 3 divisions in the sector facing the Americans, and that's the good news. I mean, you say, well, 3 on 3. But the bad news was that one of those divisions was a static division. It had no trucks or means of transport. It was designed to defend the coast. Its ranks were filled with Soviet POWs who were of questionable motivation in the great battle in Normandy. A lot of people, I would say, in the German army at this point just trying to keep their head down. A 2nd division had fought the hard fight versus the U.S. paratroopers at Lafayette. Its commander, we heard some U.S. commanders, regimental commanders have been killed. This divisional commander for the Germans had been killed in the opening minutes of the invasion. The paratroopers landed, and his wagon came rolling around the corner, and there was a firefight, and he was killed almost before the invasion had begun. And it was spread out all over the peninsula and still trying to recover its cohesion. It's hard to actually locate a divisional center of gravity for this particular division. That's why I decided not to put them on the maps. The 3rd of the 3 divisions was equipped entirely with captured Russian artillery, and so had to go without a lot of spare parts or even sufficient ammunition for the guns. The Allies, Americans here in Cotentin, are capturing prisoners, and they're saying, well, what language is he speaking? Because it's not German. It might be Russian, might be Ukrainian, might be Belarusian, it might be Mongol or Turkic or one of the Central Asian peoples from the Soviet Union. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers taken prisoner in the fighting in the East, and many were enlisted to fight the Americans in the West. It's a confusing situation. I heard that's not really the way they teach it at Leavenworth, and I don't think this is really the way they teach it at Leavenworth. It's a motley, come-as-you-are army. So it's elements of 3 divisions, but it's much less than that, I would say. You know, nevertheless, this motley collection does manage to get in Collins's way and slow down the U.S. drive, and even weak forces can inflict casualties on an attacker. The heart of the German defense was the relatively small number of machine gunners. The infantry around the machine gunners really just meant to screen the machine guns, and the machine guns are chattering away, and they're inflicting casualties on the Americans. You know, when it seemed that the defenses in front of Collins were stiffening, he did what many U.S. commanders before and since have done. He ordered a massive bombing raid on the port by all 11 groups of his 9th Bomber Command. An air pulverization, he called it. A word I don't think has made the American dictionaries, but it ought to. Air pulverization. It did great damage to the defenders, and I think we should also say to the town. It probably did a great deal of damage to U.S. troops in the front line. One thing we've all learned from studying World War II, if you order any kind of carpet bombing and you're the commander, get down inside a bunker. Get away from the front lines. Your men, of course, they don't have that luxury or privilege. Over the next few days, Collins's bombers bombed Cherbourg while the Allied navies joined in, bombarding the port with their big guns. U.S. ground forces continued to grind their way forward, and they crumpled the defenses altogether by June 25th. The German commandant, General Schlieffen, surrendered the port the next day, violating one of Hitler's senseless orders to fight to the death. You know, the Fuhrer had declared Cherbourg a fortress. I don't think we did air quotes in the 40s, but a fortress. Apparently without ever visiting the place. Cherbourg had concrete bunkers, it had ramparts, it had a few heavy guns. Like every big port constructed since time immemorial, think Singapore, you know, all those fixtures faced seaward, not towards the land. If you're French, you're France, you build a big port, and somebody's attacking Cherbourg from the land, you're in big trouble. A gigantic force has already landed in France, and you have bigger problems than defending Cherbourg. So all these fixtures, and 90% of them, let's say, face seaward. You know, historians often treat that as some kind of mistake, to which I don't know, I'll just offer no comment. It's not a mistake, it's the nature of the beast. So, in many ways, what I've outlined so far, a model campaign on the part of the Americans, a validation of all the hard work the U.S. Army had put in since its unhappy baptism of fire versus the Germans at Kasserine Pass back in early 1943. If you want the entire skinny on Kasserine Pass, Rick Atkinson's An Army at Dawn has a magnificent section on it, or everything I know about Kasserine Pass I learned from Rick. You know, Collins had led his course smartly, no problems there. U.S. troops met and dispatched the weak German forces in front of them. Now, there's no shame there. You fight the army the enemy puts in the field, and nobody is really interested in a fair fight. You want a very unfair fight. So if inferior forces with lack of cohesion, multi-ethnic and multilingual, using a motley collection of artillery and barely able to supply themselves, if that's what you're facing, then that's your task. And U.S. forces had put them away. And if the Germans didn't give in rapidly enough, which they didn't from time to time and place to place, they got obliterated by U.S. firepower. And that's all to the good. It's impossible to say much bad about Collins's handling of the Cherbourg campaign. So certainly there were blips, and I think Steve gave us a really good read on that. But overall, it's not much bad to say. And yet, you always know the historian's going to say something here. We can't call Cherbourg an American victory. And, you know, I cleverly have avoided talking about the point of the campaign up till now. The point of the campaign was to seize a deep water port in order to supply the immense host the Allies were putting ashore in Normandy. You know, the artificial ports, which we ooh and ah over and we love, known as mulberries, were never anything but a temporary fix. And indeed, one had already been put out of action by the great storm of June 19th. That's Mulberry A, Steve, is that correct? The one that's out? A for American, thank you, yes. And B for British, right? And so that's one mulberry down, and just so we know our count here, that's out of 2. So 50% of the mulberries failed in their first real test of weather. So the Allies needed a real port, one with docks and offloading facilities and the heavy equipment that comes with every modern port. And they didn't really get any of that. The Germans thoroughly demolished the port facilities at Cherbourg, and it wouldn't be fully functional for months. The U.S. engineer in charge of the port, Colonel Alvin Viney, called the demolitions masterful, the most complete, intensive, and best planned demolition in history. That might be pushing it. I don't have a list of the great demolitions of history, but this was a thorough demolition. It was bad enough. And I hope that all of us in this room can be adult enough to admit that U.S. air and naval bombardment probably did their share of damage. So this is the time when we say, Collins shouldn't have bombarded Cherbourg or shouldn't have ordered the bombardment. But we can't blame anyone for this. Collins knew we had to take the port quickly. We've already heard he has Bradley breathing down his neck, and Bradley has Marshall breathing down his neck, and President Roosevelt is monitoring the campaign as closely as he can as well. He had to take the port quickly, and he knew what his real trump card was. He knew the real trump card of the U.S. Army, and that is its superior firepower. You know, I've been teaching undergraduates military history for a long time. We say the U.S. Army had more firepower than anyone else. They almost think you're insulting the U.S. soldier. We just won with superior firepower. I'm here to say, if I'm in an army in World War II, I want to be in the army with superior firepower. I want to go to ground and just wait for the bombers or the artillery to open up and pulverize whatever is in front of me. And so that is the Army's real advantage, and Collins used it to the max. You know, still, the campaign had cost 20,000 U.S. casualties. It's a little higher than that, actually, we heard. And it had not achieved the main objective. The negative implications of not having a port are going to prove to be incalculable in the months ahead. In fact, it determines the entire shape of the subsequent fighting out of Normandy, across France, and into Germany. The lack of supplies, the iffy supply situation. If George Patton were here, no doubt he would back up what I'm saying. But once again, to be fair, if it wasn't a U.S. victory, it certainly wasn't a German victory either. You know, think about it this way. Since the Germans were able to demolish the port so thoroughly, they could simply have done it from the outset, evacuated, and saved themselves 3 divisions in the process, which later on, you know, might have given a good accounting for themselves. They could have simply done it from the start. The last thing Germany needed at this point in the war was to burn 3 divisions for no reason at all. 40,000 men, which is roughly the casualty figure for the Germans in the Cherbourg campaign. But that's precisely what they did, is burn 3 divisions. But even here, what choice did the Germans really have? Hitler and his high command wanted to send a message to the Allies. I think they needed to early in the campaign. Don't expect anything to come easy. And if the German command ordered such an important target abandoned this early in the campaign, what sort of message were they sending their own officers and men in the field? I know what message I'd be reading. I'm going to keep my head down. This campaign is just a matter of time. So let me strip away the veneer of the victory at Cherbourg, and here's what you get, I believe. A campaign, 1, that neither side could avoid, had to be fought. 2, that neither side was really able to win. And 3, that inflicted heavy losses on both sides. And that, more often than not, is what happens in modern war. You know, in that sense, bring this full circle, not to Clausewitz, but back to Bob Knight. Bob Knight was correct. The Germans and Americans may have been fighting against each other in the Cherbourg campaign, but both found themselves struggling against the real enemy, and that is the nature of war itself. Thank you very much.
Well done, boys. Okay, we're going to open it up to questions and conversation. It's interesting you mentioned luck, Rob, because what is the trait that Napoleon most cherished in his generals?
Give me all the skill you want, but give me luck.
Give me luck. Give me luck. I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and ask the first question. So 80 years on, was this the correct operational scheme for the invaders, Steve? And how about for the defenders, Rob?
Steve, you want to go first?
No, you can go first.
Okay, sure. Well, let me, if you don't mind, I'll also touch on the offensive scheme too, the landing scheme. You know, Normandy was a medium risk, medium benefit venture. You could have done a riskier landing, been a lot closer to Germany, and that's the Pas de Calais. Or you could have landed somewhere really far away, I don't know, Bordeaux. And there'd be no Germans there. It was 100% you're going to get ashore, but then you're a long way from Germany. I think the Allies, enjoying a material superiority, did the smart thing, but kind of a medium risk, medium venture. So the land in Normandy, and once you land in Normandy, Rick, I'd say Cherbourg is the thing you have to seize. Yeah, now the Germans, there's a good question. They built a wall, because that always works. The Atlantic Wall, about which so much ink has been spilled over the years, was much more of a propaganda exercise than it was a real defensive position. You see big guns and massive concrete ramparts, and if you look carefully, you're seeing the same 3 big guns and massive concrete ramparts. I mean, the Germans plastered them all over the place, and certainly the Atlantic Wall was nothing of the sort. There was no wall in Normandy. There was no wall, even in the Pas de Calais. There were more divisions in the Pas de Calais, is right the Calais Steppe, right across the English Channel, the shortest route to Europe. There were certainly a lot of divisions there, and that would have been a lot tougher fighting, I think, for the Allies to get ashore. But the sensible thing for the Germans at this point would have been to open up negotiations with one of their adversaries. That would have been a sensible thing to do. My students over the years were always saying, well, what if Hitler should have done this? Hitler should have been more reasonable. He shouldn't have invaded the Soviet Union. He should have treated the captured peoples, the captive peoples of the Soviet Union with more justice. And, Hitler should have been more reasonable. Of course he should have been, but then, of course, he would have ceased to be Hitler. You're not talking about Hitler at all. The real sensible thing would be never to have launched World War II in the first place for a country that had just rearmed itself less than 5 years ago. 1935, German rearmament, and then the war breaks out in 1939. So, I'm not really a fan of the German defensive scheme, which is essentially to lay out all your divisions side by side and hope that the Allies somewhere blundered into a strong point. Of course, the Allies did blunder into a strong point, and that's in Omaha. Of the 5 beaches, so one was very difficult. Juno was pretty difficult, and the other 3 were, by the planner standards, what they were expecting in terms of their losses. The other 3 weren't difficult at all. So that was the German defensive posture. I'm not quite sure of the bad options they had, what would have been better.
This thing work? Yeah. Hey, picking up on your conversation about the Germans, let me just start with that. Yeah, the real issue is political. The real issue is political. As late as October, November 1942, more than 50% of the French population was willing to go to war against the British and the Americans. I mean, one of the dirty secrets is that France was in the middle of a civil war. And it's probably about a third of France was, in late 1942, about a third of France was, pro-Allied. They just wanted to be left alone. The other third really just wanted to be left alone. And then about a third were active German supporters. Had the Germans early on signed a peace treaty with the French, released their prisoners of war, that little Charlemagne division that was ending the war would have been a Charlemagne Corps or 2 and would have been much larger. And that would have changed the whole nature of World War II. So it starts off with, you talk about Hitler, is he did ever sign a treaty with the French and release their prisoners of war. And then they start forced labor with them, and of course, which really seals the deal. Same problem, of course, in the Eastern Front with Ukraine, who was more than willing to help them. The Allied event, going back to the fundamental question, the Allied issue is all about logistics and air support. And if you go too far south, you're too far away from the logistics support and the air support. If you go too far north, then you run into that buzzsaw at Pas de Calais, where those 3 or 4 heavy Hermann Göring fortifications were, which everybody sees, that are now the worst museums I've ever been to in my life. They're horrible. They just put trash inside that museum, but I digress. But yeah, no, so it was
can't all be the National World War II.
No, they can't, no. But yeah, so the real issue is logistics. That drives all the trains. And again, you got this amount of space and difficulty in moving. Somebody said yesterday, did anybody think about anybody say this is really too hard to do that invasion? Yeah, they were all thinking about it. And you look at the plans that went into the invasion and all the logistics stuff. I mean, the 7th Corps plan itself is as tall as this table. And most of it is logistics. It's not how to fight on the battlefield. And there's very little about what to do after we land. It's mostly how do we get ashore, and then how do we supply ourselves. So, yeah, I think that was the best option for them. Or come into Marseille, which in the southern coast, which in many ways makes a lot more sense. But
they actually did that, but not.
Yeah, do 2 months later. So one more question from me. I'd like both of you to talk about the V1 campaign. So a quarter of all the tactical air sorties over the next 2 months from the time of the landings in Normandy are trying to knock out buzz bomb sites. It's notably unsuccessful. There's 100 V1s a day targeted on at target 42, which is what the Germans called London. How does that play into it? And you talk about political pressure, Steve. There's obviously political pressure coming from and on Churchill to make this awful thing stop. So address that issue, both of you, if you would.
Let me jump on. No Ball, Operation No Ball. And yeah, when you go through the Air Force files in London and in Washington, those files are just complete with no ball. And they're just, those are going after, it's late 42, early 43, they discover these things being built. Late 42, I think, pretty early. And then at Peenemünde up there in the north is when they find them, up on the Baltic is where they find where both the V1s and V2s are being tested. As they destroy those and eventually have to defuse it. But they start picking up these sites, and they call them ski sites originally for the V1s. And you can see them from the air because what you end up having, they're nice little constructed sites. There are a number of them still in France if you want to go check them out. And they've got these launchers, and the only thing that sticks out of these woods is these little launchers. These guys are flying recon, and they start to notice they're all aimed at London. Unless you go up into the Cotentin Peninsula, and then they're aimed at Portsmouth and that kind of thing. So, yeah, so if they hadn't, and you're absolutely right, they consume 25 to 30%, depending when it is, the amount of, and they call them, hammers after tin tacks or something about, going after this. But if they hadn't done that, they would have been operational, and they would have been really difficult to stop coming out of those fixed installations. So what they do, of course, the Germans invent, and everybody can picture, you get these very large constructed things they're putting together. And there are literally, there must be 100 of them. They're all over the place. And same thing for the V2 rockets. There are a number of those launchers, and we can talk about the little V3 they're setting up too. But these launchers, they're fixed installations. Well, once you see people building them, they're now targets, right? Once they're building these things, they're targets. And the resistances are reporting them, and escaped slaves built by slave labor, they're reporting them. So they got a pretty good idea. And so the Royal Air Force, and then with the 8th Air Force, they begin, and 9th Air Force, all of them, they start going after these things. The Germans are never able to complete any of those fixed installations. Not a single V1 or V2 is launched, that I'm aware of, from a fixed installation. So on one level, the bombardment, it makes great sense, because otherwise they would have been ready, 6 months, 9 months early. They don't start firing till a week after D-Day, so it's really kind of good. But what the Germans do then is they improvise, and pretty soon they're making these essentially portable little operations. They'll go in at night, they'll put down, they'll drop a rail, they'll cover the rail up, then it'll go away. And the next night they'll come in, they'll rail in a couple of trucks, they'll drop the launcher, they'll drop the missile on the launcher, they'll raise the launcher, fire it, put it down. And unless you happen to be an aircraft that sees that thing popping up, that thing's going to launch. And so they're able to launch an awful lot of them. And they do pretty good. And of course, those of us who lived through Desert Storm know the old Scuds. That comes right out of the book. They invented it. So I think it was a worthwhile, very politically driven, of course. Eisenhower, as you know, says, gets old Spats aside and said, I know what you want to do, but this is #1 priority for a while. But I think it was a worthwhile drill because it kept them from using the fixed launchers. An alternative?
Not sure what there is left to say on that, but that's great stuff, Steve. I feel sorry for the air forces, of all air forces of the 20th century. The gigantic city-busting weaponry. Like the B-17 over our heads right now. At some point, somebody says, you have to destroy individual tanks. You have to go tank plinking. Or you have to find mobile Scud sites and destroy them. It's a truck. So it's a big now it is not. It's a B-52. It's many, many times the size of that, and you're going after individual trucks. I mean, what good is an Air Force if you can't destroy an individual truck? And so it's a force configured for a certain mission that new missions pop up all the time. The V weapons, V Vergeltung in German, it means revenge or vengeance weapons. This is part of Hitler's late war strategy, which, if you don't mind, I'll give it 3 sentences. It's a strategy of a sort. Will make the Allies fight for every piece of ground, and meanwhile, while they're fighting for every, and their resolve will weaken, and there might even be a crack in the alliance between West and East. So that's part of it. We will fully mobilize the German people. Volksgrenadier and Volkssturm weapon units. Volksgrenadier, you're combing out men who are in hospitals. That always works.
It's like the 3 of us.
Yes. Give us some Panzerfaust and set us loose. And then there's Volkssturm units, which are it's a little boy and Opa fighting next to him. So we'll fully mobilize the German nation, and then again make the Allies pay for every bit of ground, and then these vengeance weapons will come online, and they'll terrify Allied civilian populations. And these are democracies, civilian population. The will is very weak, and eventually they'll demand an end to the war. That is Hitler's late war strategy. We could pick apart, I guess it's 3 elements. It's a triad of sorts. We could pick apart each leg of that triad and see that it didn't work. But, in the last year of the war, civilians are sitting under a reign of ICBMs, or at least the forerunner of the ICBM, the V2 or the V1, I guess kind of a forerunner of the modern cruise missile. These things come out of nowhere and they pack a big bang. And if you're used to being under bombardment by piston-driven aircraft, you hear the drone a long way off, you do have, relatively speaking, time to take shelter. Their payload is limited. You learn to live under it. And everyone had learned to live under it by 1944, but I'm not sure a V1 or V2 bombardment anyone had learned to live under. The great film of the 1950s, The End of the Affair, everybody have seen it here. It features a buzz bomb detonation in the middle of London. In fact, that buzz bomb sort of drives the entire action of the piece. But it's political, yes, but of course war is political. So if your civilian population is getting hammered by a brand new weapon that nobody has a counter for, the government has to do something. And in this case, devote the entire 25% of your air power so you say we're doing something.
Great. Okay, so questions from the audience. Please wait for microphones to appear. Connie, are you out there
First
somewhere?
question is going to be right at the front.
Yeah, if the main objective after they landed was to capture Cherbourg for the port, why was not that the first objective? Why didn't they land in Cherbourg and have the port right there?
Well, I have a quick answer, and I'll turn it over to Steve. Can say some things on this too. Well, the Allies had tested that thoroughly in 1942, landing at a port.
Yep. How'd they go?
And it didn't go well. It's I guess Operation Jubilee, the largely Canadian landing at Dieppe, which had, I guess, in the vernacular, been shot to pieces. Heavy casualties, and those who weren't killed wound up taken prisoner by the Germans. So what the Allies learned from that, it was going to be very difficult to attack a port directly from the sea. The heavy guns that we spoke of that are turned seaward are going to play havoc on the landing force. That was the original thought. Well, let's land as close to a port as possible. And then we said, no, this is going to have to be a beach invasion as close as possible where the beaches are to a port, and then seize the port from the land.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Cherbourg and Dieppe look very much like each other. I mean, Dieppe is down there in a little bowl everywhere. In fact, first time I went to Dieppe, I go, what kind of idiot would ever want to land here? I mean, Canadians, what were you thinking? I mean, what in the world do you want to land in Dieppe? Because you got a couple of roads up, and that's it. And so it's very much the same way in Cherbourg. Cherbourg's a bowl, and you got to go up and out. In fact, that's how you do it. And around Cherbourg, because the Germans are pretty good at map reading and they're pretty good at defenses, that whole area, all the way from Barfleur on the east to Cape de Hague on the west, there's fortifications everywhere. And these are naval batteries that are there. So these are long guns that are designed to take out ships. So there's no way you're going to land on the north part of the Cotentin at all. You're going to have to park somewhere on the east flank. Probably not the west flank because it's just hard to get there. So Utah Beach, of all the places you could land and get there, it's a half-hour drive. Yeah. Today you get there, it's a half-hour drive to Cherbourg. And then Colin and Bradley probably thought it was going to be a half-hour drive up to the. It didn't work that way. The enemy gets a vote. So it really was the indirect approach. If you go back to Liddell Hart and his discussion, it was the best place to land for them to get enough logistics ashore and supplies ashore. Remember, supplies drive all of this. We have the most mechanized army in the world. The German army is still depending on my friend Flicka and Mr. Ed for logistic support. Okay. We have the most mechanized army in the world, and but you got to get it ashore and get the fuel ashore and the ammunition ashore.
You know, if I could put in a good word for Field Marshal Montgomery, which I try to do at each of these gatherings.
He deserves some credit. Yeah.
Usually to the hisses of the crowd. Utah wasn't even part of the original plan. It was the Omaha and then Gold Juno and Sword. Utah was put in late because Montgomery said, well, we're not close enough to a port. You know, if you want to get Cherbourg, we better land somewhere up the Cotentin, and that would be Utah. You know, the operational details said we're going to take Cherbourg in hopefully in a week, something like that. You know, but there is some loose talk around U.S. headquarters that we'll just jet up there right after the landing. It's only a half hour away, maybe an hour away by cheap. You know. And of course, that proved not to be true. And again, put in a fair word for Marshal Montgomery. He said, well, we'll take Caen the first day. And then he didn't. You know, he didn't take it for over a month. And he always gets a lot of bad press for that. But the notion of...
We can talk about that one.
That's another thing we can talk about. But you know, the notion of, well, if we land and we have an opportunity, let's roll forward as fast as we can. I like the fact that people are thinking optimistically. But in many cases, there's also, you're thinking unrealistically. You're doing a map exercise, and then suddenly you're doing it in real life, all the problems and men facing machine guns.
Well, again, it pick up again. No one those two fortresses, Kriesbeck and Aysville. I mean, again, you go there, and the Kriesbeck one has been. The Aysville is still just a park. They just got the batteries. Kriesbeck is actually turned into a visitor center, and they've restored it, and they got pretty good examples of not just the guns, the naval guns. But by God, they got a supporting artillery battery. They've got all the air defense elements that are there. They've got machine guns. And so while they knock out those, pretty much the guns, the actual naval guns are sort of put out of action within 48 hours or so. The positions aren't taken. I mean, these are seriously they didn't plan anything I saw in the plans that I've looked through, and it makes me want to go back and look at them again, about what are we going to do when we hit those fortresses? Because that's the real, I mean, these Germans, Walter Olmsen, I think is his name, and this lieutenant just stops the U.S. 4th Division cold. Just absolutely cold. And that wasn't in the plan.
And I'll add, just as a postscript, there have been other unfortunate examples of trying to directly assault a port in Operation Torch, November 8th, 1942, the American-British invasion in North Africa. There was a direct assault, much smaller scale, on the port of Oran, and it was a complete catastrophe against the French. Not defended by Germans, defended by the French.
Trying not to smile right now. It's the camera's on.
So, anyone who knew about first the rigor of the defenses at places like Cherbourg and knew about the history of operations like Oran was going to find some other way other than direct assault against a port.
It's a good question, though.
It is, good question.
Next question is going to be towards the center.
I can't help asking and wondering and asking you fellows, what do you think, and it's highly speculative, what do you think, how do you think it might have played out if the Allied command had said, Omaha's too hard a nut to crack, let's pick another objective maybe west of Utah and do that?
I'll start. I have just a brief one. So you're not talking about evacuating Omaha after the bloody first day. You're saying, like, let's not do Omaha at all? That's interesting. I'm not sure why the Allies, what intelligence they would have had that would have made that decision, that made them take that decision. But let's assume for purposes that they had some intelligence that there were strong German defenses at Omaha. So two up the peninsula and then the Canadian and British beaches to the east. You don't have one landing, you have two landings, and they are widely separated. There's about, 20-mile gap between the landings and the peninsula, Coton and then the British and Commonwealth beaches to the east. And that's trouble. So you don't have a big landing and the Germans are kind of scrambling to figure out how to deal with. You have two smaller, weaker landings that the Germans can defeat, the classic phrase, to defeat in detail, right? Is to split the enemy up into smaller bits and beat him one at a time. So I think the real problem there, it also obtains if the Allies had evacuated Omaha Beach because of the bloody first day. You would have had a donut with a big hole in the middle, which the Germans would have been active. And those two beachheads, now separated, would have had to really stretch out to protect their inward flanks. And you're talking about a lot longer timeline for operations forward. You're talking about a lot longer to consolidate where you've already landed. That's my take.
Well, the issue with Omaha Beach is that there's a joint fire plan that they put together, agreed to in writing by all three of the subcommanders, Ramsey, Montgomery, and Lee Mallory. What was supposed to happen was the 8th Air Force was supposed to neutralize those positions on Omaha Beach. They assured Omar Bradley that they would neutralize those positions on Omaha Beach. On the night of June 5th, the 8th Air Force staff got a little concerned that maybe they would drop too many bombs close to the Americans, and they changed the plan. And they added an extra between 5 and 30 seconds to the Air Force flying. When you're flying at 160 miles an hour and you add 15 or 20 seconds to the time when you pull the release, you're not hitting those targets. So in spite of Curtis LeMay's bombast that said if he has to, he's going to bring his bombers in, parallel down the beach and take out, that doesn't happen. So they come in, they delay the bombs, and so not a single German target on Omaha, Gold, Juno, or Sword is hit by the 8th Air Force. That was a staff decision that overruled Jimmy Doolittle, who Jimmy Doolittle had told Bradley he was going to do it. So had Air Force had neutralized, sorry, where are you guys? Had the 8th Air Force neutralized those positions, Omaha Beach would have been easy. If you neutralize those positions, and I say neutralize, just scare the hell out of those guys for 72 B-17, the B-24s on top of Widerstand Nest 62. I mean, if you hit those at 62 and 61, if you hit those things with that kind of firepower, the Germans are going to have a headache. It's going to take them at least 30 to 45 minutes to get themselves ready to fire. All the bombs fell behind them. They look around, they pick up, and if you pick up the stories from these guys and Chevallot and those guys, they looked around, he says, how are we doing? Everybody's up, all the artillery's up, ready to fire. So had that piece been done, and that's been left out of an awful lot of narrative, that piece been done, the 16th and 116th Infantry Regiments would have walked ashore, cleaned out the survivors on those Widerstand nests, and it would have been over. Didn't happen. In contrast, the 9th Air Force took their freaking aircraft right down to the deck, and they dropped the bombs right on the freaking positions. And the Germans were just out, they were taken out. Barton comes ashore and he goes, oh my God, I can't believe the damage these guys did. So it's a tale of two cities there. But that really, Omaha makes great sense because of the reasons you point out. But if the joint fire plan had been executed as designed, it would have been fine. I'm sorry, I let that piece out.
Next question
Steve, you
towards
should
the back.
find a subject that interests you next time, I think.
I'm sorry, I'll go home now.
No, don't do that, Steve.
Thank you. Did the results of the Cherbourg campaign inform or precipitate the attack on the port of Brest, or was Brest and the Brittany campaign all part of Normandy planning?
The Cherbourg impact, the attacks on Brest and the other minor ports.
I don't know. I haven't said, they're all, yeah, there's always going to be some sharing on it. These guys are improvising. What stuns me is after the assault, how quickly things are happening. And I think you got to remember, sometimes we forget, this isn't the professional U.S. Army we know today. These are you know, the leadership is 18, 20 years old. The planners are 30, 35 years old at the senior levels. I mean, Eisenhower's an old man at 54, 55, and 53, whatever. I mean, these guys are young people, and they really don't have the lessons learned to rapidly share that kind of information. We were talking yesterday about the Pacific. I mean, Pete Cortlandt, who commands a corps, who's an experienced combat soldier in the Pacific. Pete Cortlandt comes into as sent by Marshall to go talk to Bradley and the gang about landing, and Beadle Smith tells Cortlandt to shut the hell up and get out of his office. I mean, there's not a lot of sharing. These guys figure out what they're doing and they roll, and then they change it because it's not the 7th Corps that's going to Brest. And so we have these different units. So the short answer, my impression is that they're happening so fast that they haven't been able to assimilate the lessons from the previous fight yet.
There's an argument over whether you need to go into Brittany at all. Once the breakout happens, it's taken till well into August. You're basically rolling, and you can see that the German defenses across France are pretty weak, and there are those who think that you can't leave fortified positions behind you in Brittany, and there are others who are arguing, who cares? We've got them isolated, they're not going to hurt us. And ultimately the decision is made, the correct decision, I think. There's Paris, let's go liberate it. That happens on August 25th, 26th. So Steve's exactly right. This is an ongoing conversation, argument over exactly what we should do now.
But if just to kind of throw in my 2 cents, certainly the drive into the Brittany Peninsula with all those, we call them minor ports, and then culminating in Brest, far off to the west. That was definitely informed by the need for a port. I mean, the need for a port is informing everything. It's the one place I would say, Hitler made some correct, he said, these are all fortresses, don't abandon them. And they all, their garrisons lasted until the end of the war, and they all tied up a U.S. division or two. So it's one of the few places I think you can say the Germans were carrying out a sort of a correct, we're in a correct operational posture, I guess.
But then you talk about the failure of planning. I mean, so the key port, and you talked about it yesterday, is Antwerp. I mean, Antwerp is the key port. And nobody, I love Eisenhower, but he's not controlling his army groups. The right answer is, hey, Monty, take your army group, Dutch, seize Antwerp and seize the Scheldt estuary. Open that port. But he's not. They're worrying about all kinds of the market guard. What's that have? Clear the port. And that does not become the major, that should have been after everything else. Drive up towards that North German plain on the west of the Ardennes and drive on up and have Montgomery's army group take out Antwerp. Doesn't happen. And Rouen, I mean, take all those ports and clear those things. Le Havre, get in there and clear those things. And the port necessity for taking the ports sort of disappears for whatever strange reason until we get in around September and they're going, oh, we don't have any ports.
Yeah. Just for the record, Antwerp would have supplied the entire Allied force all by itself.
And Antwerp is captured September 4th. But, as I mentioned yesterday, Antwerp is an inland port. The River Scheldt is the passage to the open sea, and the Germans continued to control the Scheldt. It had been overlooked. It was a very poor bit of planning, and Antwerp doesn't open until November, which is one of the reasons that there's such supply problems as the Allied forces are pushing toward Germany.
A good sort of trivia question: what port, what was the major port for the Allies before the opening of Antwerp? And it's Marseille. Marseille wound up, I think, handling 25% of all Allied supply cargo in the course of World War II. That's the Anvil/Dragoon landing in August. Which opens up the Riviera and seizes Marseille as well. So supply. Professionals study logistics. Amateurs love to look at arrows on a map. That's what I do. But this entire campaign is logistically based.
Another good question. Next.
Yeah, good question.
Next question will be towards the front to your right.
The material came over the beaches for the first 3 months pretty easily. When did Cherbourg get open?
September?
Yeah, Cherbourg is not sort of officially open for business until September.
But it really it's really not really open for business.
And then it's not completely open for business. I don't think Cherbourg was at full capacity for the rest of the war, frankly.
The first Liberty ship doesn't arrive until mid-August because the wreckage is so thorough. The Germans have also, as Steve alluded to this, mined everything that could be mined. It was a very treacherous place to try to clear.
They're still running submarines off there. They know where we're trying to bring stuff, and so there's still submarines off there and patrol boats. Over the and in Marseille, the beaches, the over the shore beach landing thing, which by the way is something the Navy didn't want to do. They said we can't do it; it'll break. That becomes the most effective part of the operation for the first 90 days, 120 days.
Mulberry A is destroyed, Mulberry B is damaged, but they take pieces, floating pieces of Mulberry A, and kind of glue it to Mulberry B, and Mulberry B will help supply those armies that are moving across France for months.
That comes with the detailed instruction manual, how to take part
That's
of
right.
it.
And here's your glue.
And get some glue, and you're good to go.
We're going to stay in the front.
You fellows raised a intriguing point to me. I think of the relationship with the French about, hey, we're going to free them. And one of you fellows said they were at the verge of civil war. Would you elaborate on how that complicated D-Day and all the events after that?
Yeah, the question, of course, is what the French relationship, again. So the way it works, if you take kind of a needle, you get around the end of 1941 or so, the needle is, we're all supporting the Germans, and there's a little bit, not so much. And there are no French men. You got to keep in mind, the French men are not there. They're either in prisoner of war camps, the Germans don't release the French prisoners from the 1940 campaign, or they're in forced labor, or they're working contractors. One of the dirty stories is how much contractual work is done by the French to support the Germans, guys like Ranor. All the those too, but the bunkers and stuff are all built by French contractors, working for organizations. So the men aren't there. So anyway, the issue becomes that by the time you get to the end of 1942, things have changed. Barbarossa is not going well. They're drawing people. They're starting to exchange troops between the Eastern Front and the Western Front. The nice German boys who've been sitting there hanging around in Paris, they're now being replaced by some rather uncouth characters, not to mention the Russians, Georgians, and Poles and everything else. And so the French public opinion starts to change. Now, keep in mind, Vichy's still there. Awful lot of Frenchmen are very happy under Nazi occupation. Dirty secret. Very happy, and you can cut sites. Robert Paxton talks about that, of course, the whole Vichy syndrome, landmark book back in the 70s. What that means is that there's a lot of holes in the German, in the French structure. So as they're creating the FFI and the various French liberation forces, the Allies aren't going to talk to the French. They aren't going to share. I mean, de Gaulle does not know that the invasion's taking place. They don't know that. They aren't sharing information. They're not sharing intelligence. They're really kind of afraid to supply weapons and stuff, for that stuff may go away. So an organized French liberation movement that now, which was the original 1/3 of the country, is now coming to arms and they're ready to fight. They aren't getting the support they need. So it really does hinder, to a great degree, what's taking place as far as the invasion planning. Again, the French aren't involved in the planning at all, except they do pull one armored division out, bring it ashore in France, in England, and re-equip it. They get rid of all the Moroccans and Central Africans. They kind of whitenize the division, and they get it all ready. And so when you liberate Paris, this French armored division is going to be the one to liberate it. But other than that, the French aren't involved too much in the planning.
France is split up into essentially two halves for occupation purposes. There's the Vichy regime in the south, and that's French ruled at least, and then there's direct German occupation in the north. So in the south, if you're in the French resistance, you're being killed by Vichy French police. And that's very much elements of a civil war. And the same thing, there's collaborators in the north, and there's resistors in the north, and they're shooting each other as much as they're shooting anybody else. At the end of the war, de Gaulle creates a myth that all Frenchmen were on board with the resistance. And you say, well, really, President de Gaulle, really General de Gaulle, all Frenchmen, well, no true Frenchman would have fought for the Germans, would have fought for the Axis. It's that syndrome, no true Frenchman. But Frenchmen were killing each other on both sides. There's an even more deliciously complex situation in Italy.
Yep.
At the end of the war. There's people, Italians fighting Italians, some on the side of the Allies, some on the side of the Axis, and some just settling old scores.
Yeah, one of the things about is understanding. I've actually talked to French groups over there, and they don't have a grasp. For us, the war's over there. The war's over there. For them, the war's here. I mean, literally, there are neighbors turning in neighbors. They don't trust anybody. They don't talk to anybody for 20 years after the war. I mean, there's so many, it is such a divided country. And again, Italy's the same thing. By the way, the rest of Europe is like that.
Yeah.
If you want to, you go scratch and spend time talking to Europeans of that generation. I mean, they couldn't trust anybody because everybody they trusted was turning them in, or they were doing the turning in. I mean, the complexity of European society for those first 20 years after the war is just incredible. And of course, de Gaulle, whatever you think about de Gaulle, he says we're going to, the Paris Commune in 1871, they killed 40,000 French civilians. The French killed 40,000 of their brothers in the Paris Commune in the 1870s. So de Gaulle doesn't want to see that happen again. And so his number one goal as he's moving in, taking power, and by the way, as you know, Roosevelt doesn't want that to happen. He would have anybody but de Gaulle. But de Gaulle is going to try to hold the country together. And he tries to paper over the myths, kind of de-arm the Communist Party liberation guys, and he makes it a myth that the French are doing most of that. Of course, they're doing that in American uniforms, American tanks, American fuel, go down the list. So it's an interesting study when you go over there and talk to them and spend time over a few glasses of wine in the little pubs talking about post-war French society. Kind of interesting.
As a postscript, and it's an important one in the campaign in Normandy, de Gaulle arrives in Normandy on June 14th. He comes to Bayeux. It's somewhat against the druthers of the Allied High Command because they know he's a troublemaker. They've told him he can bring a very small contingent. He brings basically a platoon with him, and he brings a suitcase full of 25 million francs. And he announces on that day that this is where France begins again. France will be reborn here at this moment. It's a very dramatic moment. It helps to establish his bona fides, and it helps to sort of plant the resurgence of free France in France.
It's a great question because that whole story you could spend days, teaching French history in college. You could spend days on, but the Americans want to put an American military government or Allied military government in charge of France. That's what the American and British, that's what they want to do. They want to put an Allied government in charge of France. And de Gaulle says, like they did in Morocco, and he says, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to take control of our own country. We lost it once, we're going to take control back, and we're not going to let so de Gaulle is fighting a war against the Germans, he's fighting a war against the communists, he's fighting a war against the Vichy, and he's fighting a war against the Americans and Brits, all to try to reestablish. And in the end, it wasn't pretty, but it sort of works.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rick Atkinson, Rob Citino, and Steve Burke.
We done?
I guess that's all we have.
Cool.
Thank you, Rick, Rob, and Steve for a great panel and an exciting start to the morning. Our panelists are going to be signing books during the break at the table to my left. And we're going to now take a short break. Please be back in your seats for the next panel at 10:45. And if you hadn't heard it already, if you'd like, there is a high school band outside. So feel free to go on out and enjoy that as well. But we'll be signing books right on over here. Thank you. And Robin, your
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National WWII Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National WWII Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American air armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5, and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell Sea with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours, and the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to ZLMC in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave. And you know, that last night is always, I got some great memories.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We were in trouble, and I just knew that I wanted to be in the service.
Everyone wanted to be part of this massive effort to preserve democracy. To be able to say, I can now serve in uniform.
It was a time of which I'll never forget.
We were young and healthy and able to do it, able to help what we could.
They said that the soldiers were dying because they didn't have enough nurses, so I volunteered to go into the Army.
It proved the point that if you give a person a chance, that they could accomplish almost anything.
I'm really proud of the fact that I earned my wings, but I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud that we showed the world that an airplane knows no sex.
Our War II tells the story of 350,000 American women who volunteered to serve in the U.S. military during World War II.
They faced challenges, they overcame them, they contributed significantly to victory, and they left a lasting legacy for women and for all Americans today. This exhibition is unique because it tells a story that isn't often told.
In one case, we have combat boots worn by an Army nurse and an evening gown sewn from a parachute by an Army nurse. So those two items tell a very different story, but also the same story of World War II. So this exhibit provides a little bit of the unexpected elements of war.
The exhibition contains over 200 artifacts, from large-scale, complete uniforms to the very small, very personal items that women carried with them during the war.
The museum's collection contains dozens of scrapbooks from American women who served, and we used those to create a digital interactive where visitors can flip through and explore some of these amazing resources that women saved and compiled during World War II.
The exhibition includes really unique multimedia features, including an interactive oral history station called We Were There. We interviewed 3 World War II veterans, asking them over 1,000 questions. Their answers were recorded in 3 dimensions, and through the powers of artificial intelligence, you can ask them questions and they will answer in real time.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
I hope that visitors learn something new, see something unexpected.
I really, in particular, hope that young women feel empowered by the women they see represented in this exhibition.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
One of the things that surprised me about the program was that it taught me things other than just the subject matter. It taught me how to write papers in a different way. It taught me how to prepare video presentations, audio presentations, class syllabi. So it's something that you can take back to your work and have all these new skills that you're learning while you're learning about a subject matter that you're interested in. The most surprising part of the program was how little I knew about World War II. I think all of us in the program figured, well, we already know this stuff, so it'll be fun kind of taking a tour down memory lane. And what would happen is every Monday when we would get the new readings and the new assignments, there would be things that we'd never heard of, things we didn't know anything about. And in our discussion groups, we were all so excited. We were learning things that we didn't know before.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our next session in just a few minutes. Please find your seats, silence your cell phones, and our program will resume shortly.
We have to have at least one go admin. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our first panel as much as I did. That's the beauty of it. Yesterday was all about commemoration, and today we get to dive deeper into great topics. So this next panel is going to take a dive into the fighting of the British and Canadian forces who were engaged following the June 6th landing. Chairing the panel is our friend and colleague, Dr. Stephanie Hennerschitz. Steph served as our senior historian in the Jenny Craig Institute for 2 years before leaving to become assistant professor of security and military studies at the Air Command and Staff College in Maxwell Air Force Base. And no, I'm not bitter. Maybe a little bit. Her work focuses on civil-military relations during World War II. And she's a leading expert on the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. And aside from teaching, Steph is also a non-resident fellow of the Jenny Craig Institute. So with that, I'll pass it on over to Steph.
All right, yay. So thank you, Pete, for that introduction, and we have reached the Canadian portion of the symposium. So I am thrilled to be on this panel and chairing this panel, and I want to introduce our panelists. You can read more about them in the program, but we have Dr. Cindy Brown and Dr. Lee Windsor. They are both based at the University of New Brunswick, and Cindy is the Executive Director of the Gregg Center for the Study of War and Society, and Lee is also part of that center, and he is also a professor at the University of New Brunswick. So what we are going to get into today is something that we don't get a chance to talk to too much at this museum. I was just telling Lee and Cindy that when we get questions from the public, when they send in their questions to our general email address, one of the things that we get so many times is that people want to know where the Canadians are in the museum. So they are very interested about where different nationalities fit into this broader narrative. We do focus on the American experience here, but we also want to take some time, especially today, to think about what can we learn about D-Day and what comes after when we shift our perspectives a little bit. So where do we go? What new ideas do we get to be exposed to by learning about the British and the Canadians? So I'm going to turn it over to Lee now and listen to what he has to say.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Colonel Pete. Thank you, Steph. And all of the museum staff and volunteers who have been making us feel welcome while this is our first time in New Orleans. It's a great honor to be here with such a talented and knowledgeable group of speakers on the symposium docket today. I also wanted to just have a hot pursuit comment on the first panel of the day. For those of you who are interested in the whole question of ports and logistics and the advance to Antwerp, that very much is a Canadian story. It's 1st Canadian Army that gets the job of accomplishing all those tasks while the United States Army is pressing deep into Germany. So if there's anybody who's interested in that issue who wants to follow up in the Q&A portion, we can certainly talk a little bit about that. I want to start by explaining that the Canadian and British experience on D-Day and in the 2 months of intense combat in front of and inside and behind and to the south of the Norman city of Caen is fundamentally different than what the soldiers of your country experienced in the Second World War. Fundamentally. It's different because the terrain is different. It's different because the way people lived and farmed in the eastern end of the lower Normandy Peninsula is different. It's different because of the number and the type of German troops that are sent to fight there. And lastly, it's different because we are culturally a very different people, even though we share the same language. Our army and the British army that the Canadian Army evolved out of is organized and equipped and trained for war differently than yours is. We have a different cultural experience of war. And in particular, Canadian and British and Army and Air Forces that fight the Battle of Normandy are a product of long experimentation in the Mediterranean theater. And for that matter, we're also very profoundly differently influenced by how our country experienced the First World War, because Canada and the United Kingdom are in it for a lot longer and proportionally suffer a lot larger casualty figures. And as a result, that shapes the way society is organized and thinks about war and loss in combat. The photographs in front of you speak to that diversity and speak to the Anglo Canadian doctrine that emerges out of the First World War, and particularly out of the Mediterranean experience in 1943. In Tunisia and Sicily and southern Italy especially. There's lots of mythology around the idea that, the British learned how to fight the Second World War in the North African desert, and it's not pertinent to the way they're going to have to fight in Normandy, and therefore there's a disconnect. Well, the reality is, where most modern Canadian and British historians understand that the real ideas that shape how the Canadian and British armies will fight in Normandy is really shaped by 1943 in particular. And therefore, what you see in these images from left to right is a forward observation party, artillery foos, if you like, from a medium artillery battery, Canadian medium artillery battery. And because the whole system is predicated on the idea that observed artillery fire will kill the largest number of Germans in this war. And this war will not be won by pushing the German army to Berlin. This is not an army that is going to come to Normandy to land and push the enemy back to Berlin. This is an army that is landing in Normandy to kill people. It is a very efficient killing machine. And its aim is to kill more Germans than they lose on their own side. Because they've done this before. The people who are designing this campaign are veterans of the First World War. They're veterans of the Western Front. They've seen what trench warfare looked like the last go-round, and none of the 40 and 50-year-old senior leaders in the British and Canadian Army want to see the 20-year-olds who are the age of their own children endure what they had to endure in the last war. You'll also notice the central picture is a typical Canadian infantry soldier with his bolt-action Lee Enfield rifle and a full-size shovel, not the folding and trenching shovel, a very full-size shovel. And if you're not carrying a full-size shovel, you're carrying a full-size pick. Because once you capture and secure the ground that you've been ordered to seize, you're going to dig in because you know the Germans are going to come back and take it back or try to take it back. And they're going to put a lot of mortar and artillery fire on you before they do so. So be ready for it. Don't fear it. Be ready for it. Train for it. Practice for it. And know how to dig your slit trench, as we call it in Canada or in the UK rather than a foxhole. Dig your slit trench fast and be ready to use your weapons successfully when the counterattack comes in. And a big portion of that weapons array that they bring with them to Normandy is that strange-looking thing in the right-hand photograph, which is a 17-pounder anti-tank gun. It's a very badass piece of equipment that has much of the same kind of effectiveness of a German 88mm anti-tank gun. And when parked in the right place, at the moment that German armored counterattacks are driven home on Canadian and British defensive positions, that 17-pounder anti-tank gun can kill Tigers. It can kill Panthers. It can kill Panzer IVs. It can kill anything that the Germans choose to move out into the open and counterattack with. And in fact, the fundamental organizational, doctrinal principle that governs how the Canadian and British armies are trained, equipped, and organized is to maximize the opportunity to kill Germans and minimize the loss of life, as I said, among our own units. And the best way to do that is with overwhelming firepower, as we heard in the previous panels. We heard Robert say. And that means having actually more gunners, more artillerymen in a typical British and Canadian division than there are infantry. I say again, we are bringing more gunners to the Battle of Normandy than we're going to bring infanteers. And more tankers, more anti-aircraft gunners, more firepower of all kinds. Fundamentally, we are changing the balance of infantry from a First World War division so that infantrymen actually number only 15% of the total soldiers in a British and Canadian division landing in Normandy. The essence of the way this is going to work is to ensure that when a German counterattack comes in, because there are only two things that are sure in life, taxes and a German counterattack. It's the way the German army has been organized doctrinally over 2 world wars. It's the way that the German army fought on the Western Front in 1917 and 18 in particular. And it's the way that we hadn't seen a lot of in the Second World War between 1939 and 1942 in the great mobile wars and the invasions. And and campaigns of conquest in Eastern Europe and Western Europe. But by 1943, when the Germans have made the decision to retain what they had conquered, counterattacking once again comes back to the fore. Because Hitler and the Nazi Party are hungry to retain control over Europe. The map you see before you is a portion of Normandy that some of you might be familiar with, but maybe for others it's new. This is that portion of the invasion area that focuses only on the British and Canadian zones, Sword Beach, Juno Beach, and Gold Beach. You heard this morning that Caen was set as a D-Day objective early on in the planning process for Overlord, and that's true. Absolutely true. It is a D-Day objective for 3rd British Division, and to a lesser extent for the left-hand portion, the left-flank portion of Canada's contribution to D-Day, 3rd Canadian Division. Not to confuse the issue, but we do have 2 Commonwealth 3rd Divisions side by each in this fight. But Caen is overplayed, is misunderstood, we would argue, or I would argue, by our American allies. Caen is an objective to reach if you can. The fundamental goal on D-Day is to get ashore with brigade-level combat teams intact, with all of their anti-tank guns, their supporting field artillery, their armor, and lots of engineers with shovels and mines, and dig in so that you can meet the counterattacks. And the counterattacks, you can expect to receive counterattacks on the morning of D-Day, because every German battalion that's dug in and around a strong point is going to have a reserve, at least company, if not a platoon. So once you're ashore, once you've fought through the initial resistance nests on the beach, you can expect to get hit immediately, so be ready for it. And in the case of 3rd British Division, they've got more than their share of counterattack reserves in the vicinity. They've got 21st Panzer Division ready to counterattack on D-Day. So unlike what you heard in the first panel of the day, where you've got 3 reduced strength German divisions available in the Cotentin Peninsula, in the Canadian-British sector, you've got a Panzer Division, a fully equipped, fully trained Panzer Division with all of its armor, all of its artillery, no supply shortages, ready to counterattack on that very day. And 3rd British Division, to its credit, meets that counterattack and destroys a hell of a lot of Panzer IVs. They do exactly what they're trained to do. They advance until they meet the enemy, and once they see and hear over the radio that the enemy is on the move towards them, they stop where they are. Platoon commanders look for good defensive positions to lay out their section, we call it section, you call it squad, section and platoon support weapons, and get ready to meet the counteroffensive. Make sure that the infantry platoon commanders can talk to their forward artillery observers, and that the forward artillery observers have good fields of fire, so they can see the long approach of those German countermoves and kill them. And to their credit, they accomplished that job with great success. And if we were only talking about that as their main purpose on D-Day and not about the capture of Caen, then we would laud them. We would acknowledge them as the great heroes of D-Day who repelled that major German offensive to drive them back into the sea. But unfortunately, because they were doing their job and seeing that counterattack off, they could not capture Caen. 3rd Canadian Division, by comparison, does most of what it was supposed to do. It defeats the perimeter defenses, gets to their intermediate objectives, and then they have to refuse their left, as we say in military parlance, to be ready in case that Panzer Division starts to roll across the Canadian front. Connected to them is a British Reserve, a British Territorial Army Division, 50th Division, kind of like a National Guard unit from up in northern England, from Northumberland. Along with some special operations forces from the Royal Marines. And they do extraordinarily well on D-Day. They seize their preliminary objectives and they get to within a stone's throw of Bayeux, the city of Bayeux where the famous William the Conqueror's tapestry hung. And this is critical because it sets the conditions so that they can capture Bayeux the very next day. And Bayeux is essential because you can draw a line straight back to Mulberry Bee that you heard about this morning, the British Mulberry Beach. That is the beach that all Allied forces, be they Canadian, be they British, be they American, will be supplied from the middle of June on. So all the accomplishments in the Canadian-British sector are extraordinary on D-Day. But the real story starts on the 7th of June, D+1. Because this is the day that the German plan begins to materialize. And it's a plan that everybody knew was going to happen, right? Because the Germans have their defensive forces arrayed around the coast of France, as you heard about again this morning with Professor Citino, in a perimeter defensive infantry divisions, but also with counter moves, Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions, stationed a few miles back from the coast, scattered all around France. And the purpose of this is based on German experience in Sicily and Italy. That is it. They can't know where the landing is going to come. But they do have a sense that the landing will be disrupted by Allied troops trying to fight through the bunker complexes that are on the beach and get through the mines and the barbed wire. So the Allies will be dislocated for a few hours or hopefully even a day on D-Day. And that will allow for time for the armored divisions, the panzer divisions that are scattered all around France, to alarm and move to the Schwerpunkt, move to wherever it is that the landings have actually materialized. And then, while the Allies are kind of off balance, deliver that counter blow. We know it's going to happen. It's built right into the plan, and the plan unfolds more or less as it was anticipated. And therefore, the story of Canadian and British units on the day after D-Day, and particularly this is a Canadian story, 3rd Canadian Division meets 12th SS Hitlerjugend Panzer Division, a brand new, or Panzer Grenadier Division. It's a brand new formation in the German Army Order of Battle. It's made up of the graduating classes of 1942 and 1943, kids, 16, 17-year-old, 18 soldiers when they joined, who were in the Hitler Youth their entire teenage life. So they know how to shoot, they're fit, they're extremely well-trained, they're well-fed, and they're very much indoctrinated in the Nazi vision of the future. And they are led by combat veterans of the Eastern Front. All of their sergeants, all of their officers are distinguished combat veterans of SS formations and also of SS massacres on the Eastern Front. So this is what Canada faces on the next day, on D+1, along with Panzerlehr, the Panzer Training Division, that looks like the Armored School Division for the German Army Panzerwaffe, and more of 21st Panzer Division. And they deliver a major corps-level counter-offensive on the 7th from the 7th through to around the 12th of June, constantly hammering 3rd Canadian Division in the center of that map. You can make out the town of Bretteville-Orglieuse on the close to where the road and railway come together. And that's the epicenter for this extraordinary clash of German armor. And there's no attempt by the Canadians really to move on that day. The aim is to just hold on to the stone French village that you're in and continue to fire whenever the call is given that the Germans are counterattacking again. And they do it. They do it so successfully that by the end of June 7th, half of the infantry soldiers in the 12th SS are dead or wounded. And the ones that are left are angry. They're angry because they were told they were the best in the world. And now they're looking at half of their brothers that they graduated from high school with and who they've been training with for the last year, and they're laying dead in the field. And so they go on a murderous killing spree, slaughtering Canadian prisoners, dragging wounded that have been captured in that counterattack, lining them up along the roads and driving their tanks over the bodies to get this rage out for the loss that they feel. So this is very much part of the Canadian-British experience of D+1, the meeting the SS and seeing what it looks like close up, close enough to smell the breath of these young fellas who are eating chocolate to hop themselves up. And it helps explain something of the Battle of Caen. The Battle of Caen, those of you who have seen Saving Private Ryan, you know Ted Danson's famous short little clip in Saving Private Ryan as a parachute company commander who comes forward and meets the detail with Tom Hanks, Captain Miller, and says, if Monty could only get off his ass at Caen, we'd get this whole thing going again. And that scene in that movie drives Canadians and Brits mad. That's not at all what's happening in this sector. What happens in the aftermath of these counterattacks is that the losses are high on both sides. It takes a lot to see off these counterattacks and launch local stabilizing counterattacks to maintain the line. And therefore, what everyone needs after the 12th and 13th of June is a tactical pause. And we need it for more than just that. I'll put this map up so that you can see how that Canadian sector ties into what you heard about this morning, the expansion of the bridgehead in the American sector to the west. And during that time, the mulberries are being built in that second week of June. During that time, the landing ship tanks are offloading palletized loads of ammunition as fast as everybody can, trying to bring in follow-on formations, pull wounded off the beach, and build up the landing force faster by sea than the Germans can do it on land by what is in 1944 the densest network of roads on the planet Earth. Nowhere in the world do you see more paved two-way roads and more options for bypassing obstacles. So the Germans can much more easily build up than the Allies. So what you see in late June is not a stall, but a race to build up on both sides and then see what's going to happen next. I'll go back to this for just one more second. No, actually, I do want to show you this great photograph we took. We posed it. It's a pose shot. Cindy's sitting on the top of a van, and we're trying to capture what is different about the landscape in our zone versus the American zone, the Canadian zone versus the American zone. There are no hedgerows. There are hedgerows in the extreme west end of the British Second Army area around Bayeux. But once you get in front of Caen, this is what the landscape looks like. Looks like Saskatchewan. Looks like around Edmonton. Go Edmonton. Had to throw that opportunity in there. And in this space, one of the reasons that the Canadian and British forces have to pause to build up is because if you try to cross killing fields like that, and this one is just north of Caen, and it's in between a pair of villages, or I shouldn't say a pair of villages, a ring of two sets of farm villages that defines the landscape north of Caen. And what we have in this area is a space that doesn't look anything like North American farming that people in either of our countries are accustomed to. They don't have small family farms. They farm in the pattern of Rome, in the edge of the Roman Empire. They build villages in the center of the fields, and they build their barns at the edge of the village, and you go out into the field to farm, and then at night you can come back so that everybody can live in the village commune to protect themselves against bandits in days gone by. And that pattern of life shapes the way people build houses and live, and every village has its own little unique identity. And the next village over is only 1,000 to 1,500 yards away. Incidentally, each are mutually within sight and support of the next one. So what they are ready-made fortress positions with houses that are 500 years old, built on top of houses that have been there for 500 or 600 or 700 years before that. So they have deep basements. They have walls that are 1.5 feet thick, that are made of stone, reinforced with masonry. And they're perfect pillboxes. They're ready-made pillboxes. That's not what they were ever intended to be, of course. But they are. It's what they are. And it's what Canada has to face. It's what Britain has to face if they want to get the offensive going again on Caen. Now, the Germans, of course, know this, and no self-respecting Canadian or British commander wants to strike into the teeth of those French villages that have been turned into fortresses by the German soldiers. And it's all backed up by Caen. If you look at that photograph, you'll see some skyscrapers, small skyscrapers in the upper right corner of the screen. That is the north edge of Caen, or the north edge of the city of Caen, that is up on an escarpment. The rest of Caen lays behind them, to the south of them, in the valley of the Orne River that creates a deep bowl behind an escarpment that those buildings are sitting on the top of, which means that the German artillery and Nebelwerfers and longer-range artillery especially that's firing in support of this very elaborate defensive position that materializes from the 7th of June on, you can't get at them because they're down in this deep river valley. It's hard to get the plunging fire that you'd like to do counter-battery shooting on them. It's an extraordinary tough nut to crack, but the nut has to be cracked anyway. And the way it's going to be done, and of course British and Canadian maps don't do very good justice to this because we put the friendly force in red instead of customary blue, and we don't include the enemy in Canadian maps, but I digress. The solution to this problem in the short term is one of those cases where they got to find the least worst option, and the least worst option is to encircle Caen from the inland side. And so the British, and in this case it's a British operation, the first follow-on corps that comes ashore, Richard O'Connor, that famous desert general leading 8 Corps, launches something called Operation Epsom. And this is a great hook to try to circle around Caen from the inland side, from the west side. And it is hotly debated in history. It's especially used as a stick to beat British historians and generals with by American historians. Look at you fools, you've messed it all up because Epsom's a big cock-up and the British are incapable of fighting a war, so we're going to have to do it for them. That's the story we hear in the British and Canadian experience when we come to conferences and talk with our colleagues about this. In reality, what that offensive hook does to try to get around Caen is to convince the Germans that they must throw everything but the kitchen sink into the defense of Caen, including every new fresh Panzer division that's arriving in Normandy to try to stabilize the situation. All of the Panzer divisions that would like to attack towards Cherbourg and link up and restore the whole front and effectively push the Allies into the sea. So instead of launching that counteroffensive right up the Caen-Cherbourg highway, they keep slamming into fresh British and Canadian units that keep getting unloaded on the beach. And so what we see is a desperate slogging match unfolding in June, and towards the end of June in 1944. And in the end, the British win a small bridgehead over the Odon River. That's the dotted line you can see in sort of the bottom left corner of the screen. And onto that bridgehead, that's where we see the 2 SS Panzer Corps, never mind 1 SS Panzer Division, we see 2 SS Panzer Corps thrown at the place to try to evict the British from that tiny little bridgehead. And the death and carnage on both sides is horrific. It's epic. And it's equally epic on both sides because the British, our doctrine doesn't take into consideration how many infantry lives it's going to cost to make this work. In particular, when you want to launch a new local offensive and try to induce that German counterattack, the Germans make it really hard to take the bites that we need in order to force the Germans to come and counterattack our hold phase of the mission. And so British and Canadian infantry losses are off the chart higher than anybody forecast. And it means that most of the British units and the Canadian division that land inside Normandy are functionally broken by the end of June. They've suffered at least 50, if not 75% infantry losses. And they have to try to rebuild their rifle companies with new replacements while in the field living in trenches. Not the best way to do a reconstitution. And this is also the phase at the end of June that Germans get fired. So if you think that Monty faces pressure because he's not capturing Caen, all the senior German commanders in Normandy get fired because they can't unhinge this British and Canadian defense from around Caen. This is where Rundstedt is fired. This is where Gere is fired. Rommel thinks he's going to be fired pretty soon. And in their place come meaner people. meter people, and this is the moment in the campaign that not only do we have 7th German Army to deal with that you're familiar with, that controls the German forces fighting the United States Army in the western part of the Cotentin. This is the point in the campaign where 5th Panzer Army, or Panzergruppe West, comes into operation. Panzergruppe Eberbach, it's sometimes referred to. And this is what's going to have to be attacked in July when the final Battle of Caen goes in. And that's ultimately what we wanted to talk to you about today. And that major offensive is widely understood that it's not going to succeed unless we can find a solution to the fact that the infantry losses have been grievously high. And because we don't control Caen, we don't really have enough depth. There's not enough real estate to unload the extra Canadian army that's ready to come ashore. So we got a shortage of medium and heavy artillery firepower that's needed to do the breakthrough. The solution is the Royal Air Force. And we're going to get an earful about this from Steve later, because some of you may know Steve Burke has written a great book on the subject of bombing France. But the Canadians and British see this problem differently, because they see this as we need some kind of breakthrough artillery, because what we're doing isn't going to work. We're not going to be able to capture Caen and unhinge that defense and open up the space to get the whole breakout from Normandy going unless we get in there. And the only way we can do that is if we neutralize the ring of forts, the ring of villages that have turned into fortresses north of Caen, and that means neutralizing the gun area that's in Caen, because every house in the north end of the Caen suburbs has a mortar position in it, or a small ammunition dump, or a field gun, or even worse, a 170 millimeter long range gun that can outclass the medium artillery that the British and Canadians have arrayed to counter them. So something has to give, and that give is going to be hundreds of 4-engine bombers flying over northern Caen in the epicenter of the city in the opening act of Operation Charnwood, the fight to break through and into Caen. And it's horrible. The loss of life is extensive. And it doesn't hit the actual frontline defenses. It wasn't really intended to. There's a lot of debate about what it's intended to do, in fact. But the reality is, and we know about this in part from French artillery observers of the First World War who were with the resistance watching the fall of shot in the battles for Caen in June and July, who talk a lot about the location of German artillery positions in Caen. And they testified to investigators after the fact about what that looks like. And they give us a pretty clear picture that counter-battery fire into Caen was not working. There was not enough of it, and it couldn't be directed with enough accuracy to neutralize the German guns inside Caen. But the bombers do. Not only do they neutralize the guns, they also blow up the ammunition dumps that are inside Caen, but they deliver horrific, the damage to the civilian population is horrific. And it levers the Germans out of Caen, destroys units, the large set-piece offensive that is delivered after that, kills the last of the infantry and 12th SS Division and turns them into an ad hoc group of fugitives that can only deliver small local-level counterattacks, and kills off some brand-new German divisions that had just arrived to try to stabilize the front. Which raises the question of what the hell happens after that? And I'll be very brief here. Even after the fall of Caen, the front that you think might start to get moving again because this tough nut has been cracked doesn't. This photograph is taken on Point 67 at a Canadian Battlefield Foundation memorial site, and it looks out over Verrières Ridge. Gives you another idea of the kind of ground that is faced in the British and Canadian zones, where you've got wide fields of fire with long-range German weapon systems that are tailor-made for dominating open country like this, as they had done in the Russian front. And the next place the Canadian Army has to go is right over that ridge. And up on top of that ridge, all the reinforcements that have come in on their way to fight you get stopped and dig in on the top of that ridge. So the rest of the story for July and into the first weeks of August of 1944 is the struggle for Verrières Ridge. In fact, there's a widespread belief that if Canada was ever to build a national memorial to our experience in the Second World War, we'd put it there. Because the green fields leading up to the crest of that ridge are as green as they are because they've been watered with the finest blood of our nation. in the words of our official historian. And maybe I'll leave it at that, turn it over to my distinguished colleague, and we can take up anything else in the Q&A.
All right. Thank you, Lee.
I promise I will leave time for questions. I'm used to coming after Lee, so I know how this goes. But I think the key question here is that this is a complicated story. And if we're Canadians coming down to speak to you in New Orleans at the National Second World War Museum, thank you very much for the invitation, by the way. It's been wonderful, and we're really happy to be here and hope we can come back. But if we're going to do that, we might as well tell the story right. But I've curated my remarks in such a way that there's time for questions. And we're going to hang around today anyway, so hopefully we'll get to talk with each of you. This shot was one of Lee's photos, so I'm just going to keep moving on, but that is me in the Jeep, and it's a really fantastic photo and image, and we put these things together in such a way that to demonstrate that these stories all go together. They're very hard to separate, and I think that that's a very important point to me. So I'm glad that Lee didn't get to this photo in his remarks. Or this photo. This is our group actually standing on Verrières Ridge, so you can look back and see Caen in the background. This is where I start. I clipped this cartoon in July 2014, so 10 years ago. And it's from a local Normandy newspaper called Liberté. The name of the newspaper is actually on the cartoon. And it's been on my wall in my office ever since, and I look at it a lot. It's worth noting that Caen's liberation and this cartoon depicting its anniversary only happened in July. That compares to what's happening now on the beaches, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. We've been watching the newsreels come from there, when an estimated 1 million people descend on the beaches there, including the people who actually invited us here, John Coratola and Jeremy Collins. Thanks also to you if you're watching it online. That includes 13 of the Canadian veterans who are still with us, actually. And my thoughts are with them, because it's not an easy trip. It's not an easy ceremony either. So the fight for Caen, because of the so-called failure, and I hope you're questioning that now after you've heard from Lee, to take it on D-Day and its subsequent destruction in the attack is one of the most well-known and controversial stories in the British-Canadian sector of the Normandy campaign, and perhaps in Normandy overall. It's one of the places that French civilians show up in the history of the Canadians in Normandy, if they show up at all. And I have to tell you, I have an admission to make. I'm actually an Italian campaign historian. I do civil-military relations in Italy. I also consider what happens in France, considers what happens in the First World War, and consider what happens today with respect to civil-military relations. And for me, the example of Caen actually equates to what happens in Cassino in southern Italy. Its so-called liberation only happening a couple days ago, really. And just a few weeks before the capture of Rome on June 5th, 1944. Much of the scholarly attention in Italy is focused on the decision to bomb the Abbey of Monte Cassino in February 1944. American General Mark Clark actually wrote in his memoirs that it was a bad decision to do it. It didn't help out Fifth Army in trying to take the Abbey and the town of Cassino at all. And he regretted the decision. And we tend to focus on that regret from someone who was actually able to make the decision. Other people agree with them because the rubble that was caused in the streets meant they had to clear it before they could move through. It also wiped Cassino off the map, 100% destroyed. And the Abbey was left in rubble. And I'm sure you've all heard of the Abbey of Monte Cassino. And it's not unlike what we hear about when we hear about Caen in the Canadian literature. And I'm grateful that one of the differences between Italy and France in this respect, with respect to Caen and Cassino, is that the civilian story actually, and the suffering, actually shows up a little bit more than it does in Italy. There were people in Cassino at the time when it was bombed. There were people in the Abbey at the time that it was bombed. And there were also people in Caen. But in France, and I'm really grateful for Steve and Rob for setting this up, and Rick this morning for setting this up, there is a clearer sense in our memory that the Allies are liberators in France than Italy. For Italians, there's a different relationship, because when American and British and Canadians landed in Sicily in July 1943, the Italians and the Sicilians were actually enemies. And that's a really interesting parallel relationship when you're thinking about the comparison between the French and the Italians, especially with some of the comments that happened this morning. But I want to return to Caen, because that's what I'm actually here to talk about. The scholarship suggests that the bombing of Caen, at the minimum, made the job more difficult for the Allies. Richard Overy, in his wonderful book, it's a wonderful book, right? Wonderful book, The Bombers and the Bombed, here in America, the bombing war in Britain. There's a very interesting story about that from his mouth in terms of the publishers not letting him have the title that he wanted in America. And then he had to cut several hundred pages from it as well. But he writes that the July 7th bombing in Operation Charnwood left a moonscape on the approaches to Caen, noting that its main effect was to force, quote, the British and Canadian troops to clear the roads before any further advance could be made. And he's not wrong. But there are other perspectives to consider. For one, Canadian soldiers and British soldiers were damn happy to see those bombers come. And the similar thing happens in Casino. In fact, there's reports of soldiers sitting on a mountain just south of the Abbey cheering as the bombs came down. They didn't have to do it. They didn't have to spend their blood in order to take it when the bombers were doing it for them. In both cases, I think the bombing saved the lives of some of those soldiers, and it's an interesting thing for us to think about. But for the French, lives were given. When British and Canadian troops entered the city on July 9th, they found the streets, quote, so badly cratered or blocked with debris that they were impassable. Estimates suggested that 80% of the city had been damaged, making many of the buildings uninhabitable. That compares to 100% in Casino. I just want to put that out there as a mark, but also as a comment to say, what does it mean to have your city 80% destroyed or 100% destroyed? And what legacy does that actually leave? About a third of the population of 60,000 remained in the city, and more than half of those who remained were concentrated in 3 buildings: a hospital, a high school, and a hospice. Some 3,000 civilians were killed, and about half as many were wounded. And the Canadians wrote that the stench from the bodies trapped under the rubble was nauseating and demoralizing. The German choice to defend the city south of the River Orne after the July 9th Operation Charnwood meant that the Canadians newly arrived and the civilians left in the city suffered from snipers and artillery for about a week as Allied Civil Affairs Organization attempted to mitigate the damage and provide for the remaining population. Among the massive problem of the dead, wounded, and significant rubble, there was an acute shortage of water, and they thought it was actually contaminated, so didn't even know if they could drink it. There was no sewage disposal, electricity, or gas. So another moment to pause and reflect about what that might be like after your city's bombed. And for about another week, the city was the front line. So Caen is a significant story. I'm not going to dispute that. So Lee showed you the picture of Point 67 near the end. I think it was his last picture in the presentation. When I'm there, well, when he's there, we look south. When I'm there, we look north at Caen. And I usually show these 2 photos to our groups. The town on your left is actually Caen. The photos from the Memorial Museum there, which is a wonderful museum as well. I don't think it's as nice as this one. But you go and you figure that out. I need to spend some more time in this one. Most of the towns on the Caen-Falaise Highway looked like this by mid-August 1944. And what are their stories? And I'm going to talk about one just briefly, the town of Rocancourt, which is about 30 kilometers south of Caen, which would be 20 miles. I did the math on other pieces. Back to the slide, the town on the right is not even in Normandy, but is 451 kilometers, almost due south. And remember, I'm a Canadian, but it's about 280 miles. It is the town of Oradour-sur-Glane. Many of you have probably heard of it, where German 2nd SS Das Reich Division murdered 643 French civilians, men, women, and children, in the town on June 10th, 1944, before they headed to the Normandy beaches. My point is, and I don't want to beat this too hard because I appreciated the complexity of the situation that came out of the first panel, is that there are a lot of different stories and a lot of different perspectives to consider on D-Day, some of which are more well-known than others. And one question that occupies my mind is, how much does the focus on the heat and light of Caen, first in the failure to take the city and then the decision to bring in the heavy bombers in July, overshadow the other stories of D-Day and beyond? So I want to offer you a few things to consider today, and then hopefully we'll have lots of time for discussion. First, and I was worried about offering this one, but I think we need to trouble our idea of Americans and Canadians and British as liberators in France. And there's a couple of different reasons why. And I appreciate the setup on that one, Steve. Thanks very much. On the other hand, I think the stories that I have to offer also suggest a bit of French agency. So we can criticize them for believing that the Germans were someone they had to work with, or we can sympathize with the idea that maybe they felt like they didn't have another choice. And then it highlights the trauma. So imagine layer upon layer upon layer of trauma for French civilians that doesn't end when your city is liberated. So I just want to make a plug. I don't have books to sign when there's a break. But if you haven't bought Steve Burke's book yet, please do. And then when I come back, I'll bring my book when it's finished. So one of the important questions Steve asks in his book, and that underlines my own scholarship, is how important it is in 2024 to consider the perspectives of the peoples who were quote-unquote liberated. And Rob, I don't know where you are, but liberated, we'll use that one. And it's a complex question. I want to talk just for a few minutes about the Allied Civil Affairs Organization in the town of Bayeux, because the town of Bayeux, and I'm going to go back in time to June, offers a different perspective. The city wasn't destroyed. The city was captured with very little impact to it whatsoever, but it became a place where massive amounts of humans passed through. And therefore, there are a lot of interactions between French civilians and Allied troops. Many of those civil affairs officers destined for Caen had to sort of hang out and wait to do their job later in July, not knowing the terrible job that they would actually have to do. So the primary role of Allied civil affairs is to support military operations to ensure that the civilian population does not get in the way. And whenever possible, they provide humanitarian assistance, because a hungry population is not going to be an easy population for a military organization to deal with. And they also expected to have a severe refugee problem on their hands in France, and they did. So Bayeux, do we have a map here with Bayeux in it? You can see Bayeux sort of almost in the center top, south of the beaches. It's on the western portion of the British sector. It was liberated with little damage on June 7th, even though it's not far from the front line. So they're actually having to deal with artillery and being on the front line, really. Locals, when the Allies entered, wrote about joy, delirium, flowers, kisses, flags everywhere. Another individual from the town wrote, "We have had almost miraculous luck in spite of the intense bombardment of the coast by the fleet and hundreds of planes passing over our head, machine gunning all over the place. Not a single house in Bayeux was scratched. We are all still wondering whether it is possible that we have got out of this trouble without succumbing, and everyone is thanking God for having protected us so well." So I've put myself out of order here, but I am also a human being, so I'm just going to let that happen. So I guess the civil affairs detachment that arrived in Bayeux on June 7th actually landed on the beaches earlier that day at 10:30 in the morning at Arromanches, directly north of Bayeux, and they made it into the town by that evening. The town was largely undamaged. The people welcomed the troops with food, wine, and Normandy cider. The detachment commander immediately had a meeting with the mayor and also made contact with the local resistance group, and then they arrested 5 collaborators. The front line remained closed for several days, and once the sniper problem was cleaned up, they addressed the immediate concern of, quote, addressing the never-ending interviews concerning the endless and various problems of the inhabitants. And some of those problems are very interesting. This included distribution of food, rationing, coal shortages, fuel for the local flour mill. The military hospital functioned, including taking in hundreds of wounded civilians from the battlefields. By June 14th, the banks were open. The Civil Affairs Detachment, in conjunction with the local French authorities, determined that there was an emergency danger of a severe wheat and flour shortage because of the nature of the isolation of the bridgehead from normal reserves. This contrasts with Caen, when the task of civil affairs was to first uncover and then bury the thousands of civilian dead from the bombing. In Bayeux, they also had other problems, including with interactions between French civilians and Allied troops. The official historian of civil affairs in Northwest Europe, a man named Donison, notes that there was a bad case of looting in Bayeux, which is a larger trend, actually, not normally finding its way into the literature, and I wonder about this. I wonder about this in terms of disrupting concepts of heroism in the name of our soldiers, but then also realizing that they're human beings, too. On June 12th, the War Diary for 207 Civil Affairs Detachment, then in Weestrum, noted that looting by troops pretty general. British prestige has fallen here today. The War Diary of the No. 4 Provost Corps, stationed north of Caen in early July, noted investigations into the theft of cattle and several town patrols to check on discipline in which charges were laid. And the 2nd Canadian Corps July 29 routine orders noted offenses against the civilian population, including looting, assault, threat of the use of arms, etc., constitute one of the gravest breaches of discipline and are in direct disobedience to force orders. The refugees were also a significant issue, as expected. There were several transit camps to manage them, because you can imagine that refugees wandering aimlessly on the battlefield can cause significant problem, especially when other military traffic needed to move. And they set up an army refugee assembly area in Ambly as a collection point. A happy story: on June 12th, a child was actually born in the refugee camp, of one of the 533 refugees there. And the refugee issue only became more complex as the campaign unfolded and more territory was liberated. So now I want to turn briefly to the story of Rocancourt. We met the people of Rocancourt in 2014, the same year I actually clipped the cartoon, which was really interesting. I just made that connection now. We were standing in their town square looking at their monuments, wondering the Jeep wasn't there. The Jeep wasn't there then. There was actually nothing there. Nobody was there at all. I don't know if people were at work or in their houses, but it was dead quiet. And the mayor came out of the mayor's office, and he's like, "Hey, how are you?" And we're like, "We're great." And he spoke English. He also spoke Italian, because there's a little Italian community that immigrated after the war there, too. Another connection for me between Italy and France. He invited us into the mayor's office, and he showed us the French military medal Rocancourt was awarded for being 95% destroyed. He also told us of his family connections to the war. He came from a long list of mayors. That chance encounter made a significant impression on everyone in our group that year, and we promised, including Denis, actually, we promised to return the next year and meet more of the townspeople. He also told me that people rarely visited either on June 6th. They had a little ceremony on June 6th, but usually it was just them, and nobody visited for their August 8th Liberation Day. So we started to, not on the day, unfortunately, and that we met survivors. So the woman in the center in front of the man with the red Canadian shirt was actually there during the war. Her name has slipped my mind. My apologies to her and to the people of Rocancourt. Actually, all three of the women were there during the war. And then everyone else, not everyone else, but most everyone else actually had family connections there. They feted us like we didn't deserve, which I find very interesting to think about. And we've developed a very deep connection. We actually write Christmas cards. We are their Canadian cousins. They are our French cousins. And since then, over the next 5 years until COVID stopped our programs there, we met every year and then got to reconnect with them. And I'll just tell you one of the stories that came out from Denis and really highlights the different experience in Bayeux versus Caen versus Rocancourt. His grandfather, Maurice, actually had a radio. So he was listening to the BBC Free French broadcasts. And the radio was upstairs in his house. And the Germans came regularly to ask for food. And by ask, I mean demand food. And they had to give it to them. One day, Maurice actually said no, and the German took out a grenade. And when he was telling his grandson about the story, he said, "Don't worry, I'm a very good soccer player. So if you took that grenade out, I would have kicked it out the window as quick as I could." Fortunately, the Germans never saw the radio, and there was no punishment. But through the listening, through the BBC reports, the townspeople learned of the bombardment planned for July and August 1944. So they actually made a decision. Let's get most of the people out. Let's let them leave. And we'll keep a minimum amount of people in the town so the Germans don't become suspicious. And those people actually hid in the mines in Rocancourt. There's a mining area there. They hid in the mines during the bombing to be safe. They took the ladder out so the Germans couldn't find them and kill them. But Denis' mother was with the group who left, and she was 14 at the time. She recalls that German airplanes strafed the group as they attempted to flee. She remembers a horse being killed in the process, and she was carrying a linen sheet that by the time the strafing had stopped was like cheese, like Swiss cheese. And Denis is a wonderful human being. That's him in the center. We brought him a plaque to show our gratitude for his welcoming of us. And he said, "No, my mom took the sheet and played with my brother, or with her brothers with it afterwards." He said, "The innocents was not killed. Just a little anecdote to tell you that they were pretty strong despite the conditions." And when they returned, so when those who left actually returned to the village in September 1944, they found their town destroyed. I don't think anyone died, which was actually a really good news story, not in the bombing nor in the battle. So percentage-wise, it was 15% more destroyed than Caen. Facing them was the inevitable question. What do you do? Do you stay? Do you leave? Do you rebuild? So their story doesn't even end with the liberation in August. Those who left, when they returned, they found 2 or 3 houses left. And their church was significantly damaged. There were also bombs and vehicles of war scattered throughout the fields, and bombs continued to surface in the years after, making it very dangerous for farmers to trying to replant their crops. What's beautiful about this is not the stories I gathered from Denis and my other French cousins in Rocancourt, but the opportunity to come together and share life together made possible from this terrible war. Without this war, like I am often a silver lining person. It's hard to make a silver lining out of war, but this is one of them. It's so powerful to be on the beach on D-Day, but it's also really easy to get lost. And these small ceremonies we've had with the people of Rocancourt, that's my hero shot, by the way. They brought the Jeep out at no cost to us several years in a row. It was actually pretty cool. This type of stuff fills my heart, and not because they brought the Jeep out, even though that also helps. But it's a reminder for me of the power and resilience of humanity, which is something I think we need right now. And in my view, the people of Rocancourt actually saved themselves and then came back to pick up the pieces. And I wonder how many other French villages in Normandy have similar stories to share. And I want by way of conclusion, I don't know how long that was, so Lee or you can tell me how long it was, and then I can't criticize him for talking too long later. But Bayeux was largely untouched, but had to deal with Allied occupation. With a buildup that had nowhere to go until after Caen was liberated in July. Liberated, bombed, destroyed. We can talk about labels too. Caen and most of the towns on the highway to Falaise, including Rocancourt, were destroyed in the liberation. The whole along the road to Falaise, and Falaise itself destroyed. And to bring it back to the Caen example, I think there's some poignant words in the Canadian 1944 reports on what the troops discovered when they entered Caen. The mood is subdued, but I think it sort of brings us back full circle to Caen. So the war diarists write, the war diarists write, despite the horror and destruction of the bombing, which had buried the roads through the northern suburbs beneath the quarter of the city and caused grievous human loss, the people of Caen greeted our soldiers with a generous, if pathetic, welcome. There were flowers, cheers, and good wishes for everyone, the emotions of deliverance in happy flood succeeding so terrible in anguish. Such was the first community, and I have problems with that given what happened in Italy, of any size which Canadian troops had helped rescue. The drastic decision as to the means excited inevitable bewilderment, acceptance of the bombing as an accompaniment of war and the price of liberation. Thank you.
All right, so I'm just going to say a few brief remarks, and then I've got some questions I have in my back pocket if I need them, but I don't think I will. So just a few remarks, and then I'll turn it over to all of you for Q&A. I was just thinking as I was listening to both of your presentations, after having spent some time working here in the museum, there are images that I think I certainly call to mind when I think about D-Day, and I think images in our heads for all of you as well. So just the geography and the topography, seeing some of those images about what came after D-Day, what does D-Day look like just physically when you think of it in your mind. You've given us some more things to think about, just where are the hedgerows, where are these things that we're so used to thinking about, I think is something that you brought with your presentation. And then also like images, the one that you just showed Cindy, with what does it look like to visit Caen? And I, again, in my mind, having worked here, I think of these cruises that go to D-Day and the massive numbers of people who go on the cruises and who are there to commemorate D-Day, and how that is so different from the images that you showed us. So thinking about how some of these things are memorialized and the legacy of D-Day. And then also just one final thing that you brought up, Cindy, is the human element of thinking about D-Day. We at the museum think of the human element about the stories of the men who served in a lot of ways, but you've certainly shown us, bringing in the civil-military relations, a different way of looking at the human side of D-Day and what stories we often leave out by focusing on maybe some of the more operational aspects. But what about when you broaden out to think about war and society? And I just want to leave on a note of earlier this morning we heard the word luck. Luck being used in battle and luck being used in operational maneuvers. But what does it mean to be lucky when you're thinking about people who, 80 to 100% of their city is destroyed? What does look like from that, or what does luck look like from that angle, takes a little bit of a different view, I think. So I actually will leave it there, and I'm going to turn it over to Connie for audience Q&A so everyone has time to ask Lee and Cindy their questions.
Please raise your hand if you have a question.
I think everyone thought we weren't going to leave time for questions, so they're like, well, whatever.
We have one. It'll be to your right in the center.
A question for Lee. You emphasized that the Canadians and British had more of a philosophy of trying to minimize casualties. Have there been any studies that over the course of the European campaign were they more successful than the Americans?
That's a tough one to answer. I guess the way they considered the problem was to compare their experience to what they remembered about the First World War. So D-Day is the classic example for Canada, because if you think about this in a war and memory sense, for Canadian students learning about the Second World War, much like American students, D-Day is the day that we use as that one example that you can fit in the textbook section on 200 years of Canadian history, and here's the thing you got to remember about the Second World War. The other example we use for the First World War is the battle for Vimy Ridge in the 1917 Battle for Arras. At Vimy Ridge, we had 3,500 Canadians killed in a day. At D-Day, we had 359 soldiers. So what we've got is a 90% reduction in a comparable event between two world wars, and that's the success measure. So how things go in the U.S. side, there is a little bit of comparative work done there, largely in the sense of how many, some of us who look at American and Canadian and British operations together, and Cindy and I have certainly done a little bit of that on the Italian campaign side. Quite often, American units suffer a lot of casualties when they get counterattacked, because the doctrine hasn't been set up in such a way to bring up the support weapons fast enough to meet the counterattack. And so this is where you get Sergeant Rock from, because you need Sergeant Rock with his Tommy gun to fire it into the vision slit of the Tiger tank when it's counterattacking, because you don't have a 17-pounder to knock it out from 1,000 yards away. This happens at Salerno, as many of you may be familiar with. So, but on the other hand, we've also seen instances where our armies learn from each other. Patton famously writes out of the Sicily campaign that he's got to do more on the consolidation phase after his troops have secured an objective to meet those counterattacks, because he sees that the American troops face the very same problem. So you got to be ready, you got to have forward observers up with the assaulting infantry, you got to make sure there's lots of radio batteries so they don't lose that radio link with the gun line. And the gunners have to make sure that there's always a battery of artillery hitched up and ready to move forward, to displace forward, so you never lose that artillery umbrella. So everybody's doing their best to learn from each other within their limits of their personalities.
We have another one in the front.
Thank you. Why, for the landings, were the two British divisions separated with the Canadians in the middle? Wouldn't it have been better control or something for the two British to have been together?
That's a very good question. And our boss, my PhD supervisor, Mark Milner, wrote a book on this a few years ago called Stopping the Panzers. It's pretty clear in the British planning documents that the Canadians were deliberately chosen to take the center position because that's the place that the counterattacks were expected. So let the Canadians do it. Let the Canadians take it on the teeth. And it's not to be too flippant, so that once the counter moves were met, it was assumed that that would culminate the division, and then the British could maneuver around the pocket of Germans that materialized there. And the reason they were chosen to land on that space is because there's kind of a high rise on the Bazonville Ridge that leads east from Bayeux and runs in an arc north. If you imagine a semicircular arc of high ground, gentle, not terrifically high, running between Bayeux and Caen, and there's no streams cutting it. So there's no assault river crossings to do for the Germans. It's like a bowling alley for the panzers to come surging down, surging northwest out of Caen, and then barreling north to go to the sea and separate the British and Canadian zone from the American zone. We know that that's the German plan because of Ultra and all kinds of other intelligence available at the time, and therefore the Canadians are parked there with all of the centralized British Army artillery. It's all right behind the Canadian division, so it can put down fire on anything that moves in front of that fortified corridor that they plan to build on D+1.
Next question will be to your left.
Yes, earlier today they were talking about the split within the French society. And since you all were in Caen, or addressing the Caen issue and all, did they have much of a sympathetic support for German troops during this entire process over the 7 days or a month to take Caen before ultimately bombing?
So you're asking about how the civilians felt about the Germans in that period of time? Yeah.
Vichy and de Gaulle followers, I guess, is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, I think...
As far as with the invasion coming.
Yeah. I can't speak directly to sort of the particulars in Caen, because I think that there's a lot of people with different perspectives within that city. Rocancourt and Bayeux offer some very interesting pieces of evidence to sort of support an answer to your question. In Bayeux, the civil affairs officers actually talk about not knowing who they could actually trust. And there's one particular story where, I can't remember what his name is, but he's appointed as he's appointed by the Canadians as the person in charge, the administrative center, I guess, in charge. But then once de Gaulle comes on June 4th, it's determined that he has a background that other French people are not going to work with. And I think the other key question, and Steve brought it up this morning about Allied military government from the American perspective in France, is that they want direct rule. They also want direct rule in Italy. They don't have the manpower for direct rule. They have more manpower in France to do direct rule, and I make this comparison a great deal. Some of our Canadian soldiers contemporarily don't like it, but it's kind of like dealing with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Like, how do you figure out who within the population that exists you can work with, and how do you trust that, especially in moments of reprisal and vengeance between people who collaborated and people's changing ideas about what they should be doing. In Rocancourt, and I'm not sure if they're just not telling us this, but in Rocancourt they had an uneasy existence with the Germans, in the sense that the Germans demanded free meat in a time where they didn't have a lot of stuff. And if they didn't give it, they weren't punished, not like they were massacred in Oradour-sur-Glane or massacres in Italy, a lot of reprisals in southern Italy. I don't see evidence yet of that same thing happening in France. But I think the key point is that every individual has a perspective they're looking out on the world with, and that perspective changes over time. It changes with opportunism, and then the writing on the wall in terms of the invasion. But in Caen in particular, I don't have those details to sort of think about what percentage of the city is supporting the Germans and what not. I mean, we do know that a lot of French women had relationships with Germans, and would find ways they weren't allowed to send letters directly to German unit headquarters and things like that, but they would find ways to get letters to the local community that would then be passed on to the Germans. So I think that the very vexing answer is that it's very complex.
Next question will be in the center towards the front.
Yes, you mentioned what seemed like a relatively small percentage of infantrymen in the Canadian division. And I'm wondering if that had any impact on mobility, particularly after the breakout from Caen towards Falaise and on.
Sure. Well, one of the things that's worth thinking about is that the proportion of infantry is similar to what you find in an American division. And the reason the proportion is so low is because you've got so many truckers in American and Canadian and British divisions. There's so many vehicles. There's 3,000 vehicles in a Canadian infantry division, which is actually more, I believe, than an American infantry division. So a big proportion of the people that are in an infantry division are in the transport units. They're truckers, they're mechanics, and what we call the Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, fixing axles and rebuilding engines, because a division that can, essentially, if you get a division of 18,000 people, it's like a town that can pack itself up and move 100 kilometers in a day. And in order to do that, it's got a tremendous tail. So the tooth-to-tail ratio in the Allied forces overall, compared to the First World War from the Second World War, is remarkably different. So infantry numbers are lower in American divisions too. And this is worth thinking about when you hear about the kind of losses that are suffered in American formations and British and Canadian formations throughout Normandy. It explains a lot. And when you hear about those losses, you have to appreciate, for example, I remember Steve said this morning something in the order of 4,000 casualties for 4th Division. That's almost all of the infantry in an infantry division. If you think about what a U.S. infantry division looks like, or a Canadian, we're talking about 3 brigade groups, or your regimental combat teams in the time of the Second World War, each with 3 infantry battalions plus supporting arms. An infantry battalion really is 4 rifle companies with about 95 or 100 fellows forward, and it doesn't take long for them to get burned up. And you can't replace them with the truckers or the mechanics because you can't stop trucking ammunition forward. So rifle companies from everybody's army in Normandy start out fighting and doing their drills the way they're trained to, with 100, 150-man companies in your case, and then those just keep shrinking and shrinking. And it's difficult for everybody to absorb replacements. And yes, it does have an impact when the breakout occurs. It means that some divisions that have suffered horrific losses and have had to absorb a lot more replacements are less balanced and able to do the complex things that need to be done once the mobile phase of the campaign starts in August. Nobody anticipated how hard the Germans would fight for the Normandy Peninsula. It came as a shock. And therefore, one of the things that they have to do in figuring out what the follow-on looks like is how to treat units that have been so badly traumatized. And some of those units, everybody's been shaken up. So it's not just about the losses, it's not just about the dead, it's about the survivors. And how you, I don't want to say coddle them, but treat them with the kind of care and consideration they need given what they've endured. And many of these units, some commanders are going to have to be relieved. This is the era where especially mid-level leaders burn out quick. Like a lot of the stories we hear about combat exhaustion, or battle exhaustion we call it in the British and Canadian armies, a lot of the people who suffer battle exhaustion are actually company commanders and platoon leaders, and even section commanders, squad leaders, who've just had to make that decision too many times. Smith, you're the next one around the corner. And they can't personally bear the weight of those life and death choices anymore. It's not the private shaking on the bottom of his slit trench who breaks out. It's leaders. We burn a lot of leaders out. And the other thing we burn out are the killers. Because there's so much killing going on, we often think about those who are traumatized in this war as those who lose friends, who they see their friends killed beside them, and certainly there's a lot of that. But a lot of those other veterans that you hear about who don't want to talk about their war, they've killed people, they've taken life. And there's nothing, those of you who are combat veterans in this room, you know what I'm talking about. If you have to take a life, you'll never be the same. And we got a lot of people come back from this war who are been ordered to become killers.
Next question will be over to your left.
Yeah, thanks for representing the perspective of what I think may be justly called the most overlooked ally. I have a question. A lot at the top level in terms of grand strategy, the Western Front is often seen as a tug of war between American and British strategic theories, American and British political goals, but Canada was a self-governing dominion, had its own goals. How was Canadian strategic theory or Canadian political goals, how were they represented at the time at the top command levels, and what's the historical view of that in Canada today?
Thank you for asking that question. It's an honor to hear someone's interested in it, because we're usually the poor second cousin in the empire, and the focus is on British command and leadership, and nobody pays attention to. Our troops are there and they're acknowledged when they do good things, but Canada's view of the strategic reality of this world is not considered. The reality is that Canada it has a political choice in how it's going to participate in this war. It is a self-governing dominion, as you said. In 1931, we finally got control of our foreign policy. as a result of sacrifices in the Great War and truly became independent, even though we've been independent since 1867. But in the eyes of the British Army, we are a subordinate organization of the British Army. So as you understand a Second World War that's a struggle between British points of view and American points of view, we have our own separate Second World War that's a struggle between the dominions, South Africa, not so much South Africa, because they have a different complex story, but Australia, New Zealand, Canada are all trying to vie to be seen as equals in a British Commonwealth alliance rather than as dominions. And the British, on the other hand, see the end of the British Empire looming near, and they want to keep Pandora in the box. Right? They're on the verge of the 1950s, 60s generations of wars of decolonization where everybody has to mind their place. And Canadians and Australians and New Zealanders who want more autonomy in this war need to shut up and do your job. I say, chaps, just do what you're told. Get back in the front. And at every instance, at every opportunity, they try to separate Canadian formations. We're the only Dominion that's got a field army. We're the only people other than the French, other than the United States and the British, we're the only country in Northwest Europe that actually puts a full army in the field with 2 corps. We have a population of 10.8 million, and 1 million people are in uniform. Proportionately, we have more people in uniform in our country than in yours. We're in this, we've got skin in the game, and we want the British to listen to us, but they won't. And so this whole war, and it plays itself out in the way the operational story of the campaign gets told. Because the British will try to blame us for shit, and it really drives us nuts. It's the Canadians' fault that we couldn't get caught. It's the Canadians' fault that the Falaise Gap can't get closed. Canadians are too upset, can't get a grip. The commanders are unprofessional, not up to our British standards. Bollocks to that, because our American allies who work with us are comfortable with the performance of our senior leaders, and so are a lot of British field commanders. So a lot of this is really a chance to fob off the blame. And sorry, I'm getting angry. Better stop now before I get into trouble.
Can we just ask Lee to tell us how he really feels about it?
Our next question is going to be to your far right.
Hello. I had a question about the Devil's Brigade, the first special service force, and this was around the time it was coming to an end. I think it was August of '44. They were operating in Italy and southern France and Scandinavia, and I couldn't miss the opportunity of having Canadian World War II historians here and not talk about the Devil's Brigade, a joint commando unit with the United States. Thank you.
Rock, paper, scissors. This is an extraordinary Canadian and American story. The foundation of the Rangers and the U.S. Army Special Forces, along with our parachute, our Airborne Regiment, and the Canadian Special Operations Regiment is a shared history. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the first Special Service Force that gets raised to do the suicide commando raid into Norway that doesn't have to be, and therefore they're a suicide parachute mountain ranger unit that has no purpose after the Norwegian resistance blow up the heavy water plant in Norway and cripples the German nuclear program. So in 1943, you got this elite mountain ranger, mountain warfare, winter warfare equipped unit that's dangling out there for all field commanders in the Allied community to say, hey, do you want this? And General Mark Clark in Italy famously says, yeah, I got a mountain problem. I could use some mountain rangers. And they're half Canadian and half American. It's crazy, and it's the only organization other than Eurocorps, that French-German corps in the NATO years that I think exists, where you've got, and it's not like there's a Canadian battalion of the 1st Special Service Force and an American battalion. They're actually fully integrated. And it's a sad story for us because we can't sustain it. It was only built to be a unit that would fight one battle and then that would be it. And they would be burned up in the process. And we always argue, because they get burned up in the approaches to Cassino in December 1943, same time as the Canadians are fighting the Battle of Ortona on the Gustav Line in Italy. And every battalion in the force suffers 50% casualties in their first action, 50%. Because But they do something that nobody else could. They get the 3 peaks in winter, when it's minus 20 up on the top, that dominate the approaches to Monte Cassino. And then they open up the path and set the conditions for the 4 fixing battles of Cassino to unfold. And I don't think that accomplishment has ever really been recognized. But the price is 50% casualties. And in the Canadian case, we can't sustain it because we got losses in too many fronts in too many places. So the Canadian contingent consistently shrinks, and while American replacements arrive. And that's one of the reasons that the force gets demobilized, is because we can't keep up sending our special operations forces to top it up.
Next question is in the back.
Hi. Prior to D-Day, there were a number of Cajun, Louisiana, French-speaking folks that were inserted into Normandy because of the similarity in the accent, that they were able to fool the Germans, that did intelligence gathering there. I was wondering, were there many French-speaking Canadians that were utilized in the same way prior to and after?
Oui, monsieur. we are a bilingual country, and 2 of the assault battalions on D-Day in the Canadian sector, one of them is the Régiment de Chaudière from Quebec City, and the other one is the regiment from our province, the North Shore New Brunswick Regiment. Our province of New Brunswick is the only province in the 10 in Canada that's actually legally, functionally bilingual. It's where the Acadians of Louisiana were deported from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, so there's a strong connection there. And there's lots of francophones working in the Signal Corps doing that kind of work. And there's a lot of Acadians and francophone speakers. Not all francophones come from Quebec or from our province. You find little pockets everywhere. And there are francophones scattered around the story, but our great shame in Canada is that we have not told the French-Canadian story of the war very well. So there's many people's voices who have not received their due, and French-Canadians are one of those for us. So it's an area where we need to do more work.
We have time for one last question, and we will be back to the far right.
We hear so much about the mood on the American home front, and of course the British with their famous stiff upper lip and keep calm, carry on. Could you speak a little bit to the mood on the Canadian home front?
That's a good one. We have, in the summer of 1944, not imposed conscription. We still have an all-volunteer army, except that the loss rates that we've been talking to you about here today cripple that system. It makes it buckle. We did have conscription, what we call the National Resources Mobilization Act, but it's for home defense only. So for all those coastal defense installations, guarding the approaches to Newfoundland, and even the operations in Alaska, we can use conscripts for those kinds of things. But we can't, the Parliament doesn't have the authority to send them overseas because we had a terrible conscription crisis in the First World War. And this is one of the home front issues in Canada, but it's kind of the one that really captures everybody's imagination, because you're either on the send the zombies overseas or not. And these conscripts that are conscripted for home defense only are nicknamed the zombies. And there's a huge campaign while Normandy is going on, because Normandy and the battles of Monte Cassino have been so horrific in their bloodletting, and the replacement crisis is on the horizon. People have to take sides in this. So it's not as simple as all Canadians are united in the war effort, because if you're the mother of one of those home defense conscripts and and your husband was killed in the First World War, then you don't want that boy to go over, and this will divide homes, divide families. So it's an ugly war. But thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Steph, Lee, and Cindy.
And I will echo thank you Steph, Cindy, and Lee. This has been fantastic. Narratives like this obviously are not widely discussed here in the States, and so I think everybody learned a little bit out of this today. So we're very happy that Lee and Cindy could provide us with some additional insight and perspectives on the fighting done by our closest allies. There will be an author signing at the table to my left, and we'll also begin our lunch break now. I hope to see everybody back here. We'll start again at 1:30 for our next panel on Allied air power in Normandy, and I think we had a great setup for that in this discussion. So go Edmonton.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American air armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe.
It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours, and the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot, you know. What's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell MC in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave. And you know, that last night is always, I got some great memories.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We were in trouble, and I just knew that I wanted to be in the service.
Everyone wanted to be part of this massive effort to preserve democracy, to be able to say, I can now serve in uniform.
It was a time of which I'll never forget.
We were young and healthy and able to do it, able to help what we could.
They said that the soldiers were dying because we didn't have enough nurses, so I volunteered to go into the Army.
It proved the point that if you give a person a chance, that they could accomplish almost anything.
I'm really proud of the fact that I earned my wings, but I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud that we showed the world that an airplane knows no sex.
Our War II tells the story of 350,000 American women who volunteered to serve in the U.S. military during World War II.
They faced challenges, they overcame them, they contributed significantly to victory, and they left a lasting legacy for women and for all Americans today. This exhibition is unique because it tells a story that isn't often told.
In one case, we have combat boots worn by an Army nurse and an evening gown sewn from a parachute by an Army nurse. So those two items tell a very different story, but also the same story of World War II. So this exhibit provides a little bit of the unexpected elements of war.
The exhibition contains over 200 artifacts, from large-scale, complete uniforms to the very small, very personal items that women carried with them during the war.
The museum's collection contains dozens of scrapbooks from American women who served, and we used those to create a digital interactive where visitors can flip through and explore some of these amazing resources that women saved and compiled during World War II.
The exhibition includes really unique multimedia features, including an interactive oral history station called We Were There. We interviewed 3 World War II veterans, asking them over 1,000 questions. Their answers were recorded in 3 dimensions, and through the powers of artificial intelligence, you can ask them questions and they will answer in real time.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
I hope that visitors learn something new, see something unexpected.
I really, in particular, hope that young women feel empowered by the women they see represented in this exhibition.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II and II. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
One of the things that surprised me about the program was that it taught me things other than just the subject matter. It taught me how to write papers in a different way. It taught me how to prepare video presentations, audio presentations, class syllabi. So it's something that you can take back to your work and have all these new skills that you're learning while you're learning about a subject matter that you're interested in. The most surprising part of the program was how little I knew about World War II. I think all of us in the program figured, well, we already know this stuff, so it'll be fun kind of taking a tour down memory lane. And what would happen is every Monday when we would get the new readings and the new assignments, there would be things that we'd never heard of, things we didn't know anything about. And in our discussion groups, we were all so excited. We were learning things that we didn't know before.
It's on a DCA. It's all. It's on a what? What are you, green? Okay.
Channel 5.
You're good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our next session in just a few moments. Please find your seats, silence your cell phones, and we will begin shortly. Thank you.
All set? Good, guys? Good to go?
Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. That's for those who are coming in from out of town. That's one of, after the museum, one of the big reasons to come to New Orleans, of course. You know, this morning we talked a good bit about air power. We had some good bait an appetizer to lead us into this discussion now, while the bombing of Caen is still fresh in our minds. The next panel is going to discuss the significant role Allied air power played in the Normandy campaign. Chairing the session today is Dr. Robert Hutchinson. Rob is an assistant professor of strategy and security studies at the Air Force School of Advanced Air and Space Studies, where he teaches courses on military history, strategy, irregular warfare. His research focuses on the 20th century European political and military history, intelligence studies, Holocaust, and genocide studies. With that, take it away, Rob.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for coming back for this panel. I'm very excited for it, and thank you, Pete, for the very nice introduction. You're not here to see me talk, so I'm going to very briefly introduce my two colleagues and then let them take the floor. But since all three of us are Air Force, all three of us work for the Air Force, so we should get the obligatory out of the way that we speak for no one but ourselves and so forth and et cetera. That's the joking, not joking thing that we say. So with that being said, we heard a lot today about perspectives on the D-Day invasion, both kind of expected and unexpected. And so one thing to keep in mind as we consider air power and its contribution to D-Day is the fact that air power, much like the story of the land advance, is a human story, right? With individuals grappling with new technologies and trying to apply them in circumstances that are both expected and unexpected in a rapidly changing environment. And so I'm very excited to hear the remarks from our two panelists today. To my immediate right is Dr. Tom Hughes, who is a colleague of mine at the U.S. Air Force School of Advanced Air and Space Studies. He and Brian Leslie to my far right, there's a lot more about their bios in the program. I want to get right to it. But they are both distinguished scholars of air power who have very interesting presentations teed up for us today. So with that being said, gentlemen, take it away.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here. You don't have to be much of a museum person or much of a historian to know this place is first rate. And that's as true behind the scenes as it is in their public-facing posture here at the museum. I want to thank the museum for inviting us down and treating us so well. Delight to be here, delight to share the stage with people I admire and respect. And I want to just spend a little bit of time talking about the 9th Air Force and its support in the American sector. I'd like to do this conversationally and casually, but with some forethought. I want to get the 9th Air Force to England. I want to get them situated there and established before D-Day, and then I want to just tell three very short little stories that I think exemplify some of the ways in which tactical air power contributes to the Normandy operations from about the 6th of June to the breakout stage in late July. A story about interdiction, a story about the airfields that Steve talked a little bit about this morning. I want to expand on that. And then a story about the development of close air support, or armored column cover. And that's very simply what I'm going to try to do. Getting the 9th Air Force to England was a Herculean task. The 9th Air Force exists in North Africa during the North African campaign, but only the name and about 12 people come with the 9th Air Force to England in the fall of 1943. The other 230,000 members of the 9th Air Force, and it'll number that many by June 6, largest numbered Air Force in the world, larger than the 8th Air Force by about 30,000 people, will come directly from the States. They'll be relatively green, and they're going to have a steep learning curve. And you can track that learning curve through these three stories, because the Air Force comes to the war as such a new and adolescent, if you're stretching it, organization, they don't have a lot of bureaucratic underpinnings. They don't have a lot of bureaucratic scaffolding around which they can translate lessons, help the right hand know what the left hand is doing, lessons that might have been picked up in North Africa or George Kenney's 5th Air Force in the Pacific, don't get translated laterally very well. Some of the speakers have talked about the things that they learned in earlier operations, and that's true to some extent with the Tactical Air Forces, but it's actually more impressive how much they don't know what the other units are doing. And so there's a learning curve that goes on in these 3 stories. Some of the people, I just want to, Rob's point about this being a people story, from this side of that, from your left to your right, that's the guy in the middle of that picture, flanked by Louis Brereton and Dwight Eisenhower, is Pete Quesada. I'm going to generally tell this story through his eyes. He's the 9th Fighter Command commander. Louis Brereton is the 9th Air Force commander. He's the NAF commander. Quesada has the fighter bombers. And of course, you know who Dwight Eisenhower is. Dwight Eisenhower knows who Pete Quesada is. That top picture is Pete Quesada joyriding with Eisenhower on the 1st of July at a conference. Eisenhower wants to see what this increasing bottleneck, I'll talk about in a minute, looks like. So they get in a P-51. They don't want to draw too much attention to them. There's just one other plane with them, and they're driving around. That earns a personal rebuke to both of them by the President of the United States. So they have that distinction. Below is Quesada and O.P. Weiland. O.P. Weiland becomes George Patton's close air support commander and helps George Patton become George Patton. The other Tactical Air Force commander with the fighter bombers is a guy named Richard Nugent. You heard a little bit about him earlier today. His claim to fame is he is the great uncle of the rocker Ted Nugent. Someone once told me in a conversation like this, a story like this, a presentation like this, try to give them something they might remember the next day. So there. Uncle Richard Nugent. The picture over on the far side is one of my favorites. That's Pete Quesada with a pointer. The other man standing is Joseph Collins. And these 2 men are outlining the scheme that you heard a little bit about earlier today about the air support for the assault on Cherbourg. Sitting down is Jimmy Doolittle, kind of hunched over. Right behind his shoulder is Carl Spaatz. The guy leaning in the back is Hoyt Vandenberg. These airmen are some of the airmen that are going to sort of bring the 9th Air Force to the far shore. In Pete Quesada's own little 9th Fighter Command, which will number about 35,000 people by D-Day, but which numbers him and another person on November 17th, will get their first fighter bomber group, the 354th, the Pioneer Mustang group, the first group in Europe with the Mustang, on November 20th. And they will be very, very busy in the months leading up to the invasion. So too will the 9th Troop Carrier Command, the C-47s, the transport people. So too will the 9th Medium Bomber Command. So too will the 9th Engineering Command, the single largest component of the 9th Air Force, 70,000 men strong. And for D-Day, for the men of the 9th Air Force, it's a big day. And you can get that in their unit histories. You can understand that they know something important is happening. It is also, though, another day of operations, because they had been doing this stuff since the first time they showed up. For the ground forces, that is the day. That's the day this all begins. Not so true with the 9th Air Force. 230,000 troops on June 6, 1944. 3 little stories about the ways in which this 9th Air Force participates and helps the fight onto the far shore. The first story actually begins before the fight begins on June 6th. Interdiction. Interdicting the battlefield, isolating the battlefield. That map, I don't have a pointer, but you see on on the top of the map, you can kind of track the Seine River. And the Seine is well known enough, and you can kind of see Paris, and that's where all the towns are and stuff. And the Seine River is winding its way inland to France. The river on the bottom of the map, the long river on the bottom of the map, is the Loire. And if you take a look at the Normandy battle space, and you take a look at those two rivers, you understand that if you can interdict those two rivers, you can interdict a great deal of the Normandy battle space. The problem is, if you do this too well and too diligently and in too focused of a manner, your enemy is going to figure out where you're going to land, because they are no smarter nor no dumber than you are. And Rick Atkinson talked a little bit last night about Operation Fortitude and this deception plan that the British and the Americans are actually going to come across the Pas de Calais, across from the Straits of Dover. And that's what we want the Germans to think we are coming. So beginning about the 1st of May, when they start to get really interested in this interdiction, for every interdiction mission that is flown along those riverways and trying to take out bridges, the top picture is actually a taken out bridge in the town of Rouen. You can't really see it too well, but in the background you can see the famous spire of the Rouen Cathedral. The bottom picture is a bridge collapsed on the Loire. For every mission that's flown trying to interdict those rivers, 3 missions are going to be flown in the Pas de Calais. For every mission that's actually going to have a tactical effect, 3 are flown somewhere else. About the middle of May, that ratio becomes 2-to-1. About the 1st of June, that ratio becomes 1-to-1. And they don't stop flying these deception missions in the Pas de Calais until the Germans begin moving all of their units in the Pas de Calais into the Normandy battle area, which is about June 19th. So for a fortnight, even after the invasion, as long as they think they are holding in place German defensive units outside of the battle area, the Americans and the British are going to fly interdiction missions somewhere else. Fortitude is an amazing deception plan. It's incredible. Most of Fortitude is fake. George Patton's fake army, the cardboard and plywood tanks, the fake radio traffic. It's a magic trick that could be found out. These interdiction missions are real. Real planes, real bombs, real people, real gas, real lives, including a guy named Lieutenant Colonel Leon Vance. If you're from Oklahoma or you know the Air Force defense posture today, Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma is named after that man. He will lose his life commanding a B-17 on one of these deception interdiction missions in the Pas de Calais and earn the Medal of Honor in the process. This part of the interdiction plan buys for Fortitude its authenticity that could not have been bought anywhere or any other way. All of the other stuff could have been figured out. But the interdiction part of Fortitude was real. Once you get to the far shore, you begin thinking about how to actually interdict the German forces that are coming into the battle space. Picture of rail lines, marshalling yards. It's an interesting picture. It doesn't reproduce very well. That's actually a target folder picture from a debrief of one of the 4 missions that the medium bombers of the 9th Air Force fly at Pas de Calais. I mean, not Pas de Calais, Pointe de Hope, the battery there. Famous story about the Rangers attacking that point. Of course, the Rangers get up to that point in an incredible story that's well known, and they find that the guns aren't even in those batteries. They had been moved back a couple of kilometers, and they had been moved back a couple of kilometers because of these air missions, 4 of them before the invasion. And that is part of the story of the effect that interdiction will have, the effect of dropping all of the bridges. If you take a river cruise today from Paris down the Seine to the English Channel, and you can see them. It's a popular vacation to take. The museum runs staff rides that way. You will not, once you get outside the environs of Paris, sail under a bridge older than 80 years old because they're all gone. So too with the Lure. George Patton, in his famous Breakout, will talk about O.P. Weiland's interdiction of that riverway and say that O.P. Weiland's airplanes were worth a full corps in the United States Army on the ground. And part of that was geography, but part of that was the careful way in which the American planners spend resources on missions that will never, ever, ever have any tactical meaning, but have immense operational and strategic meaning by holding in place, particularly the panzer divisions near the Pas-de-Calais. That is one small little story. Airfields. Again, the map doesn't really relate. All those little dots on that airfield are some of the more than 200 airfields that are built or maintained or reclaimed from the Germans during the entire campaign. In Normandy itself, there are 14, and then there are another 4 emergency landing strips that are built. The very first one, by the end of D+1, June 7th, behind Utah Beach as an emergency landing strip. Steve talked a little bit about the 9th Engineering Command, 70,000 people strong. There are 700 of them on Utah the night of June 6th, and they're hacking away an emergency landing strip that is first used the following night. These airfields eventually occupy most of the graded real estate in Normandy by the early part of July. If you go to the Omaha Cemetery today and look across the draw on either immediate sides, and if the trees weren't there, and they weren't then, you would be looking at 2 airfields. If you go to the battery at Long-sur-Mer, the German battery, one of the very few larger German artifacts still along the Atlantic shore there, and get on top of one of those gun emplacements, you would be able to see 3 landing fields. If you go to the radar museum site at Douvres, which is in the British sector, which is by design on high ground, it's a German radar, you would see 5. They're everywhere. For a while, in a couple of P-47 groups of Pete Casado, when they come to the far shore, some wits were taking rear light blinkers from British automobiles and putting them on the rear tails of their planes and making them operative, because the air traffic was kind of a joke, but the evasive action or deconfliction was as simple as a blinker light. And they actually had, you can see pictures of these blinker lights, these automobile blinker lights on the planes, until people in the engineering command said, you know, having 2 different electrical systems on a plane is probably not a good idea, and yeah, funny, get those off. Pictures of the airfields. The one on the bottom right, as I'm looking, is a emergency landing strip, mostly dirt, entirely dirt, covered with what, for lack of a better description, would be heavy gauge chicken wire today. Up until 10 or 15 years ago, it wasn't hard to find this chicken wire on farmers' fence fields in Normandy. It's getting harder and harder to find, actually. I used to be able to find them pretty easy when I'm bringing a group of people around and point it out. It's harder and harder. That was for the fighters. That was for the lighter planes. You have this heavier steel planking on the other picture on the bottom, although that's a fighter plane sitting there. That was for the medium bombers that needed a little more time and space. As they get further infield, inland, they are reclaiming old German airfields. That's a German airplane wreck in the foreground and a P-38 in the background there. These airfields in Normandy have a design life of about 6 weeks. They're not designed to last forever. They're chicken wire and tar paper. And they need to break out beyond or inside of that time period. Otherwise, the logistics of the airfields are going to begin to degrade. In the early part of July, that is beginning to happen. to the earliest fields, and it's going to continue to happen. And there's no other real estate to put these fields. It just doesn't exist. When Omar Bradley first writes a note to Dwight Eisenhower on July 10th and says, I don't know if we can hang on, and he hadn't said that since the very first day at Omaha, when they wondered whether they need to pull back from Omaha. He's talking about airfields. He's not talking about food. He's not talking about guns or bullets. These airfields are going to fall apart. Already, the 9th fighter bombers that are in these airfields have a maintenance deficiency of about 40% because there's so much debris and dust and dirt being kicked up on these airfields when these planes are taxiing around. 2 squadrons have repatriated back to their home fields in Middlewallop in England. If they all go home to England, you're going to have a real problem. And it's a real concern. As it turns out, and Brian's going to talk a little bit about breakout in late July, that happens just in a nick of time. But because it is typically underappreciated, I think, and I think Steve made the same point this morning, the engineering command, the aviation battalions, play a critical role in this story in getting an expeditionary air force to the far shore, increasing the combat effectiveness of an airplane by about 4 times, because they don't have to fly across the English Channel to get to where they're going and lawyer to what they're going to try to do, is an incredible story. It's actually a story that is important to this day as we think about expeditionary airfields on 2nd and 3rd Island chain defensive lines in the Pacific, and how to get there and maintain that. And the lessons from this story are, I actually know they're being looked at. They're being looked at. How do they do this? What did they do? How do they design these things? It's an incredible story, and they don't get enough credit, this whole airfield story. Close air support armored column cover. This is in some ways where the learning curve is the easiest to see. This is a Air Force that was about 125,000 men strong in 1940 and will be 2 million strong by 1944. And it is just so hard for everybody in that organization to know what everybody else has been learning along the way. And the 5th Air Force of George Kenny in the Pacific, and the 13th Air Force of Nathan Twining in the Pacific, and the 12th Air Force of Joe Cannon in Italy, the 9th Air Force of Pete Casada, of Louis Brereton in Normandy, are kind of learning as they go. It's pretty interesting in organizational theory to see the solutions these people come up with, because they're very similar to the very similar kinds of problems, but they don't know what everybody else is doing. Because there's not a lot of pre-war doctrine and thought about this. There's a great deal of pre-war doctrine and thought about strategic bombing and that kind of stuff. The picture to the bottom, and as I look at it to the right, that is the Air Control Center on D-Day itself. 13,000 sorties on D-Day. Most of them are planned. A lot of them are 8th Air Force. Many of them are 9th Air Force. A lot of them are British 2nd Tactical Air Force. There is a scheme for close air support call missions on D-Day. There are 13 of them flown. None of them matter. They happen hours after the request was made. The communication system collapses. Think of a web page that crashes today, when everybody tries to go on at the same time. It's too bulky, it's too cumbersome. They try to make it as robust as they possibly can. They're at the front end of a learning curve and failing. 13 missions of 13 sorties of 13,000 sorties. And none of them have any bearing on the battlefield. That's got to get better. The picture in the middle on the bottom is one of 13 communication relay stations that the 9th Air Force will eventually establish in Normandy. Those are wires. And that's actually, each of these 13 have 4 of those trucks. And all those wires come in and out of it. They're trying to make more robust the communication system. Close air support is going to be about as good as the communications that exist between a ground unit and an air unit. That's its limb fact. And they're trying to figure out how to do this. The top picture there, you can see the panels. They sometimes mark the ground. That's a bomb line marker, those 9 white panels there on the ground. They're actually red in the American sector and pink in the British sector. From the air, maybe looking pretty much the same. But it still takes too long to get these messages to the people that need it. You've heard a lot about the bocage and the very tough German defensive posture. And an air support mission that doesn't happen inside of about 30 or 45 minutes from a call from a ground unit for support is probably not going to be very effective. And it takes much longer than that, probably about 3 hours. Now they're trying to get what we would call today the kill chain, that sort of gap between a request and an action. 2 hours, 90 minutes. Gets a little better, it gets a little better, it gets a little better. But human communication starts to get in the way. Tank commander might say, there's a German machine gun nest in that church steeple that looks like a red roof, 2 kilometers that way. Well, from the air at 200 knots, there's about 50 church steeples that all look the same, and they need better ways to communicate in the ways in which an air person would understand. And they need to do it quicker. And they need to have more instantaneous communication between that tank guy and that pilot. And through a long series of trial and error, they eventually decide to put, lo and behold, an aviation radio in a tank. And so an individual tank commander can talk technically to an individual aircraft commander. This is a cultural sea change for both of these organizations because it requires more senior officers to get the hell out of the way and not filter the information, not say, oh, that's a reasonable target, or that's a good use of the asset. And that's hard for people to do. That's hard for more senior people to do. It's hard for us to do in our own daily lives if we think we have an expertise and a competence about something to sort of get out of the way and say to that 18-year-old and that 22-year-old, you guys figure it out. Still, hey, that steeple over there, get that one. So Cassata and Omar Bradley, the First Army commander, and they are side by side separated only by a bocage so that a bomb wouldn't take both of them out. Hey, let's put either tank commanders in airplanes, but there's just no room for that. There's not much room in a tank, but they could skinny in a pilot so that they can talk to each other in the same language. Cassata doesn't want to order this. He wants this to happen. He could order pilots into tanks. He didn't want to do that. So he kind of, his first offer is 24-hour, for a 2-week tour. They do this for 2 weeks. His first offer is a day pass in London, 24 hours. That's not the right price point. 48 hours. That's still not going to get the house sold. As it turns out, 72 hours, 3 days in London is the right price point, and he starts to get pilot. Oh, I'll do that for 2 lousy weeks and live not in a nice little Air Force encampment, but in a tank. And that develops armored column cover, which becomes very critical in the breakout because finally an individual tank can talk in near real time with an individual pilot, majors, lieutenant colonels, generals, sit on their hands enough, and they can communicate in ways that they understand. And so that bottom picture is an individual tank passing by an individual German armored vehicle that has been taken out by armored column cover moments before. It's not these big, huge, bombing fields, not these big, the whole river network interdicted. They have to get into the smallness of the battle space to make this thing work. And they have to overcome some cultural obstacles. They have to learn. They have to ride this learning curve. And they do it, and it becomes very, very important in the breakout stage because there's 2 armored column cover in Joe Collins's corps that are going to break out and help Patton become Patton. And there are planes above both of them. And it's an important part of the ways in which the tactical air forces help the Normandy invasion. 3 small little stories that I hope exemplify a little bit. And I'm happy to expand, talk more about them if you have any questions about them. When you think about the Normandy air campaign, and you think about air power's role in it, and there's a lot of shortcomings, and you've heard some about them. Rob Citino's point about he feels sorry for the Air Forces because they're asked to do something that they're not really trained and equipped to do. If you actually look at the CEP accuracy, circle area probable, the sort of statistical measure that we use today to determine whether or not a bombing run is accurate or not, the CEPs of the 8th Air Force bomb runs are actually pretty good, given what they're trained to do. So they're not ready to do these things. The classic conventional wisdom of an amphibious operation is, getting ashore, that first couple that's the hard part. If you can get ashore and dig in, and that's the operational objective. You heard from the session right before this that the operational objective in the British sector isn't really to take Caen that day. That's aspirational. It's to get on the shore and be able to stay there. The Allies do that reasonably well. It's the weeks afterward where it becomes really hard. This tough German defensive crust sort of settles in, and you can't get past that, and you're stalemated to the point that Omar Bradley, by early July, is saying, "I'm going to have to move my air forces back to England, and then I have only about 1/4 of the combat effectiveness of those air forces." When you think about how close run this thing is, it's hard to think about the success of Normandy without air power helping it along. It's not the only determinative cause. Not on the day 1 or day 2 or day 3, but on day 12, day 14, day 17, when you are really sort of settling in to a stalemated situation. The German effectiveness of forces that they move into Normandy as an aggregate, the division aggregate effectiveness is degraded by about 45%. By Allied interdiction before they even meet an Allied soldier. So it doesn't turn amphibious operation conventional wisdom on a head, but it modifies it. That air power's contribution is really in the 2 fortnights after, or 3 fortnights after, and then going and continuing on. 3 little stories about the 9th Air Force and its role in the Normandy air operations. There's more. Happy to talk about more. Happy to be here. Thanks for coming.
Well, I apologize. I was so excited to turn it over to our panelists that I bungled my lines initially. That was my esteemed colleague, Tom Hughes. This is my esteemed colleague, Brian Lasley, who I never told you where he's from. He's the command historian at the Air Force Academy.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Let me echo all of my colleagues by saying thanks to the museum for having us. Thanks for bringing us down here. And we all, every one of us, thank the museum because we want to come back because we like it here. Now, I've been a historian as a career, and when I say that, that means someone pays me to do this for about 15 years. Now, much like everyone else in the room, history has been a passion of mine for much longer than that, going back to my childhood. I'm just lucky enough to be that 10-year-old that got to turn a passion into an actual career. And to realize that I am not much different than that 10-year-old. I did make an impulse purchase in the gift shop. I could not resist owning one of the famous Airborne clickers. If my wife is watching, I'm sure she's going to be very excited about me bringing this home. Now, air power is different, and the way that we talk about air power is different. I want to point out that none of the other historians here have stood up and said, I am a land power historian. Yeah, I study it. It doesn't need to be said. But air power historians are very passionate about saying, I am an air power historian. Now, one of my favorite movies growing up was The Longest Day, and I can still remember the commercials. These were the commercials that came on when you were watching WTBS and watching the Atlanta Braves or old reruns of the Andy Griffith Show, and the Longest Day commercial would come on. I'll never forget, it was the beginning of the end of World War II. And so to be at the National Museum of World War II talking about air power in this room in particular is something of a full circle moment for me. Now, my esteemed colleague, Dr. Hughes, and we always use esteemed colleague, I use it very loosely. Dr. Hughes is a man that I deeply respect, whom I read in grad school. So I am using the term colleague very, very loosely with him, at least for me. But he closed with, given its close run, difficult to imagine a successful invasion of Western Europe without effective air support following 6 June and across the summer of 1944. So he talked about 9th Air Force. I am going to go back and talk about 8th Air Force. Now, it's been a great year for those of us who study air power. And at the top of that list has to be Apple TV's Masters of the Air. This is, of course, ends the trilogy of Band of Brothers and the Pacific. And when HBO released Band of Brothers over 20 years ago now, the first 2 episodes actually came out on September 9th, 2001. So when Band of Brothers is released that Sunday night, we're less than 48 hours from the events of September 11th. Now, when that comes out in 2001, it had only been 57 years since the events they were talking about. And if you watched Band of Brothers, you'll recall that at the beginning of each episode or the end of each episode, you actually got to hear from the veterans themselves talk about the events that were in that particular episode. Of course, this was not possible for Masters of the Air, which comes out now 80 years later. And I do ponder how members of the Bloody 100th, Buck Clevin, Bucky Egan, Rosie Rosenthal might have reacted to having themselves portrayed in a miniseries. And I also want to point out that this is a show that I watched fairly religiously, and not only because obviously I wanted to watch it, but my 14-year-old daughter wanted to watch it as well. Now, I don't think she was as interested in the air power aspects of the show. It happened to star one of her favorite actors, Austin Butler. So when my 14-year-old comes to me and says, "Will you watch this show with me?" Obviously, yes. This is not a big ask for me. Now, the show itself actually kind of skips over the events of D-Day. In the penultimate episode, Captain Crosby spends 72 hours straight planning the missions for D-Day and after. He works himself into a stupor. He eventually passes out, and he misses D-Day. He sleeps through everything on June 6th. Now, if you're active on social media, which I don't know how many of you are, there was a bit of an uproar over this particular episode because it did not cover D-Day. There were actually people upset. You can't not cover D-Day. But the events actually mirror Crosby's memoir on a Wing and a Prayer. So what I want to do today is obviously talk about what 8th Air Force did on D-Day and in the days following that. So, real quick background on the 8th. 8th Air Force begins its operations in August of 1942 under the command of Ira Aker, the man on the left there. And Aker's going to oversee the establishment and the expansion of 8th Air Force until he runs afoul of the head of the Army Air Forces, Hap Arnold. Now, this is not the only incident in which Arnold does this. If you did not satisfy Hap Arnold, you would rapidly find yourself out of a job. So in late 1943, after having spent over a year building and expanding and getting 8th Air Force to where it could do what he wanted it to do, Aker is relieved. He's actually promoted. He's promoted out of 8th Air Force. And Jimmy Doolittle comes in to take over in early 1944. But the story of the 8th and what the 8th wanted to accomplish is way older than 1942 or 1943. We're going to have to go back decades. We're going to have to go all the way back to the First World War, and we're going to have to see just how terrible trench warfare is for air power thinkers in the interwar period to go, there has to be a better way. There has to be a way to go over and not through, all right? Everything that the 8th Air Force, and really all Allied air forces do in the Second World War, is predicated upon this idea of not repeating the trench warfare mistakes of World War I. Now, air power pioneers in the 20s and 30s, they kind of take it to the next level, though. They approach bombardment with a religious fervor, all right? And they come up with the doctrine of high-altitude precision daylight bombing, all right? And all air leaders, particularly Spats, felt that any sortie that's not being used to do this high-altitude, precision, deep strike, long-range bombing is a mistake, all right? Because if we do this bombing, if we hit the war-making effort of the enemy, the war is going to be over that much sooner. So leave us alone. Don't ask us to do tactical stuff. Let us go over, not through. We will end the war. In fact, I think Spats even thinks he can do it in the war without the need for an invasion of Europe. So let's look at the sheer size of 8th Air Force. Now, on 30 May 1944, the final bomb group stands up just in advance of the Normandy invasion, bringing the total to a nice round 40 bomb groups. But we've got 3 divisions, 40 bomb groups, a number of wings and squadrons, thousands upon thousands of aircraft, all right? 8th Bomber Command, 8th Fighter Command, all of this built principally and ostensibly to take the fight to the Germans. And this is where they're based, all right? So all of East Anglia, you probably can't drive 10 or 15 minutes without running into an 8th Air Force base. Now I want to talk for a little bit about this gentleman here. And this gentleman is Major General Lawrence Sherman Cuter, one of the unsung heroes, I think, not only of the Air Force, but of World War II in general. West Point, class of 1927, he's one of the principal authors of the plan that they call the Air Plan that defeated Hitler, AWPD-1, Air War Planning Document -1. Right after the attack on Pearl Harbor, he is a lieutenant colonel. He skips the rank of colonel. He is promoted to brigadier general at the age of 36. He becomes a commander of the 1st Bomb Group in 8th Air Force. Spats then grabs him, takes him down to North Africa, where he's a deputy commanding general of the North African Tactical Air Forces. And then Arnold grabs him back to kind of be Arnold's right-hand man back in D.C. Now, after the war, he goes on to a number of other commands: Military Air Transport Service, Pacific Air Forces. As a shout out to my Canadian brethren, he is the 2nd commander of NORAD, the North American Air Defense Command. In fact, he's almost Chief of Staff of the Air Force in the 1960s. The reason he's not is his principal competition is Curtis LeMay. Who are you going to pick to be Chief of Staff of the Air Force? Some guy you never heard of, or Curtis LeMay? Now, I mention Cuter because he is one of these people who approach strategic bombing with a very fervent belief. In all of those doctrinal classes that were taught in the interwar period, Cuter's the bombardment director for 4 years. I mean, this is the guy that teaches the rest of the Air Force about strategic bombing. Now, in advance of Arnold coming over for a post-D-Day visit to France, Cuter goes ahead of him, and Cuter's actually going to fly with the 8th Air Force on D-Day. And Cuter says, if Hermann Goering and all of the meteorologists of the Luftwaffe had prescribed ideal weather for the German Air Force to operate against our invading fleet, they could not have set up a more favorable conditions than what actually existed from the center of the channel to the invasion beaches on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Now, as we've mentioned, nearly 2,000 bombers from all 3 American air divisions, I don't want to use the word carpet bomb, but strategically bomb tactical targets right along the beaches. And as we've mentioned, they missed, all right? They delayed their bombing. As Steve mentioned earlier, the bombs dropped further inland, the naval gunfire went over, and so the German defenses, particularly at Omaha Beach, are untouched by the strategic bombers that morning. Now, also on the morning of the 6th, to also observe what's going on over the beaches, 2 P-38s launch out of Bovington Field. All right, and in those 2 P-38s are the commander of the 8th Air Force, Jimmy Doolittle, and his deputy, Major General Earl Partridge. Now, they accompany the 8th Air Force over the beaches that morning to observe the bombing mission. But what Doolittle wants to do is he doesn't just want to ride in one of the B-17s. Being in a fighter is going to allow him to get down and observe the damage that the bombers did, or in this case, did not cause. Now, the weather has hindered them from getting low, all right? So Doolittle and Partridge are both on a return flight heading back to England, not having observed the actual bombing missions. Partridge gets somewhat distracted at some point, and he's looking down internal to the aircraft. At the moment that he looks down to check some switches or something, Doolittle finds a hole in the clouds. So Doolittle breaks, wings over, down he goes. Partridge looks up, and the commander of 8th Air Force has disappeared. And Partridge is forced to go back, land at Bovington Field, and hey, where's Jimmy? I have no idea where Jimmy is. I lost him. And they don't know for several hours what's happened to Jimmy Doolittle. Doolittle actually does drop through the clouds, turns back, and spends about an hour flying over the beaches. And one can imagine what he witnessed that morning. But, as has already been said, one of the things he witnessed was that the bombers that morning had bombed long and had not done what they had meant to do on the beaches that morning. Now, this is, of course, the D+1 conference. So my question as I was examining this was, so what did 8th Air Force do on D+1, D+2, D+25? My guess was that, well, all right, we've helped you get ashore, all bets are off, we're going back to do long-range strategic bombing. And this was, surprisingly, not the case. All right, all those spats was wholeheartedly against, and I should mention, as has been mentioned, in the months leading up to the actual invasion, the 8th Air Force had spent a considerable amount of time at the direction of Eisenhower against Spatz's wishes in attacking transportation targets, all right? Railroads, bridges, communication lines, anything that is going to help the Germans get troops to the beaches has been attacked by both the 8th and the 9th Air Force. But one would think, having done that, hey, we've helped you, we are going to go back to doing our strategic bombing now. This was not true. As we mentioned, 10,000, 13,000 sorties on D-Day. This is followed up on June 7th. This is followed up on June 7th by 40 different cities, 40 different targets, anywhere between 9 bombers and 100 bombers going against various cities. You could draw a line from Saint-Nazaire in the southwest almost directly along that TAC Photo Recce area, and this is where the Americans were bombing. In the weeks after D-Day, the 8th Air Force continued to pummel targets in and around the beaches, all done so that we could continue to help the troops get farther inland. So 8th Air Force kind of continued this more tactical, what Spatz would call a waste of bombing effort against German troop positions, our rail yards, anything that could help the Germans move forward. The 8th does not stop this until June 14th. So on June 14th, this is the first 8th Air Force raid that actually leaves France, all right? It goes back into Germany. And the 8th Air Force does not consider its job done until the 18th of June, and that's when the 8th Air Force makes what they called the first major mission to strategic targets since D-Day. Now, that does not mean that we, the Americans, the Allies, were not attacking strategic targets. We had an ace up our sleeve. And I love that the title of the book about this unit is called The Forgotten 15th, because the 15th Air Force is almost invariably overlooked, ignored. If you do an Amazon search looking for books about the 8th Air Force, you're going to get hundreds. Everything from from memoirs to Don Miller's Masters of the Air. The 15th is significantly smaller, all right? Fewer books have been written on that topic. But what happens on the night of 6 June is that Spaatz sends a message to the 15th Air Force, and he tells them, from this day on, you need spend no further effort in the battle area. We will handle it from here. You go back and you keep working on the sources of military strength, and particularly air strength, deep in Germany. So in essence, at this point in the war, the Americans and the Allies have built a force that is capable of A, supporting the troops on the ground, and not necessarily what we would consider close air support today, but in attacking those nodes that kept the enemy from getting forward, while at the same time having 15th Air Force continue these deep strike operations. Now, I am an American air power historian. I have often been accused of ignoring my fellow RAF brethren and historians. So let's not forget that the 8th Air Force is not the only game in town. Operation Charnwood is preceded by one of the largest aerial bombardments in the Normandy campaign. But going forward, both American 8th Air Force and Bomber Command efforts help capture Cherbourg. They help capture Caen. Despite these victories, progress is slow, and you would think that I am going to end on the Operation Cobra, but I'm not, because there's a whole panel. We're going to keep you around, and we're going to talk Operation Cobra and the Normandy breakout here in the next session. So how effective were the supporting operations, what one might call a transportation plan, if you will? What did the 8th Air Force accomplish, and the 9th, in the months leading up to and in the weeks following the D-Day invasion? One German officer said, "The raids have caused the breakdown of all main lines of communications. The coast defenses have been cut off from the supply bases in the interior, producing a situation which threatens to have serious consequences. The transportation of supplies has been completely stopped. Large-scale strategic movement of German troops by rail is practically impossible at the present time, and it will remain so until these attacks from the air are stopped." In other words, the attacking of the transportation targets leading up to D-Day meant that the German army could get by train no closer than 100 miles from the advancing American forces. Now, one might ask, what role did the Luftwaffe play? As I mentioned, Kuter talks about Hermann Goering talks about the Luftwaffe prior to the attacks of D-Day, and mentions that if we had had weather, the Luftwaffe could have had no better weather than to respond to our invasion forces. But what role did the German Luftwaffe play? It became evident on D-Day for the first time that the Luftwaffe was a soundly defeated air force and participated in no significant ways to stem our invasion forces. By that point, Jimmy Doolittle had released his fighters to go against the German fighters. The German Luftwaffe had effectively ceased to exist as a functioning air force. So, air power both contributed to the support landings in the lead up and the weeks following, and continued industrial high-altitude precision daylight bombing thanks to the work of the 15th. And now I believe we will have some questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you both. I just have one question as chair before I turn it over to the audience. And as I was listening to these presentations, I was thinking about these two and the ones before that, that emphasize just the enormity of this undertaking when we talk about D-Day and everything that comes after. And since we are the air power panel today, I was wondering if our two panelists would, since they're describing kind of two different functions of air power, if they would take a moment to just kind of talk about what made this all possible in the first place. Like, what had to happen from the 1920s into the 1930s and 40s for this to happen, and how do your two stories about air power figure in the broader sweep of what came before and what comes after?
You know, I think the important thing to remember is that no one makes decisions in the interwar period in bad faith. The decisions that were made and the ways in which people thought to use air power were all done with an eye towards shortening the war, ending it earlier, as I said, over, not through. Now, of course, this does not happen. As Sherry points out, we ended up creating Armageddon. But I also think it's important to point out that we have been doing land warfare since the dawn of human time. We have been doing sea warfare just about as long. But air warfare was a relatively new invention. In fact, everyone's post-World War I writings, the RAF, the U.S. Army Air Corps, they all admit that air power did very little in World War I. Now, it's cool. You get Eddie Rickenbacker dogfighting the Red Baron and stories like that, right? But what did air power actually contribute? Very little, and everyone admits to this. But in the aftermath, this is when all of these new doctrines are essentially invented. And so the doctrine is almost in a race with technology at the same time to see what air power is going to be capable of achieving in the World War II. Obviously, didn't know it was going to be there. What was going to happen in the next conflict. And so I think it's important to remember that these doctrines are kind of being created at the same time that air power itself is being developed.
It's actually kind of important to know what didn't happen in the 1920s and 30s when you think about the tactical air war in Europe. There isn't a strong doctrinal tradition of close air support, of interdiction, of airfield construction. And this allows or frees or makes unencumbered the men and organizations and institutions that confronted these problems in World War II. Someone like Pete Quesada has a relatively open mind about the problems in front of them. There are all sorts of doctrinal reasons steeped in strategic bombing and the control of airplanes and who's going to control airplanes to keep radios that can talk to each other out of individual tanks and individual airplanes because you lose organizational and systemic control of those airplanes. There's all sorts of strategic doctrinal reasons not to do that. And he's just not encumbered with that. So I'd turn the question on its head a little bit. It's actually for the 9th. It's a little different for the 8th. But for the 9th and for the 12th and the other tactical air forces in World War II, it's almost a matter of what didn't happen in the pre-war years that allows a sort of a greater adaptability and flexibility to confront problems as they were and find solutions.
All right, please raise your hand if you have a question. First question will be towards the front.
So were there any strategy discussions regarding the long bombing of the coast prior to the invasion about the possibility of holding back a day and rerunning that coastline?
The 8th Air Force stuff? No, not in real time. I mean, the soldiers are ashore. The 8th Air Force is going to continue to support them a good deal, but there isn't much conversation about going back to the shore. The concerns about fratricide are so great with these heavy bombers on the coastline itself that built into their plans were delays on the pickle point. And the first planes that are going to come across the shore 30 minutes before the moment the first soldiers hit the shore, they're going to get to where they think their bomb point is, and then they're going to wait 30 seconds and then bomb. And they're flying perpendicular. And that's going to generally peel back until the last wave of these planes that are going to come across the shore 5 minutes before the first soldiers are designed to hit. This is an intricately choreographed thing, are only going to delay 5 seconds. But if you figure out that these planes are traveling at about 220 knots, and you figure out 30-second delay to 5-second delay, what happens is by design and because of concerns about fratricide, most of these bombs drop deep and beyond the bluffs at a place like Omaha. And that's a whole other story. But if I understand your question right, there isn't much question about the next day or the next day doing that same thing because the men of the ground forces are short. Did I understand your question? Could they run parallel to the coast and not perpendicular to the coast? Yes, but they can't get as many planes across. If you think of the pipeline, of a parallel pipeline along the coast that's going to run parallel, that's much smaller, and it takes much longer to get the same amount of airplanes across the beaches. When you're flying perpendicular, you can get more planes across. And there's some technical inside baseball here, but the radar that most of the planes have is a radar called H2X. And the H2X radar has greater deflection errors than range errors. Deflection error is right and left of your axis when you're dropping a bomb by radar. A range error is forward and back. But the radars they have are better, meaning less range errors front and back, and greater deflection errors. So if you're flying parallel, the deflection errors are the ones you're worried about, because those are the ones that are going to bomb either too far inland to matter or too far into the sea to hurt you. But the range errors when you're flying perpendicular, which are more limited with their radars, it's a better, there's less possibility for mistakes. So for both of those reasons, the decision was made to fly perpendicular to the beachhead. So too with Cobra later in the fight, and there's fratricide there, but for the same technical radar reasons.
And they did bomb that day, 6 June, using radar. They couldn't see. I mean, normally you would want to bomb visually. You would have your targets to line up with the Norden bomb site, might slightly increase your accuracy, but that particular morning they had to drop using radar, which was just another thing that added to the missed targets that morning.
We have another question towards the front near the aisle.
I'm curious, was there any Navy contribution? Naval air power contribution to this?
Not naval air power. The carriers are in the Pacific. The Marines are in the Pacific. There is a strong naval presence in the Channel, and their beach bombardment is critical at certain points. But the air power is U.S. Army Air Force's air power and British 2nd Tactical Air Force air power, British and Canadian. There's no, so it's a combined story. Combined meaning different nationalities, but less joint, meaning different, all the services participating.
Next question will be towards your right.
Is there any consensus of what part of the German war economy was most affected by strategic bombing? I mean, was it petroleum, aircraft factories, railroad marshaling yards, blah, blah, blah?
Yes. I don't think there's a consensus. I mean, I think we tend to argue over the last 80 years what would have been perhaps different if the strategic bombers had ever been able to focus on a single strategic target set. So we start off with these industrial targets. We're going to go after aircraft manufacturing. Okay, well now wait a minute. We're going to switch over and attack petroleum, oil, and lubricants. No, I want you to do more tactical. I want you to do more tactical stuff leading up to D-Day. No, stop that. Go against the V1 and the V2 rocket sites. So it has always struck me that the strategic bombers of the 8th Air Force don't get enough time from the perspective of the air commanders to really see what was done. Now, one thing that I will mention, I think one thing that there's a general consensus upon today, is that the German military had to husband a significant amount of manpower and material in Germany around these targets. I mean, this was manpower that could have been used other places. And look, I think we've argued for 80 years over what the effectiveness of the strategic bombing campaigns were, and we'll probably argue for another 80 years over it as well. But I generally think the consensus now is that it all added together.
Next question is in the front to your left.
Could one of you speak to the importance of Base Air Depot 1 at RAF Burtonwood, just to the east of Liverpool?
Not specifically. I just don't have that level of granularity on it. Could you tell me a little bit more?
Also, no.
Could you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, it was the big maintenance and test flight airport. Apparently, two gentlemen, cousins from Osaka, Mississippi, the OTTs, where one of them was the base commander and the other one was the chief test pilot, and everything that had to get made airworthy again happened there because they couldn't do that much maintenance really at their own airfields.
Yeah, there were, so specifically, no, but now the bombers flew over along a ferry route and they came intact. All of the fighter bombers are crated over on ships and they all have to get re-put together again. And there are 3 different classes of maintenance, and it sounds like this is a Class A maintenance depot where they do the most involved, most detailed. They actually put these planes back together. They actually make these planes again. And in a Class C or B aircraft mishap, significant enough that it can't be repaired at a present base, but not a total loss. Those things have to be kind of taken apart enough to get on rail cars and go back to places like that. And kind of a theme since Rick Atkinson's talk last night, the sort of logistical and administrative and material maintenance stories about 1 million people fighting in a war. So it would be critical to those sorts of stories, but I'm sorry that I'm failing with any specifics about that particular place.
Yeah. I will say that, much as Tom and Rick echoed last night with regards to logistics and maintenance, this was one of the things I thought that the Masters of the Air Show did well that is often ignored, and that is the maintenance of patching up these bombers when they come back with, tails shot off and holes shot in the wings, and they really gave the maintainers their due diligence. And I've joked about this, that people don't want to read books about logistics, people don't want to read books about maintainers, but the tooth to tail ratio, the men that kept the bombers in the air, is an epic story.
Next question will be over to your right.
How low could the medium and heavy bombers bomb? And with respect to D-Day, could they have gotten underneath the cloud cover so that they could have been more effective?
I'll let you cover the tactical and medium bombers. No, the high altitude bombers, they were going to bomb from 20, 25, 30,000 feet. Yeah, they were not, the B-17s, you were not going to see them get 1,500 feet below cloud cover. You don't see that until we begin the fire bombings of Japan in 44 and 45. And again, once LeMay goes out to the Pacific, LeMay rapidly, he's a great adapter, probably the greatest field commander the Air Force has ever had. And he is willing and able to get away from this strict adherence to doctrine. There's a lot of arguments. Again, I keep going back to it, but there's a great scene in Masters of the Air where the Americans and the British are arguing over high-altitude precision daylight bombing versus night area bombing. And I apologize, of course, the American punches the British guy out in the argument. But it's LeMay who really gets over this idea that even with the B-29, no, we don't have to be at 20,000 feet. We're going to take these things in low. And so you don't see that until much later in the war. I don't think it would have ever been considered to try to fly the B-17s at under 1,500 feet on June 6th. 1,500, 2,000 feet. I mean, it was a very overcast day.
Utah's a slightly different story. The 8th Air Force is supporting the Omaha beachhead. The Utah beachhead, up in the Cotentin Peninsula, and there's not a map in the present, but you see how that coastline changes. And to the perpendicular or parallel question, there is one beach where the bombers come in parallel to the beach, and that's Utah, because they all got to move in the same direction because there's too many planes in the air and they can't have cross accesses at work. They're all flying this way and then they're all going to go that way or that way and return. And so they're actually parallel. The medium bombers, the 9th Air Force Medium Bomber Command, led by a guy named General Orville Anderson. At Utah, the cloud cover is 6 to 8 broken. 6,000 to 8,000 broken. They're supposed to fly at about 14,000. You know, it's little smaller planes, little smaller bombs, a little different mission set, and flying parallel. And he makes a decision early on the morning of D-Day, and he doesn't tell anybody. He doesn't ask anybody senior to him, but he tells the people that are working for him, you're going to fly underneath the clouds. And they say, how low? Get as high as you can, but you're underneath the clouds. So they come in somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 feet, parallel to the beach. And Utah is no soldier knows what they're going to meet when they hit the far shore. I want to be careful here. But the Utah beachhead is not as difficult to secure as the Omaha beachhead. And part of that is because of the effectiveness of the close air support that day. It's the medium bombers flying lower, flying parallel, coming in 6,000 to 8,000 feet, but under the clouds. But the 8th Air Force just doesn't have any. Coming back to this, I feel sorry for the bombers asking to do something that they're not really trained to do. So that's that story.
Next question, we're in the front.
This isn't in particular to D-Day, but it's a more fundamental question about the numbered air forces. And you were saying the 9th was in North Africa. Could you, and I understand that the 15th formed up, was it the 9th and the 12th that came together to form the 15th? Or,
well,
I'm confused about the origination of the 15th. Thank you.
Well, little is more confusing about what we call heraldry in the United States Air Force. 8th Air Force is relatively easy. It is established on this date in 1942. It exists in perpetuity until through today. But different lineage honors and heraldry. So, 9th might exist for a little while, but then its history is going to be given over to 12th or 15th. So that there are a lot of shifting and moving parts. By the way, we're going to add on to that something like there's going to be a North African Air Force. Under that is going to be the North African Strategic Air Force, the North African Tactical Air Force. Under that is going to be the British and American organization. So it's easy to get lost in those very, very, very rapidly.
And when you're looking at the constituent parts of any given numbered Air Force, they can come from different areas. The whole numbered Air Force story, is as the Army Air Forces go from about 160,000 people to 2 million people across 18 months in 1940 to 1942, they need a new bureaucratic scaffolding, a skeleton to sort of drape all of those people on, and they come up with the NAF structure. And that doesn't exist before 1941. And there's supposed to be 20 numbered air forces. Not all of them stand up. The first 4 are training air forces in the 4 quadrants of the United States. The 5th is a designed composite air force, George Kenney's Air Force in Australia, and so on and so on and so on. In Europe, you have the 9th Air Force in Africa early on. Those units generally stay in North Africa. The name, the 9th Air Force, goes to England. But the units that stay in North Africa become the 12th Air Force. And that's the tactical air force in the Mediterranean. The 15th Air Force is built from whole cloth as the strategic air force in the Mediterranean theater, Italy. And then the analogs are the 8th and the 9th in Europe and that kind of stuff. Which was the one that was, which NAF was supposed to go to China and went to North Africa instead. The Air Force the NAF that went to North Africa is the 9th Air Force. So I'll intuit it was that. the Air Force in China becomes the 14th Air Force when they pull Chennault's Flying Tigers, that was an all-volunteer group, and at the time, super, super secret. I mean, it's a famous unit right now, but we had American forces fighting the Japanese alongside Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalists well before Pearl Harbor, and that was a scandal waiting to happen if the media got a hold of it. And therefore, when they pull Chennault's people back into the regular Air Force, that becomes the 14th.
Next question is to your right.
Can you speak to the psychological impact on the Germans as they're seeing and hearing this massive something that's coming at them, even before hearing a bomb go off? It had to be stunning.
I think it's really interesting that, you know, we don't actually discover the "Keep Calm and Carry On" poster until many decades later. But this was a very British idea of, we're just going to maintain that they can come over and they can bomb London, they can bomb the countryside. You know, we will never ever give up. Conversely, at the same time, both American and British bomber leaders, while I don't think that the morale of the people was ever explicit, we are going to bomb people. We're going to. The morale effects were always considered a secondary effort. We're going to hit the industrial targets. We're going to dehouse the workers, however you want to phrase it. But the morale effects were always considered a secondary objective. And we, the Americans and the British, never came to grips with the idea that people under the bombs have a remarkable ability to continue their daily lives, to continue functioning, to I don't want to say you probably never get used to it, but you figure out how to deal with it. And it was interesting that the British were very, stiff upper lip. The Germans can bomb us as much as they want. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. But don't worry, when we bomb the Germans, it's going to cause panic and distrust, and it's going to bring the system down. So I've always found that dichotomy very interesting.
Next question is going to be to the far right of the room.
Actually, he sort of asked the question that I intended to ask, but I guess if I could ask you to maybe go a little further in depth, with regards to what the Germans called the terror bombings in places like Hamburg and Dresden. So what you're saying basically is that the Allied command never really, they never said, that we were going to intentionally target German civilians in order to destroy morale on the home front. It was just sort of we're going to attack these industries, and if civilians are demoralized in the process, then go ahead.
Let me make it clear that there are targets throughout Germany. Messerschmitt plants, petroleum, oil, and lubricant plants, the V1 and the V2 rocket sites. That being said, Berlin itself was singled out, and amazingly enough, Spats actually had a problem with this. Berlin itself was considered the target. It doesn't matter really what you bomb in Berlin. What matters is that you were bombing Berlin. I don't think you're going to find a piece of paper from any air leader where they write down and said, tend to kill as many of the German people as humanly possible. I think when you get down to it, there were targets, but everyone knew that there were going to be kind of secondary or tertiary effects, and the will of the people was certainly up there. Does that kind of answer your question? Do you want to?
As it relates to the battlefield experience of German soldiers, I mean, it's the civilian aspect of that, and I don't have anything to add or modify to Brian's excellent response to you. Germans are terrified of Allied air power, and they want to know where in the world the Luftwaffe is in a place like Normandy. Every time there's a plane overhead, they've got about a 99.97%, I'm making that statistic up, but I'm probably not far off, chance that it's an American or British and not a friendly. There's complete air superiority in that area. The Luftwaffe, for instance, on June 6th, liars figure and figures lie. I have seen anywhere from 213 to 264 Luftwaffe sorties flown that day, vice about 13,000 Allied sorties. They're just not there. On the occasion that ground forces would have some frustration with Anglo-American air support, and that happened, and there was fratricide, and there was some tension, this would, on one of these instances, Pete Quesada, who's got great relationships with Omar Bradley and Joe Collins in particular, the last letter that Omar Bradley ever writes, Pete Quesada, shortly before Omar Bradley dies in the 1980s, is signed, "Love Omar," among a generation of men that just didn't, sign letters that way. At one point, Quesada goes and finds some German POWs that have been interrogated and brings them in front of Joe Collins and Omar Bradley at a dinner in the Bocage country in July 14th or 15th, and has them recount to these American ground generals their feelings about American air power and close air support there. And just as a kind of a way to, the Germans are terrified of it, the German soldiers.
Next question is right in the front.
Earlier today, they were talking about the lack of equipment and supplies and that sort of thing. Was the air supplies, did that have anything to do with right after the D-Day invasion, or was it because of the horrible condition of the airfields that they couldn't support something like that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking, was there any support from the air to help supply the troops and stuff with the ammunition, that sort of thing, or was this just strictly bombing at this stage?
Some very high demand material is flown to the far shore by airplane, but it almost all comes by ship. Most of the airplanes are flying guns and bullets and bombs and people airdropping. The Troop Carry Command in the 9th Air Force, after the Airborne drops, generally go back to England on trash hauling missions between English bases here and there and the other places. The one exception I can think of, and there's others, a microwave early warning radar system, which was a bulky system, but it was very unique. There was only 8 of them in the entire American inventory in 1944. And the microwave on this MEW radar set was very tight, and so it could get a very good picture of an airplane. And they needed it on the far shore, and that was flown in a dozen or so airplanes. And we put together in Normandy June 10th, June 12th, something like that.
We're going to stay in the front. We're going to go a little to the right.
Not sure if this is within your bailiwick, but in the United States, we hear about the Rosie the Riveter and stuff like that. How many planes were turned out? I know it has to be thousands, but how many planes were being turned out each week, and how many manufacturing plants were there?
Yeah, they've if you go look at that, the B-20, the B-24 over there, it's got, there were actually more Liberators built than Flying Fortresses, but the B-17 gets all the love. I think simply because when it sits on the ground, it points to the sky. It's got the tri-landing gear, and it looks like a beautiful air, and that sits very low to the ground, is very boxy. But we built more B-24s than we did B-17s. But both of them were in the neighborhood of 18,000 throughout the war. So you can very rapidly, of course, they're not losing them as fast as they're building them, but the loss rate of the 8th Air Force, particularly in late 1942 throughout 1943, is absolutely horrific. We lose more airmen over the skies of Europe than we do Marines in the Pacific. Which is a figure that no matter how many times I say it, it's hard to come to that conclusion. So we build the hell out of them. I mean, like you said, I mean, it's every hour, every day, there are hundreds and hundreds of these things rolling off the assembly lines at 6 to 10 plants throughout the United States of America. and then the Herculean effort of flying them from the assembly plant to an embarkation area, probably by the Women Air Force service pilots, and then flown over into Europe before being integrated into one of the three air divisions. But we're talking for the B-24 and the B-17 alone, we're talking 30, 35, 40,000 aircraft total.
Next question.
So if I remember right, in Masters of the Air, Crosby had a little chemical assistant staying awake, and then he crashed, and that's why he slept through D-Day. Can you speak to the chemical assistance that was present in the Air Force?
Yeah, that's real. I don't know how prevalent it is. There's a terrific book by a guy named Mark Wells that talks a lot about pilot fatigue, pilot resilience. Don Miller has done a lot about just the physical challenges of flying an unpressurized aircraft at 25,000, 30,000 feet. Next time you're on Delta Airlines, or pull up that little screen, and when you're at 30,000 feet, look at what the outside temperature is. Frostbite and those sorts of things. And this was all at the human edge of understanding psychologically, and so it's a tremendous story. This stuff still, depending upon what's at stake, and you'll still see this stuff today under very careful medical provisions and guardrails, but it was pretty common, and so was whiskey rations. One of the problems they have in debriefing, particularly in the 8th Air Force, is, hey, just one whiskey ration. We got to get these. We got to get them talking enough, but not talking so much that I can't. 3 whiskey rations, and I can't trust anything that a pilot says. And you got to start with about 40% trust to begin with a pilot. I mean, it's all.
Yeah,
it happened.
There's another great book about I think it's Superstition in Air Warfare, and it talks about all of the various different coping mechanisms, everything from lucky rabbit's feet to self-medication, to alcohol dependency. You got to remember that we talk about B-17s or B-24s going on milk runs, but there are those missions where we lose 35 out of 200 bombers, and one squadron may lose over half of the bombers in that particular squadron. And so these are guys that you have trained with and lived with, and then therefore you don't want to get to know the replacements because their life expectancy is very low. If you get something above 5 to 10 missions, you've got a better chance of survival. But there are still people that get up in 20, 30 on their second tour missions and still end up getting shot down. So yeah, there was a lot of self-medication because from 1942 to the landing in 1944. I mean, I'm not skipping over Sicily and Italy, but the 8th Air Force kind of considered themselves the only game in town, right? Like we are the ones taking the fight to Hitler and the enemy right now, and so high casualty rates led to high alcoholism, post-traumatic stress disorder, we'd call it today, all sorts of issues.
Our last question will be to your right in the center.
Yeah, it's just since we've been talking about air superiority the whole time, towards the end of the war, you had the advent or the introduction of the jet. If the jet had been introduced maybe a month earlier, would it have been more of an adverse situation for how the war carried forward? Or was it just way too late for it to have any effect in the war at all?
I think too late. Even if it had been introduced earlier, look, jet warfare and it's really two different things. So the Germans didn't even realize what they were dealing with in trying to put this thing into operation. Yeah, it's faster. It's way faster than a P-51. Its turning circle is also much larger. So I don't think that the Germans, even if it had been introduced earlier, it would have had much of an impact in the grand scheme of things.
I don't disagree, but I think the question of too early or too late is a different question of, was there ever going to be enough of them? And I don't think it was ever going to be enough of them, whether they came a month earlier, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 2 months later, because of the engineering and state of the German economy at that time. I think the bigger issue is there's never going to be enough of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Hutchinson, Tom Hughes, and Brian Lastly.
Thanks, Rob, Tom, and Brian. Can't even think of a better venue for a discussion like this. Most of the time I was sitting there looking over my head. We are now going to take another break, another author book signing right on over here to your right. But please be back in your seats at 3:30 for our final panel of the day.
just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American Air Armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mary-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5, and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now, I've done maybe 5 tours, and the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot, you know. What's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do it, every time. And I get to Zell MC in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave. And you know, that last night is always, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We were in trouble, and I just knew that I wanted to be in the service.
Everyone wanted to be part of this massive effort to preserve democracy. To be able to say, I can now serve in uniform.
It was a time of which I'll never forget. We were young and healthy and able to do it, able to help what we could.
They said that the soldiers were dying because we didn't have enough nurses, so I volunteered to go into the Army.
It proved the point that if you give a person a chance, that they could accomplish almost anything.
I'm really proud of the fact that I earned my wings, but I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud that we showed the world that an airplane knows no sex.
Our War II tells the story of 350,000 American women who volunteered to serve in the U.S. military during World War II.
They faced challenges, they overcame them, they contributed significantly to victory, and they left a lasting legacy for women and for all Americans today. This exhibition is unique because it tells a story that isn't often told.
In one case, we have combat boots worn by an Army nurse and an evening gown sewn from a parachute by an Army nurse. So those two items tell a very different story, but also the same story of World War II. So this exhibit provides a little bit of the unexpected elements of war.
The exhibition contains over 200 artifacts, from large-scale, complete uniforms to the very small, very personal items that women carried with them during the war.
The museum's collection contains dozens of scrapbooks from American women who served, and we used those to create a digital interactive where visitors can flip through and explore some of these amazing resources that women saved and compiled during World War II.
The exhibition includes really unique multimedia features, including an interactive oral history station called We Were There. We interviewed 3 World War II veterans, asking them over 1,000 questions. Their answers were recorded in 3 dimensions, and through the powers of artificial intelligence, you can ask them questions and they will answer in real time.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
I hope that visitors learn something new, see something unexpected.
I really, in particular, hope that young women feel empowered by the women they see represented in this exhibition.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
One of the things that surprised me about the program was that it taught me things other than just the subject matter. It taught me how to write papers in a different way. It taught me how to prepare video presentations, audio presentations, class syllabi. So it's something that you can take back to your work and have all these new skills that you're learning while you're learning about a subject matter that you're interested in. The most surprising part of the program was how little I knew about World War II. I think all of us in the program figured, well, we already know this stuff, so it'll be fun kind of taking a tour down memory lane. And what would happen is every Monday when we would get the new readings and the new assignments, there would be things that we'd never heard of, things we didn't know anything about. And in our discussion groups, we were all so excited. We were learning things that we didn't know before.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our last session of the day in just a few minutes. Please find your seats, silence your phones, and the rest of the program will soon be underway.
I was going to say the same to you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. You know, you can always tell when you've had a really successful session when you run out of time before you run out of questions, and I think we've had that already today, and I think we're going to run into that one again here. So for our next and final panel of the day, we're going to look at the end of the Normandy campaign, the Allied breakout and the German collapse. So here today to chair this panel is another longtime friend and colleague at the museum, Dr. Rob Citino. Rob is known as one of America's most distinguished military historians. He is the recipient of the Samuel Eliot Morrison Prize for the body of his contributions to the field of military history from the Society of Military History. After first joining the museum in 2016 as our Samuel Zemurray Stone historian, Rob has continued helping us as a distinguished fellow in the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. So he is no stranger to most people in this room and the friend of many. So at this one, Rob, I'll pass it on over to you.
Thanks so much, Pete. Appreciate that very much. So here is our last panel, the Allied breakout and the German collapse. And to me, this kind of sums up my experience working at the National World War II Museum. You get to meet people like Bob Baumer here on my immediate right. I've read a lot of Bob's books, and I said, boy, those are good books, but we had never had an opportunity to meet before. And so you get to see those grizzled veterans, those fixtures on in the field that have been delighting you with their work for so long. And next to Bob, we have Jenny Grant, who is one of those up-and-comers and the bright new blood that's going to keep military history and the history of World War II vital for so long into the future. And so this is what I loved working here. You get to meet everybody, your veterans and also your new folk as well. We have a fascinating panel here, I think, today. We're going to start with talking about Bob. Bob is the author of 4 books. I could read all 4. They're in the booklet for you, but I asked him before, which ones would you want me to mention? And for today's purposes, his book, Old Hickory, which is a history of the 30th Infantry Division, seems to be the most germane, along with a book he co-wrote with Mark Reardon, correct? Which is American Iliad, a history of the 18th Infantry Regiment. Bob's going to be delighting us with an operational précis of the American breakout at Cobra, and immediately afterwards, the German response to the American breakout, especially their often referred to as their abortive, I would say disastrous, counteroffensive at Mortain. So that'll be Bob. He's going to bring that to a certain point, and we're going to then hand off to Jenny. Jenny is a historian of the Polish army in the West. Now, when I say that, I'm fully aware as an undergraduate professor for so long in my life, most Americans aren't really aware there was a sort of a significant Polish military contribution to the campaign in the ETO. We know Poland, early in the war, they got invaded by the Germans, and they got dispatched in a month. And then they got talked about at Yalta. That's sort of how most people see the Poles. But if you visit military cemeteries Allied military cemeteries in Italy and in Western Europe, you'll get a good look at exactly what the Poles and the Polish army contributed to the Allied victory in the war. Jenny comes to us from she's a postgraduate researcher at Queen Mary University of London. She studies the Anglo-Polish Agreement of 1939, for those who keep you all au courant. That's the British guarantee to the Poles that if they were attacked by the Germans, Britain, and then France dragged along soon afterwards, would be at the side of Poland. She comes to this interest quite honestly. She's the granddaughter of Poles who were deported to Siberia in 1940 after the Germans had invaded, and then the Soviets came in a couple weeks later from the opposite direction. You can find her online on Twitter, or is it X now, at hashtag Silence in Polish. She's spoken widely, numerous blogs. She's appeared on podcasts and videos. So that being said, let's hand it over first of all to my friend Bob Baumer to talk to us about the American Army and the German counteroffensive at Mortain.
Thank you and good afternoon, and thanks for sticking around. We'll try to keep this succinct, on point, so we can all get out of here and have cocktail hour in a bit.
Oh, sorry.
Without further ado, Thank you, Rob, for the introduction, and thank you to the museum for the hospitality and the invitation. I was quite honored to be invited here. Most people look at me who don't know me, and if somebody points at me and says, "You know who that guy is?" Most people just go, "No, there's nothing special about this guy." Well, he's a military historian. Huh? Well, did he serve in the Army? So let me answer those questions for you to get started, okay? I have a strange relationship with the Army. I graduated reasonably well-placed in my high school class, and to my surprise, one day I got a letter in the mail from the United States Military Academy informing me that I have been appointed as a first alternate. So up to Fort Devens, I grew up in Connecticut, so up to Fort Devens, Massachusetts I go. I take my physical, and about 2 weeks later, I get another letter from West Point disinviting me to the academy. I wasn't academically qualified, okay? I think what they meant by that was my SAT scores weren't good enough. Okay? So off to college I go, to the University of Illinois, and it was a strange time. There was the Vietnam War brewing. There was not a lot of people that I was in school with who were volunteering to serve. We all waited around for the draft and that infamous date when our birth dates were pulled out of a, whatever it was, I can't remember, because we were all drinking pitchers of beer, being real adult-like. And I'll never forget that night because the fate of 25 of us was spelled out. Half my fraternity class ended up in Vietnam. I was not amongst them. I'm embarrassed to tell you what my draft lottery number was, but I will share with you that it's my birthday tomorrow. If you Google it, you'll say, okay, 366? How did he do that? So needless to say, the last thing anyone I went to college with would ever have expected was that I would become a, quote, military historian or have interest in military history. I finally graduated summa cum finally from the University of Illinois, and I end up going to work for IBM in Chicago. So I wore the uniform of an IBMer, white button-down shirt, dark suit, wingtips, for a number of years. Fast forward to 1992. My father calls, and he says, my Aunt Catherine's in the hospital in Waterbury. She's dying. She's there with Mary Jane. We need to go now. So I respond to the order. I meet him in the elevator. We get up to the third floor where his 99-year-old aunt is being tended to by her 92-year-old kid sister. And we don't say anything. She's the first to speak up. She looks at my father and says, Sonny, I know that's you. But Bobby, how can you be here? You were killed during the war. That's when my life changed. That's the moment I became interested in military history. My father never talked about his brother. I knew he had one. We got down to the ground floor after we visited Catherine. I said, Dad, you never talked about your brother. What happened to him? He said he was killed on the beachhead in Normandy. What a waste. I don't want to talk about this anymore. If you want to know more, talk to Mary Jane. Well, Mary Jane was a retired first lieutenant, United States Army, served in the Nurse Corps, both the European and Pacific theaters. So Mary Jane was pretty well equipped. She had been in command of an orthopedic ward in England after the invasion. She took me to see my dead brother's grave. And it's an experience when you look down and you see your name on a stone, Army issue, his date of birth, KIA, June 9, 1944, Company H, 18 INF, 1st INF. Translated, Heavy Weapons Company, 18th Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One. Years went by where I began to explore his war. And I'm looking at Time, Life magazines and publications, real big picture stuff, Well, I could figure out that he went to North Africa because he enlisted in 1940. He'd been to North Africa already. He survived North Africa. He went to Sicily, got through Sicily, got back to Normandy. Not Normandy, of course, but I meant England before he went to Normandy. But the thing I couldn't get an answer to, and any of you who are here today because someone in your family was killed during the war that you never knew can probably relate to this. I wanted to know what happened to him. How did he die? I found out before the internet. It's a complex story. I won't get into it, except to say that I found his best friend, the only guy that survived the hit on their mortar squad. One guy survived. He lived in Greenville, South Carolina. We talked on the phone. He explained it all to me. I said, okay, you're done. This is all you wanted to know. A couple years later, I'm now versed on the internet. I can actually go to a website. There was a 18th Infantry Regiment Association website then. You look at the guest list, they'd sign whoever had visited the site. And I saw Colonel Robert E. Murphy, United States Army, retired. So I emailed the webmaster. And I say, is that the same Robert E. Murphy who was the Company H captain back then? Yes, it is. Can I contact him? No, it doesn't work that way. We'll let him know you're interested. If he's got interest, he'll let you through. Fast forward now to 2000. I'm invited by Colonel Murphy to attend the Combat Officer Dinner Reunion in Washington, D.C. of the 1st Infantry Division. I meet all these guys whose names I had read in reports. From him, the company commander, to battalion commanders, others. It was an amazing experience. During this time, as Rob intimated, I had befriended Mark Reardon, who was with the Center of Military History. We had put together really what were monograph-sized documents that depicted some of my interviews with 18th Infantry veterans. How did I break into having my name in print in a book? Are you ready for this? It was 2004. The book received a Pulitzer Prize award, or its author did. He was here yesterday. His name is Rick Atkinson. I was in 2 footnotes. I'm published. Well, that's not exactly how it ended. I was invited by the veterans of the 18th Infantry Regiment to write that book, which I did, and it was published a year later. So it was quite a journey for me. I am not lettered like so many that were here today, with something like a PhD after my name. I am passionate. I do not regard myself as a bona fide military historian, but I have learned that you need to use primary sources, interviews, you don't rely on second sources, and the books I've written since then have been fairly decently received. But you came here today to listen to me talk about Normandy and the breakout. And as Rob pointed out, we're really going to do 4 things together. We're going to highlight the outcomes from Operation Cobra, which began on the 24th of July. We're going to review what the situation was post-Cobra, mainly through the lens of what Joe Collins saw in the sector of the 7th Army. We're then going to arrive at a little place on a map called Mortain, France. How many of you have heard of Mortain? That's a pretty good number. How many of you heard of Bastogne? point will be made as we continue talking. The Germans realized that they were about to lose the Battle of France. So we're going to introduce you to the lineup on the German side that went at Mortain, and then we're going to talk a little bit about Mortain from a map reconnaissance standpoint. You're going to be in command. You are the armchair generals. I'm going to be briefing you on what went down. And then we're going to set the stage for the events that followed, which Jenny's going to describe to you. Operation Cobra. Look up in the air. What do you see up there? You see a B-17? Way up there. On July 24th, there was going to be a saturation bombing of the carpet in front of what was the jump-off point for Operation Cobra. The instructions, as General Bradley understood them, would have the air forces coming in parallel, like this way, to the line. It was cloudy that morning. Chief Air Marshal Mallory was in France. He looked up in the sky and saw clouds and said, "We can't do this." So he called it off. But about 300 planes didn't hear the order. Now, if you looked up and saw that B-17 in display above you, now imagine that's a 500-pound bomb. They landed on our side of the line. The rest of the day's attack order was called off. There was some screaming and yelling. The next morning, they delay the start of the airdrop to be sure that the skies are going to be clear by a couple of hours. And as Bradley wrote in his soldier story book after the war, they did it again. They came in perpendicular and not parallel to the line. Hundreds of casualties. That was the beginning. The Germans also experienced heavy losses. By the time Cobra, the initial phase of Cobra was completed, 3 infantry divisions, the 352nd, the 353rd, and the 275th, were no longer functioning as a cohesive fighting unit. Panzer Lehr, which had caused a great deal of trouble for forces trying to get down to St. Lo in the early part of July, was wiped out. The Germans suffered and helped us in a lot of ways because they had their tanks forward, right in the line of fire of our planes. So they had put their tanks forward and their infantry behind them. What that meant was, as Joe Collins lit the bright light of democracy and said, "We attack despite the setback from the bombings," the Germans could only maintain scattered pockets of resistance. Their infantry would have to fight in the open. And when they sought the cover of darkness, Collins said, "We ain't gonna let them use that to hide from us. We attack tonight." He kept them moving. It was a lightning speed attack. It's no wonder that it only took 72 hours to complete the initial objectives outlined by General Bradley for Operation Cobra. So we find ourselves shortly after this. Oh, it's up already. I'm sorry. Who put that up there? This was the situation immediately beyond Cobra. Now, maps are hard to follow. I'm going to try to keep it simple. The German defenses had to be established south of our line at the end of July. That was maintained by the 116th Panzer Division, who expected to attack northward towards Percy. Instead, they were to line up and establish a line further south that would go closer to the town of Bayeux. Meanwhile, Bradley's now fit to be tied. He wants to keep going, as does Collins. The 1st Division is ordered to keep moving towards Bracy. You see Bracy down there on the left near Avranches? So that's where the 1st Division gets ordered to, while the 4th and 9th Division keep safe the flank of the 1st Division, where the dotted line appears now more to your right, gets a little squiggly. Y'all with me? Once the 1st Division gets to Bracy, Collins says, keep moving. We want you to go down to Mortain. The 1st Division gets to Mortain on August 2nd. 2 days later, Collins says, keep moving. We now want you to go south to Mayenne. Okay. So there's a bunch of things going on around 7th Army. They were retreating on the west coast of the continent. And on the 1st of August, word got to the German command that the Americans were already in Avranches. The Germans now decide we have to do something about this. This guy, von Kluge, commander of German forces in the West, confers with Hitler's headquarters. Hitler's headquarters gets word to the Fuhrer. He wants an immediate counterattack with every available Panzer division in Normandy. Von Kluge calls Hans von Funk. They get together. They start working out the problems of trying to get every Panzer division in Normandy ready to attack and reclaim Avranches. That doesn't work out so well between them because there's the conflict with Hitler. There's the back and forth about who's ready, who's got the combat power to do this. Well, the way it ended was they found 4 Panzer divisions. One was the 1st SS Panzer Division, Adolf Hitler, commanded by Teddy Wish. His claim to fame, he was an original member of Hitler's bodyguard company in 1933. He's a pretty nasty guy. 2nd Panzer Division, Das Reich, commanded by Otto Baum. He was there when Poland was invaded. He had also fought on the Russian front and France. Good deal of experience. Then there was this guy, Heinrich von Lüttwitz, commander of the 2nd Panzer Division. Can you imagine looking that guy in the eye and trying to salute him? How do you maintain eye contact? And finally, the 116th Panzer Division, commanded by Gerhard Graf von Schwerin. Thank you, Rob. He wasn't quite as experienced as the other guys. He'd been to Russia. But what he was known for is extraordinarily strong allegiance to his men and his division. He was combative. He fought more with his command than he did with the Americans. Nevertheless, he was chosen to be one of 4 divisions. They were going to come up against one division. The combined power of the German attacking force was approximately 300 combat assets, which translated in military parlance to Mark IIIs, Mark IVs, Panthers, dual-purpose 88 millimeter guns, Panzerfausts, the heavy equipment it took to create a lot of destruction, with many attached Panzer Grenadier units, such that the combined manpower of the attacking force was near 80,000 men. Operation Ludic was its name. On the left side of the picture that's in front of you is Major General Leland Hobbs, commander of the 30th Infantry Division, Old Hickory. As the name implies, they were Southern boys, Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee. They mixed in a few Midwesterners and others from the West Coast as they geared up to come overseas. Hobbs had seen no combat. He missed War I. He saw about a half a day of fighting on the Mexican border in 1915. He saw 10 days of combat working their way down the east side or the west side of the Bayeux River to get to the breakout, the jump-off point for the Cobra breakout at St. Lo. His division had endured 17 counterattacks, mainly aimed at his leading infantry components, conducted by Panzer Lehr and other units. He had lost about 20% of his strength when he was called out of the line. 2 days later, he found his division departing Tessy-sur-Vire for Mortain with about 12,000 men. 2 days rest. On the right is his assistant division commander, William K. Harrison. How many have heard of him before? You would. Assistant division commander. We've all heard of Teddy Roosevelt. We met assistant division commanders of current day, 1st ID and 4th Division, serving members of the military today. Assistant division commanders were supposed to be the eyes and ears for the division commander. They were supposed to, by example, be in the front. Harrison went to West Point, as did Hobbs. Hobbs lettered in baseball, basketball, and football. And back then you could do that because they were winter, spring, and fall sports. Harrison did none of that. He was an administrative type. Nevertheless, he ends up as assistant division commander. But to give you some kind of an idea as to the kind of thing he was made of, when Cobra jumped off the second day and more bombs came down, there was one company ready to jump off, the lead company, Company F of the 120th Infantry Division. How many of you heard about General McNair getting killed in those bombings? He was in the 120th Infantry Command Post. Harrison was a few hundred feet forward of him with the leading Company F. They got hit pretty hard. Harrison somehow maintained the presence of mind to answer the question of his troops, what do we do now? Harrison said, we attack, of course. Only if we have 4 or 5 men, we still attack. That's the kind of leader he was. So they're called to Mortain. Now we're going to do another map reconnaissance. We're going to keep this simple because maps can be very complicated. Do you see where Mortain is on the map? About in the middle, a little bit to the right of center. Okay? To the east of Mortain is a hill mass, 314 feet high. That's over 1,000 feet. It was the primary military objective of the Germans. Reason? From its heights, on a clear day, you could see all the way to Avranches. And if they were going to march tanks to Avranches, they wanted to control their own artillery batteries protecting that movement, as opposed to the Americans being able to have that key terrain advantage. Above Mortain, there's a smaller town called St. Barthélemy. That was the important point, and really the other important point that you need to know about, because that's where the 2nd Panzer Division was going to hit first to open the way for the 2nd Panzer Division Das Reich to break through. That's really all you need to know about the key terrain around Mortain. The 30th Division took over the positions that were held by the 1st Division. The location of the units are all up there. Key, again, the defense of Hill 314, 1,000 feet up. They took over positions foxhole for foxhole. St. Barthélemy, out farther west towards Gervigny. I have trouble with French folks, so bear with me. Was where the roadway continued. And you can't see it, but just off the map is Avranches. Hobbs gets a call. It's from Joe Collins, and he says, you know, it's quiet at Mortain. There's nothing going on. 1st Division said that there's been some light action, but can you spare a couple of battalions? We need one to go out to St. Hilaire. We need one to go down to Dumfront. So what are you going to say to Joe Collins? You're going to say yes, right? So Hobbs gives up 3 battalions. He's now under strength. He's down under 10,000 men, and he's got no reserves. It was cloudy, it was foggy, it was rainy on the night of August 6th and 7th. If you were near St. Barthélemy, you would hear Germans hooting and hollering and screaming Heil Hitler like they were drugged up. But it's supposed to be quiet around here. So Das Reich orders an artillery attack on St. Barthélemy to quiet things down so the Americans can't hear them. Then there's radio traffic. And it goes something like this. Ultra, if you're familiar with Ultra, it's that decrypt that we were able to develop with Bletchley Park. Discovers movement, but it's too vague to do anything about it. It's still early in the evening, but Das Reich breaks radio silence and essentially says, we're going to hit Mortain, and then we're going to go further. Now it's becoming more suspicious. 30th Division hasn't been told any of this yet, okay? Because they're trying to put the picture together. Another intercept comes at closer to 11 o'clock. Now it's more specific rather. They're going to hit at 00 not midnight. They're going to hit south of Mortain, and they're going to hit St. Barthélemy. Hobbs reads in his logbook a notice at about 38 minutes into the next day that a counterattack is suspected. First notice. What happens quickly, and the defining defense happened on the first day. Das Reich came in south of the city of Mortain, busted up some roadblocks, went up the Grand Rue, the main street. Artillery rained in. They captured the entire command post of the battalion that was there. Everyone was forced to surrender. They started charging Hill 314. They took out one company, took them completely by surprise, captured the mortars of the heavy weapons company, but were pushed off the hill. They couldn't stay. North of Mortain, where Das Reich was expected to break through after the 2nd Panzer Division, hit, didn't go so well. A platoon and a half of towed 3-inch guns and one understrength infantry battalion stopped 30 tanks cold. Now it's daylight, and British Typhoons come in. They score an additional 76 flamers, 76 smokers, and another 20 or 40 German assets destroyed. That didn't end the battle for Mortain, but it stopped them. The Germans fought for Hill 314 for 5 days. They didn't give up, nor did the Americans. There was a surrender demand. That surrender demand there were several interpretations of what was actually said when this nattily dressed German came up in uniform, all polite with a white flag of surrender, and approached the company captain and demanded surrender. There were 3 versions of that: eyewitness, the Stars and Stripes version, and the version that went back to the New York Times editors. What he really said, according to the eyewitnesses, started with an F-bomb. The Stars and Stripes reported it as, "Screw you, we will never surrender until every one of our bullets has been used and our bayonets are sticking into a German belly." They were finally rescued 5 days later. The key thing to understand about Mortain was that it clearly was a team effort. The division was awarded a Presidential Unit Citation, the first to be offered. Long story, but it was never awarded. But what made the difference then is their defense at Mortain allowed the subsequent events that took place from 12 to 21 August, which permitted the encircling of a German army to take place. because the 30th Division had stood strong at Mortain. Bradley called them the Rock of Mortain. Thank you.
Very good evening to everybody. My thanks to Connie, the World War II Museum, for inviting me to speak. On a personal level, it is nice to be warm for the first time in about a year. To Rob for chairing, to all of you for sticking through to the bitter end of these D-Day events, unlike my Prime Minister, for example. So, as Rob was saying, my work focuses on the practical implications of the Anglo-Polish alliance, what it means to knit together an alliance around massive disparities in resources, geopolitical status, culture, language, ultimate strategic objectives. We had some, I think, whining from the Canadians earlier. I mean, if it helps, the Americans punch down on the Brits and the Brits punch down on the Canadians, but the Brits and Canadians helped together to punch down on the Poles who looked up and thought we're all duplicitous bastards. So I suppose as we stand here on the anniversary of D-Day +1, it is one of the most amazing things that the alliance of Western countries held firm. Our countries were not perfect, but we recognized what evil was, and our determination to defeat it held steady. But there is an inevitable tension between the national and international in any coalition. And we see this symbolically as the bodies of men from various nations died on French soil, were hastily buried in small French cemeteries, and then once combat had passed, were exhumed and separated out into national cemeteries or repatriated. And we also see it culturally after the war as each of the allies developed narratives which adopted a national focus and rather sidelined the existence of an alliance at all. And we see this in every country in the West. Perhaps it's inevitable, but it also has the power to hurt. One of the consequences of the war is that over 100,000 Polish servicemen made their homes in Britain. But the Polish perspective has not been blended into British or indeed American cultural understandings of the war. So I can only imagine that General Maciek and his soldiers would be delighted to be bringing today's program to an end. It is recognition of their contribution. Montgomery describes them as the cork in the fille's bottle. Can I just bring up my slide? Perfect, thank you. Okay, I was going to, I'd like to share this photograph. I'll pass over it quickly. Churchill has just been gifted an enormous globe by the US War Office. And I'm sure he's deeply grateful, but he does have the air of one thinking, where the hell do I put this? I usually use this globe to sort of speculate about the scope of the Polish presence. You would see them obviously concentrated in occupied Poland itself, with the Home Army. Towards the east, you'd have the Polish armed forces in the east. You have Poles in gulags across Siberia. You have Polish refugees in India, in Africa, in Mexico. You also have the Polish armed forces. You have sailors on troop ships over to New Zealand, airmen over in Canada. You have them ferrying aircraft across Africa. You have the three services under British command in North Africa and in Britain as this staging post, as well as the Polish Second Corps and their epic odyssey from Siberian captivity through to Persia and Palestine and on into the Italian campaign. But our focus today is going to be on this chap in the middle here, Colonel Maciek. He had earned his stripes in the First World War in mountain warfare in the Austrian army, and had then fought the Ukrainians and the Bolsheviks in the early days of Polish independence. In September 1939, he commanded the 10th Motorized Cavalry Brigade, This is the only entirely mechanized unit in the Polish army. And as we've mentioned before, let's not get ahead of ourselves. In 1944-45, the Germans are still using horse-drawn trucks. Now, though massively outnumbered, we need to challenge the idea that the German invasion of Poland was a walkover. For a week, Maczek's brigade held back a German panzer division as it had attempted to break through the Carpathian Mountains in the southwest. But from that point onwards, the brigade was largely tasked with fighting a rearguard action, moving eastwards towards the defense of Lvov, or Lviv today. Following the Soviet invasion of the 17th of September, the brigade was ordered to cross into Hungary with the view to joining up with the new Polish army being formed in France. The Hungarians interned the Poles and disarmed them, but using what I will term various ruses, they managed to escape via various routes through to France. And they'll be safe there, fine, yeah, okay. So Maczek meets up with the new Prime Minister of Poland and Commander-in-Chief, General Sikorski. Now promoted to general, he is tasked with overseeing training at the Polish camp in Kołki, which you can just see marked with a star to the southwest of Rennes. This had been used actually by American troops during the First World War. Now, the new Polish army consists not only of regular soldiers, but also volunteers from Poland and the Americas, as well as conscripts from the Polish population within France. This slightly elderly chap on the left at the bottom is actually Joseph Lipski, who's the Polish ambassador to Berlin, and is clearly redundant at this point. Now, a number of divisions were formed, but Maczek held out for the rebirth of the motorized cavalry brigade. When Germany was invaded, his skeleton brigade that was under-resourced, under-trained, fought well, but disbanded on the news of France's surrender. So here we are on the road again. We have Maczek now in rather dappy civilian clothes who's made it down to Marseille. We have the Poles escaping as part of Operation Ariel. So this was a British force primarily to rescue the remaining British forces that remained in France after the fall of France. And this is where a lot of the Polish soldiers had their first experience of the English language. So Sosabowski, the commander of the parachute brigade, talks about getting on board and encountering his first English word, lavatory. Maczek himself makes his way over to England. Only about a quarter of the Polish army in France makes it that far. Oh, Scottish weather. Okay. So the British were now faced not only with the aftermath of Dunkirk, but also how to employ not only the Poles, but the French and all the other European allies who had arrived in Britain. The Poles are by far the most numerous, about 20,000, and they were sent initially to Scotland to build and defend coastal defences. In February 1942, however, the 1st Polish Armoured Division is formed out of these men, on British lines but with Polish unit names. And General Maczek is its commanding officer. And for the next 2 years, it underwent specialist training, inter-allied exercises across the length of Scotland and England. It was always, however, unable to secure sufficient reserves. The big hope was that the Polish American, Polish Canadian communities would field these men, as they had in the First World War, but this wasn't forthcoming. Sikorski does lots and lots of trips to the States. As a result, the Polish division was not included in the first phase of the Normandy landings. It finally arrives in Arromanches at the very end of July. And I think if we have a look at the photograph on the left, it is possibly the very coolest look of all. Coming down this ramp with your shades on, it blows me away. Now, the Poles are placed under the command of the 2nd Canadian Corps, led by General Guy Simonds. At this point, it is essential to note that this period of combat, their arrival in France, overlapped with the start of the Warsaw Uprising, as the Polish population attempted to liberate the city from the Germans. So these men are going to go into combat knowing that their friends and family, their capital city, is under fire. At the end of the day, they would gather around radio cars to find out what's the news from Warsaw. Monty, eh? Okay, now Montgomery had visited the Poles in Scotland and hadn't made the best impression. The Poles are fastidious in their dress. Glasgow is full of tailors to take in British battle dress so that they were more shapely. And Monty isn't, I don't know, particularly fastidious. He also made a comment of what language do these Poles speak between themselves? Is it German or Russian? And I don't know the Polish for lead balloon, but that went down pretty badly. Now, however, he makes a much better impression. He gathers the Polish officers down to the level of squadron leaders to explain his concerns and his objectives. And the Poles first see action then in early August as part of Operation Totalize. But we're going to skip forward a little bit to the 17th of August 1944. At this point, the Battle of Normandy is approaching its final stages. Kluge has toured his troops, and they are close to collapse. The Germans are hungry, they are exhausted, their tanks are nearly out of fuel. He has asked Hitler for permission to withdraw, and on the 16th, on his own initiative, he orders the Germans to begin their retreat. At the same time, Montgomery and Bradley realize the opportunity created by this pocket that has been created and the need for these Germans to escape through this very, very narrow neck. So the line of the German retreat as they're trying to find routes towards the east and across the Seine determines the nature of combat. We now have columns of staff cars, horse-drawn trucks, tanks forming columns along these limited number of country roads. Unit coherence begins to collapse. Generals take to their feet, and the effect of airstrikes, as you can see on the right, could be absolutely devastating, blocking escape routes. An additional problem was that we have an increasing number of Germans surrendering, which is obviously gratifying, but causes a problem with how to hold them and during active combat. So if we look at the situation on the 17th of August, we can see right in the north, highlighted in the yellow, the Polish division at the northernmost point of the 2nd Canadian Corps. So you'll see that we are moving from discussions previously of the army level and corps to this small understrength division. From the German perspective, we can see them marked by the sort of hatched lines here, these three moves. The Germans are coming in from, the Americans, really need to get that right. The Americans are pushing up through the south, and all of these roads are converging on that little road crossroads on the bottom right of Chambord. Now, Maczek and Montgomery independently look at these maps, and the route likely to be taken by the Germans. There are a limited number of roads running from west to east. If you have a look at the map on the right, Google tells us that it's now a 16-minute drive from Chambord to Vimoutiers, but it's overlooked by a particular feature. And this is Montourmel, or Hill 262 North. It's got a little buddy, Hill 262 South, just at the south of this road. And the original idea was that the Poles would capture both of these and completely control the escape route. And because of the shape that this made topographically, it looked a bit like a club, so they called it the mace, or machuga. So Montgomery orders the Poles to seal the Falaise Gap, this small Polish division. Effectively, Maczek splits his division into two battle groups. The first, under Zgorzelski, is to capture the crucial crossroads at Chambord. The second, to the northeast, is to capture and hold Hill 262 to block off the German retreat. Now, you'll see, and we're looking at the sort of bottom right map here, but the top box, okay, the Hill 262 is basically in German territory. So not only will we have Germans trying to escape from within the pocket, but also units outside it with freedom of maneuver. And these are not just any mashed up pile of units, but effective panzer formations. So we focus on the second box to begin with, Chambord, and what looks like Daniel Craig, I appreciate, meeting an American soldier. Seriously, we could make a film here. It would be amazing. Okay, so the battle group of Lieutenant Colonel Zgorzelski attack Chambois. A lot of street fighting is involved, and they finally capture it at around 7 p.m. The later stages of the battle are hindered by difficulties in using support and artillery because of the proximity of American forces. But a little after 7, we have this symbolic moment of communication being made between the Poles and the 2nd Battalion of the 395th Infantry Regiment of the 90th American Division, which entered Chambois from the south. So we have here on the left Private Wellington and Corporal Grabowski. Now, with the meeting of the two forces, the Americans are finally able to provide supplies for the Poles. They'd had to set out rapidly without refueling and resupplying. And we get these lovely moments. The Polish Americans come through. They insist that the Poles take everything that they can get. Maciek talks about one American of Polish descent was actually given a 2-day furlough for good behavior and came to my tank in order to see the real-life Polish general. He spoke broken Polish as father and mother had taught him, but even without his assurances, I believed he was Polish at heart. And then we get this phenomenal moment where this American battalion is actually subordinated to the Polish battle group, Zgorzelski. So for 3 days, from the 19th to the 21st, Chambois is defended by 2 Polish regiments, an anti-tank unit, and this battalion of Americans. A photograph which I absolutely should have included and didn't shows Maciek celebrating with his men in Chambois in a tent where the carpet is a captured Nazi flag, and they're toasting each other with champagne taken from the German headquarters. In the same raid, they also find Polish vodka that had been taken by the Germans, so you can imagine the celebrations are quite ugly. Now, if we move now to Hill 262, this represents, and I will defend this claim, the most intense fighting of the campaign. It's 3 days of the Poles holding out against attack from both within and outside the Falaise pocket, without supplies, without the ability to evacuate the wounded, and without any chance to sleep. If we look out from today's modern museum, you can see the sweep of the landscape down to the road below. Beautiful, beautiful territory. In the photographs below, you can see the intensity of the combat. You have this steady sweep, very steep sides coming up, and then forest behind, which is where the Poles are attempting to run supply lines. The intensity of the combat results in Polish and German tanks going barrel to barrel, fighting with handguns at the top of tanks, the entire hillside effectively being overrun in all directions at various stages by Germans desperate to escape from within, and by the 21st Panzer Division and units of the 2nd Panzer Corps trying to coordinate more effective strikes from without. So over the 3 days, and I'll go through this relatively briefly, early afternoon of 19th of August, the 1st Armoured Regiment under Stefanovich seizes Hill 262 from the Germans. And they're just beginning to sort of dig in when the German retreating column begins to emerge on the road at the bottom of this hillside. Now, I think the term we would use is a target-rich environment. They blow the hell out of this column. The road, the terrain are then completely blocked. There is smoke blocking it. So the original plan of them being able to advance to Hill 262 south and then support Chambois falls apart effectively. In the evening, units under Kosciuszki and the rest of the 3rd Rifles Brigade arrive in the Mace area. Quite excitingly, they had originally been sent to Chambois, but had ended up in Champeaux because of a pronunciation issue with the French guide. But it's great, because we now have reinforcements on 262. The 20th is the day. Throughout the day, the 21st Panzer Division advances on the Mace. Other units of the 2nd Panzer Corps attack from the north. They break through the supply lines. Maciek talks about the fury of well-prepared German attacks, supported by heavy tanks, artillery, naval Werfers. And then he also talks about ad hoc attacks here and there, like tongues of fire jumping out every now and then from a bonfire. In critical moments, the Mace was attacked from almost all directions. We fought the encroaching Germans even at the medic station and prisoner assembly point. And within this chaos, Poles who had been conscripted into the Wehrmacht swapped uniforms cheerily and basically turned around with their rifles, while the Poles faced the horror of bayoneting fanatical German teenagers, the Hitlerjugend that Lee mentioned earlier. Soldiers were pulling themselves up the steep slopes and bent over, pulling themselves up by the bushes. And we have waves of Germans advancing in a suicidal fashion on anti-tank guns and singing German anthems. And the Poles are enduring all of this without any news on when supplies or reinforcements might arrive. Maciek is frantically trying to call in Canadian support, who A, don't believe that the Poles are in this particular predicament, and then we also have a division that just doesn't show up, and there is a sacking, kitchen is fired for that. Now, embedded with the Poles is a Canadian soldier, Canadian journalist, who is serving as a forward observation officer, so directing the artillery. And he later writes up an account of his wartime experiences. It's a little florid, but the Poles do wear their hearts on their sleeves to a degree. So if you don't mind, I will read it through. Not in a Canadian accent, that would be dreadful. Okay. He wrote, so this is the evening of the 20th, middle day. About 6 o'clock, the attack ceased. The battlefield was a scene from a nightmare. On the flanks of the hill, thousands of corpses made a veritable rampart. We had been forced back to the top of Hill 262. Around the wood, which was about 600 meters long and 300 meters across, now filled with the wounded, we had dug trenches which were to be held at all costs. Aircraft tried to drop supplies to us, but all the containers fell behind enemy lines. At nightfall that Sunday evening, the major called his officers together. Out of 60, only 4 were fit to fight. 3 lieutenants, and myself. All the others, including the major himself, were more or less seriously wounded. Lying in terrible pain on some straw, the Polish major found the strength to pull himself upright and give his instructions. He actually gives the instructions in French to better coordinate with the Canadians that were working with them. Polish officers were all fluent in French. I will never forget his words. Gentlemen, all is lost. I do not think the Canadians can relieve us. We have no more than 110 fit men. There is no food and not much ammunition. 5 shells per gun and 50 rounds per man. That is very little. Even so, fight on. It would be useless to surrender to the SS, you know that. I give you my thanks. You have fought well. Good luck, gentlemen. This night we will be dying for Poland and civilization. And as he gave me his orders, he added, carry on with the same tactics. Afterwards, it will be every tank for itself, and then every man for himself. In the morning of the 21st, they hear the sound of Shermans. The Canadians have arrived. And Savini describes how the soldiers told long stories in Polish to the Canadians, who understood not a word, but nevertheless burst into peals of laughter. You get a sense of their hysterical relief. Our victory was total, but at a terrible price. Only 70 Poles survived the slaughter unhurt. I was the only officer still able to stand. The Poles now call that hill Machuga, which means the mace, and that is it exactly. The Battle of Machuga Hill was the final crushing blow which broke German power. Now, we can, of course, question the effectiveness of the entire Falaise Gap strategy, of trying to have this short huck and cut it short. The defeat of the Germans was decisive, but not complete, and thousands of German soldiers were able to escape to the east. There was immediate criticism that the Allies had not acted quickly enough, that Montgomery or Bradley or Patton was at fault, and Maciek was summoned and questioned over whether he'd been careless with Polish blood. Eisenhower visited the battlefield 48 hours later, and he described it as the greatest killing fields of any of the war areas. I was conducted through it on foot to encounter scenes that could be described only by Dante. It was literally possible to walk for hundreds of yards at a time, stepping on nothing but dead and decaying flesh. Now, the Polish victory was widely feted. Here we have the article in the British Tank magazine, which describes the Polish division's role in closing the gap. And the division would push on to liberate towns in France and Belgium and the Netherlands. Maciek and his men received numerous honors. We see Maciek here being decorated with the Legion of Honor. They participated in the liberation of Oberlangen in the top right, releasing Polish women who had fought in the Warsaw Uprising. And in the bottom right, we see them accepting the surrender of the German naval base at Wilhelmshaven. But German occupation had passed into Soviet occupation, and the eastern territories of Poland were taken away due to Yalta. Maciek's home city of Lvov, now Lviv, became Ukrainian, and Maciek had his Polish citizenship stripped from him. He would live in exile in Edinburgh until his death as recently as 1994, aged 102. Now, if you would like to read more, there are fantastic books on the 1st Polish Armoured Division. These are Maciek's memoirs. We have Od Powody do Czołga, for those of you fluent in Polish. We have the French one, and I am delighted to say in November I am helping to edit a collection of his memoirs in English. So that will be out in November. Just a push there. Thank you very much.
Two wonderful, wonderful talks. I'll take a chair's privilege for a moment. Instead of asking questions, it just struck me as I was listening to both of your remarks. What links these two campaigns, the U.S. 30th Division at Mortain and then the Polish armor at Falaise, blunting the German blitzkrieg. In some sense, both these units were a cork in a bottle. Certainly that was the role the 30th played, and that was definitely the role the Poles played too. I have 1,000 questions I'd like to ask, but I think it's time to turn it over to the crowd to take us home towards 5 o'clock. Connie?
Our first question is going to be towards the back to your left.
Yes, this is about the 30th. You had mentioned or touched briefly on the 30th being offered up a distinguished unit citation, but it not actually being rewarded. Could you expand on that a little bit?
The short version, a presidential unit citation citing the entire 30th Division, attached units as a whole, was approved in 1945 by Collins, Bradley, Hodges, H.R. Bull, with a note, Eisenhower concurs. It was never awarded. Some of the subunits that were prominently involved were given distinguished unit citations, but the division as a whole wasn't. That paperwork was set aside. Fast forward to 2014, my book's out. I'm going to reunions. The veterans I'm meeting say, we want that presidential unit citation to be issued to the entire division. So the commander of the North Carolina National Guard, his assistant, myself, and a bona fide military historian go about the process of trying to change the Human Resource Command to our way of thinking. That's in the Pentagon. That didn't go so good. We tried the back door through the Center of Military History. That didn't go good. So we had a weekly conference call, and I came up with this obscure way of getting it done. And I said, it says presidential unit citation is what it's all about. We need to get this to the then President of the United States, Donald Trump, for his review. I said, he'll think it's about him. It doesn't matter how we move this ball, but we've got to do it. So I'll be short, I promise you, but it is kind of an interesting story. The North Carolina National Guard was responsible for taking care of Air Force One when it landed in anywhere in North Carolina. Trump happened to be coming into Charlotte. They got clearance from a World War II veteran to meet him when he came down the ramp of Air Force One. World War II veteran hands him a briefing book about this thick, 2 pages, real simple. Trump hands it off. It goes up onto Air Force One. What can I do for you? Get it done. Trump says, I'll get it done if it's the right thing to do. My name was inside that binder. Now, that isn't... The big deal was that he handed it off to the National Security Council. Bolton spearheaded the effort. It was still going nowhere. So about 6 months later, there's a new adjutant general. He takes pictures of reunions into the office of his congressman, Mark Meadows. We're losing these guys. This is long overdue. Meadows says, well, I can get something done. So he has Trump's cell phone number. He calls Trump. It turned out that Mick Mulvaney, who was the current chief of staff, was kind of tied in with what the Pentagon didn't want to do. And the way you avoided things getting done was don't show them to Trump. Well, Meadows changed that. It was signed that afternoon. That's how it happened.
So they did get it?
They were awarded formally the Presidential Unit Citation, and I watched the colors being put on their flag by the two surviving veterans of Mortain in 2018. Finally took place.
Our next question will be right in the front.
I guess this is for all you folks. Listening to your talks and some of the others and thinking about battle bulge and things like that, it seems like, particularly when the Germans go on the offensive, a handful of determined folks stop them. Is that due to the German way of thinking about war or just dedicated people wanting to do? It just seems that theme occurs over and over again, and I was wondering if anybody thought about that.
Rob, do you want to take it?
If you're asking what I came to understand as esprit de corps, unity, love for the guy next to you, you know, GIs, their war was, there was no big picture. All that we can see today, everything we benefit from, they couldn't see much beyond their foxhole. What I came to understand about the Old Hickory veterans and certainly the 18th Infantry veterans, when I'd go to their reunions, it was to watch the current serving members of the 30th Armored Brigade Combat Team greet, much like the World War II veterans were greeted when they came into this hall, and then to be able to sit and talk with those guys and understand that their war changed if they lost a good friend. They fought to protect one another. You would see selflessness. Individual acts of courage were so common as to be unrecognized, not rewarded. No ribbons, no medals. It's just what they did. I don't know. You saw that. I could see the passion in the Polish Army. I can speak only as a writer, and having sat with a lot of these veterans, to see them tear up when they talk about losing a friend, you can't capture those moments in a book. But I thank you so much for asking me to try to explain it. Thank you.
If I can just add, I think one of the challenges we have when we're talking about the polls, and particularly if we talk about like Squadron 303 and why they're so effective, and everyone just goes, but they're so motivated, aren't they? And you think, well, they are, but they're also phenomenally well trained. Maciek is an incredible commander of men, and in his memoirs he talks about men are just men, the men that you are commanding. It's very rare that they will be lifted to the heights of heroism. He focuses on the training. And I'm sure there's been studies on how far a sort of order of the day compels men, but it came down to these guys were really well trained and very, very well resourced. And yeah, you could talk about Polish spirit and so forth. Would a British division, a Canadian division in the same position have done as well? Quite probably. Did it mean more to the Polish? Yes. Okay, thank you.
The next question is going to be near the aisle in the center.
So, Dr. Citino, I have read your books on the German army, and so my question is prompted by the question that was just asked a few minutes ago. Do you think that the German army, even in the Battle of Normandy, was ill-suited to a direct frontal attack as opposed to the sweeping, enveloping attacks that they seem to have preferred over the centuries? And one last question, asked to Ms. Grant, what happened to your grandparents who went to Siberia?
Jenny, why don't you take that one first? Why don't you take that one first, then I'll answer your...
Yeah, no, thank you. So I had, my grandmother was 18, a schoolgirl, and when the Germans invaded from the west, they were living near Warsaw. Her father made the decision to move the family towards the east, so they were swept up in deportations. He was a forester, so a state employee. And she was really lucky in that she was 18, her brother was 14. So despite the fact that her father had a stroke as a result of imprisonment, they were able to work hard enough to survive, and that family unit survived. Her younger brother was forced into the Polish army in the east. He participated in the liberation of Berlin, but he was messed up. He had to do an awful lot of things that weren't really mentioned in order to survive and so forth. So, and her parents eventually made it, but not until the late 40s back to Poland. She didn't see them again, I think, until the 60s. My grandfather was an army officer. He was, thankfully not sent to Katyn. He was sent to mines. We have this fragment. It's half a scarf that his friend shared with him, and it probably saved his life. And then when it was the amnesty, he joined the Polish Second Corps, and then fought as an artillery officer at Monte Cassino, and then was involved in training through the Italian campaign. They had a choice of settling in either Argentina or the UK, and chose the UK. But one of the conditions that allowed the Poles to resettle, the Labour government had to make an arrangement with the trade unions that the Poles would not pose a threat to British employment. So the Poles could only take on jobs for which there was massive vacancies, which left them with things like the textiles, mines, agriculture. So my grandfather, who before the war had a very lovely time, we have photographs of him with his horse, there's mention of various attractive Ukrainian mistresses and so forth, is now working nights in a textile mill in Bradford. And he dies probably before his time, sort of early 60s. So they had 3 daughters who are now across the world, and many grandchildren and so forth. But yeah, I think we were talking about sort of memory earlier. We talk about memory of the war, and the Poles very much lived with this fact of exile. He came from Lvov, he couldn't go back home. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yes, a good question, I'll rephrase it as, what was the German army good for in 1944 in these battles? This isn't the German army of 1939 and 1940. It no longer has the cohesion that it had. Then it's taken colossal losses in the East, and so new recruits. It's filled with new recruits, even the SS divisions. Certainly, there's high cohesion on the part of a unit like the U.S. 30th Infantry Division or the Polish Armored Divisions. German ranks are filled with Osttruppen. These are Soviet POWs who have been drafted into the ranks. They're up and down. Every division you can possibly imagine has Osttruppen in them. They give a good accounting of themselves, but there's also the matter of Allied air power. We talked about the difficulty in closing the Falaise pocket, but Jenny also put up a couple of photos which showed you what was happening to German troops inside the Falaise pocket. Whether a few managed to escape, cross a river, abandon your tank, and swim naked across the river to live to fight another day. But as an army, the Germans were destroyed at Falaise. I don't think they were any longer, these are the sweeping maneuvers of yesteryear, however you put it. I think I wrote that. The sweeping maneuvers of yesteryear are no longer possible because the German army simply doesn't have the fuel for them. There's no more Luftwaffe thundering overhead, which makes those brisk and exciting maneuvers possible. Overhead, the Allied air forces are thundering on a nonstop basis. The Germans can't even move by day. But if you think of what kind of advantage your opponent has when you can only move at night, they have a 24-hour clock, but you have an 8-hour clock, and that's what the Germans were fighting. So it's unit cohesion, and I really like the answers I just heard from my colleagues up here. Definitely the Germans no longer have the cohesion, but they also don't have any air power.
Okay, and our next question is going to be in the back.
Thank you. Today's symposium has been outstanding. A big thank you to all who participated. Excellent, thank you. My question to you, Jenny, is on one of your slides, you had an illustration of the pockets. How big of an area was the pocket?
That's a good question.
I had that on my notes earlier, and I'm happy to delegate that precise information.
If by the end of the Battle of the Falaise pocket it was 2.5 square miles, I'd be shocked. The gap through which some Germans were managing to escape was a matter of dozens, maybe up 100 or 200 yards, but usually a lot less than that. And every inch of that pocket was being swept by Allied fire. I talk about air power. I always like to talk about air power for some reason. We forget the good something else the Allies had, good old-fashioned artillery. You know, guns lined up hub to hub, just raining down high explosive on every inch of that pocket. So I don't have the exact, but again, it's very small. That's the point we're making.
Thank you.
Sure. It's a sort of obscure fact that I deal in.
Any more questions? We have one in the back.
Thank you. Dr. Grant, I know you touched on this briefly, but I'm wondering what is, in terms of remembrance, how are surviving Polish veterans of World War II remembered there today?
Good question.
That's great. Just to keep my supervisor on side, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm a third the way through it, so I just have to be hands up on that one. Yeah, it is fraught. As I say, I was looking at the 1984 D-Day celebrations, and this is the first time really that the French government had taken over the commemoration. It used to be in veterans organizations, and the British put together their sort of party, and they forget to invite the Poles. It's that simple. There's nothing malicious. They genuinely forget that the Poles are a thing, despite the size of the population. And we see this in 1966, where the Ministry of Defense is invited to the funeral of General Komorowski, who had commanded the Home Army during the Warsaw Uprising. And the MOD just shrug it, they ignore it. And you have senior air commanders who had served and tried to sort of create the Warsaw Bridge to supply these the Warsaw Uprising from Italian bases, saying, how can you do this? Like, this, so many Allied men died for this, and the Poles thought they were forgotten. So there's a genuine factor of the British forgetting about the Poles, it just not being part of the story. And I swear, if it was not for the Battle of Britain movie, please tell me we've seen the Battle of Britain movie. No. Okay, well, that's your homework. That's your prep. I'm sorry. That's okay. So there's a scene in this, and it's about 303, Squadron 303, who are on a training flight. And they spot German aircraft. And these are guys who have been instructors at Demblin, at the Polish sort of aviation center, and they peel off, Paszkiewicz peels off, and they go and they deal with the Germans. And they're obviously chastised, but the next day they become operational. And one of the sort of, my Twitter handle, Silence in Polish, they are berated by their sort of British and Canadian commanders saying, no, we need to break away. And they're saying, what? And they're sort of going, Niemcy na dole, Germans over there. And he's saying, silence in Polish. Okay, so you've got this idea of this communication issue. I don't know where I've gone with this, actually. So Battle of Britain movie, you've got A Bridge Too Far, you've got the Polish Parachute Brigade, but it's just not really a feature of British commemoration. It was actually really nice. Yesterday's ceremony, there were 20 veterans of the Normandy campaign that sailed over, sort of sponsored by the Royal British Legion. And one of those was a member of Maczek's division, who, yes, technically wasn't there at D-Day, that they came later. But for that to be considered was significant. In 1984, the only reason that a Polish general was invited, Maczek was too ill at this point, so Rudnicki was invited, was because this really, really angry Polish veteran living in Holland Park had sent letters to Thatcher, to German newspapers, to the MOD, and eventually he sort of, it was one-man pile-on, forced them to issue this invitation late. But this is kind of the Polish perspective, and it's kind of ingrained in me now of just trying to bash away for validation and acknowledgement of the Polish contribution. And I know as a historian that's not great. It means that you're not necessarily critical or self-reflective of that contribution, but it is kind of the dynamic of Anglo-Polish memory of the war in England. Yeah, thank you.
Telling both Jenny and Bob that they really, I think, need to find some subjects that excite them next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Citino, Bob Baumer, and Jenny Grant.
Wow, so here we are. At the end of 2 days of celebration and commemoration here at the National World War II Museum. Again, I'd like to thank Rob, Robert, and Jenny for a great way to cap this all on off. I'd like to thank our 11 speakers that we've had today that really brought a new perspective to our symposia here. I'd also like to thank all of you, the visitors who attended this, many of whom were here all day yesterday as well, and those who have been joining us online. I've been getting emails all day from those who have been watching us, and so the hundreds that are here, it's thousands online. I would also, of course, like to thank Connie Gentry for being the woman who put all this together. And of course, the mighty Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy team. It really is a team effort, and it's great to watch them all work together. So if you missed any of the sessions, you can always refer to the museum's YouTube page, where they will soon be uploaded, so that anything you missed or anything you want to dig a little deeper into, you can. To close out these 2 wonderful days of celebration and commemoration, we're going to end where we began. Yesterday was about commemorating, thinking about what those men and women did 80 years ago today and yesterday. But today was about taking a deeper dive and learning. And I know I speak for all of us, and I guess I literally am speaking for all of us, that I'm walking away having learned a lot. And one of the things that I love about today and that has made today so special is that we have had discussions about topics we don't typically do here. And while we unapologetically focus on the American story of World War II here, it was wonderful to hear about the Canadians and about the Polish and about the British, our allies, and even that other strange ally, the aviators. But it's great to learn more about all of these, and it's gives us a fuller perspective and a greater picture of what was on the line and what was achieved 80 years ago. So we'll end it all on off and say thank you all for coming, and let's have one round of applause for those who fought and won 80 years ago. And we look forward to seeing you again at the National World War II Museum. Thank you for coming. Oh, another book signing over here.